Hey, what's up, guys? How's everybody doing? Hope you're all having a great Saturday evening at this point. Probably should close my blinds real quick, actually. They're kind of peeking out, but... yeah, how's everyone doing? Appreciate people hopping in and hanging out for a bit. Looks like we got some people in chat already. What's up? How are you doing tonight? Doing all right. Doing all right. Hope you guys are doing well. What's everyone been up to? Any good movies, shows, music? I don't know. Anything good going on in everyone's life? Let's see. King Matthew, you're watching the Gators. Yeah, I know last week you watched them against LSU. They seem like they're having a rough start to the year thus far. But they play Miami tonight, right? So that'd be a big win if they could pull it off. Yeah, I saw WrestlePalooza. I really didn't know anything about that until on game day today. I remember them talking about it. Isn't like Cena versus Brock Lesnar or something? Kind of crazy. So Rusty just watched OU Sooners. I think we're in a similar-ish neck of the woods. But yeah, they played Auburn today, right? So I guess you're saying they won? Nice. King Matthew saying Scream 7's gonna have Kirby. That would make sense. I mean, she was in the last one, so having her character back would make sense in most instances, I would think. You think she'll be killed off? Could be. I mean, people have been saying they think Gale needs to die at this point. Let me throw on some music as well while we're chilling for a bit. Volumes should be good, but let me know if too high or low for folks. Actually, I need to change that. It may be a little bit off. Where did I have it at previously? Let me pause that real quick. I think I had it a little... Was it higher or lower? That's 9.4, so... Had it a little lower before. All right. Turn that back on. Yeah, hopefully that's a good level, but let me know if it's like too annoying or anything like that. Yeah, she'll be nice to have back though. I mean, I feel like I liked Hayden Panettiere as an actress. Like Heroes, I was really into, at least for the first season. Second season was okay, kind of like heavily declined after that, but I just use I'm just playing this on Media Player, but I have downloaded a lot of stuff from YouTube's like audio library, so it's not like copyrighted stuff. So I'll just like download a bunch of songs. It's the same songs I kind of use for videos periodically, and I just like opened up like all the ones I have, like 20 of them at a time here, and I have them just kind of on cycling through. So Media Player is where I'm playing them, but I got them from the YouTube audio library. Lesnar beat Cena. I mean, it would make sense. He's a much bigger guy. They're both kind of on the older side of things. You just downloaded Oxenfree 1 and 2 on PS5. Nice. I thought about streaming that tonight. There was a moment where I was planning on it. I probably will in the future. I think the only pause I have is as I said, I would be doing it on Netflix. There's like the beta on the browser because I have it on PlayStation, but I pretty much have been using Steam stuff. So I'm like, if I could play it on Netflix, I don't have to buy it again. I looked at it briefly. It looks like it should work fine. I may pick a day where I feel like not talking as much, because that's the other complication. It's a very dialogue heavy game. So I've watched somebody else stream parts of it before, and I feel like they felt like they were getting interrupted by the characters talking. It's a good game though. I mean, they're both... The second one I don't like as much, if I'm being honest. I bought the second one when it came out because I liked the first one so much and I wanted to support the dev. Was it Night School Studios? I think Netflix bought them right around when the second one came out, though. But I like the first one as far as the story goes. It's very much like, imagine, I guess, if Stranger Things was in like a Dark Pictures type of gameplay loop, but in like a 2D format. That's probably as good as I can get with an explanation. I mean, if you like the first one, I would play the second one, but the second one's story doesn't hit as effectively for me. You watch Scarface? I remember you saying that. Okay, I've seen bits and pieces of both Godfather and Scarface, so probably classics that I should give a full watch at some point. I've not played the new Skate game. I saw some like big time streamers post videos about it, but I was never into the Skate franchise. I feel like if I had any of the skateboarding stuff, I was like Tony Hawk probably. Like back on the N64, I think I still have it like over there somewhere, but it had the blue cartridge. I think that was like the fun thing with N64 games when they had like different colored cartridges. But I've never really played skate games. Tony Hawk, if I played any skateboarding games, it would have been those. Yeah, as I said, I thought Oxenfree's story in the first one was good. And it's like super cheap most of the time. Like I bought it for like $3, but I think it's been as low as like $1. It may be on like PS Plus too or something. You haven't touched Skate. Yeah, I would probably lean more towards Tony Hawk. I saw the new one. They actually put Bam Margera in, so that was kind of cool to see. I feel like he was heavily advertised in all the promotional stuff. Underground Pro Skater. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the gameplay loop in those can get kind of repetitive, so you have to really appreciate them. But the first couple I thought were fun. Great soundtracks in the first one, at least. The new ones, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. I mean, it's probably the best way to play them now. At this point. I don't know, did they keep the same soundtracks? I think they did for 1 and 2. Although I don't know if they have to like get the licensing agreements. But yeah, per today's agenda, plan to kind of just start off things with like bracket fight stuff that we've done in the past, and have that be video game themed for today. And then jump into some Slay the Spire. I've not played that on stream for a while. I don't know if people are really into it, but maybe with the new audience, I can share it a little bit here. And then I figured at the end, instead of doing Guess the Movie, we can do Guess the Game. So kind of all game oriented for today. Let us fight. Hey Bendy, how's it going? Yeah, I saw you shared that picture of, or at least supposed picture of Leon. We'll see if that winds up being what he looks like. It'd be cool to have him back in the game, regardless. So, but yeah, I pulled up a few of these ahead of time to be somewhat prepared. So I'm open to if somebody has any suggestion they want me to look up on any of these. But the ones that I pulled up as like, if nobody has a preference, were, I can probably share my screen now. Let me see. I think I went over here to probably do it. All right. Hopefully this like layout is fine. But I pulled up some of these already, and let me know if you like any of these, because I'll just pick one that people are most interested in. Or if you have one of your own that's video game oriented, I'm happy to see if it exists. So the ones I pulled up just from the beginning here, best video game console. And this list, I gotta be honest, I would consider myself a gamer. A lot of the pictures on here, I don't know what these consoles are. So it'll be kind of interesting to see how that goes. And then some other ones I grabbed. I didn't realize that we had like generations, but this one was called Greatest 10th Generation Console Games, which I interpreted as being like greatest game from the like PS4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch era. I guess that's the 10th generation. I got best SNES game, best N64 game, best PS2 game, best Xbox game, and this one it felt like it was not like it's not the OG Xbox. It's like the entire life cycle of Xbox 360, One, Series X. What else? This one was just kind of a random assortment of like best video games, apparently. Super bizarre picture they chose for this Call of Duty, but it was like not really restrictive to anything. It was just like best game. We have best video game character. And I may have done this one previously, but we'll see. And then there's another video game character one, but this one has like insanely more options, so it would definitely take a lot longer. You can see just scrolling from the amount that we have. So as I said, these are kind of pre-picked ones. So if there's any one of these you guys want to do, I'm good with that. Also, if you guys want to do what we did last time, I kind of did, my approach was like let chat decide. And if there's like a dispute, I be the tiebreaker. If you guys want to do that, that works for me again, but it's up to you. Finishing season 1 of Ted Lasso. Nice. I'm like halfway through season 2 of that show, and it's a kind of a feel-good time. PS2. The only Nintendo thing I had was a Switch. Okay, so I'm hearing PS2 and best Xbox game. I'm down to do that. How many do we have on the PS2 is pretty lengthy too, so I'm down to strap in for it. But if you guys want to roll with this one, I figure that's like an iconic system. Would probably get pretty far in the best console of all time. But yeah, Rusty says Xbox. All right, we'll do that one. Do that one afterwards. We'll see how many of these bracket fights we do, because I know when I did these like long ago, it was just me giving my opinion, so I was just like clicking fast, and I was done with one of these in like 2 minutes. But with chat engagement, I felt like last time we spent a little more time. So I will, as I said, if you guys want to roll with that again, I'm happy to allow you to decide the winners, and then I act as tiebreaker. So first matchup we have here, though, God of War versus Capcom versus SNNK2 Mark of the Millennium 2001. I know the Capcom versus Marvel games. Is this a different fighter? What is SNK? I assume it's whatever character this is on the front left. I don't even know what SNK is. Yeah, King Matthew, you can do that. I know I asked you guys last time if you want to do a poll or just chime in, and it sounds like you guys prefer just to like comment, so I'm good with that. It's not like a crazy amount of commenting. I can keep up with it. All right, pretty handily here. We don't need to waste time. God of War seems like it's taken. We talked Tony Hawk earlier. We got Tony Hawk Underground, Twisted Metal Black. I'm not familiar with that one. Which one is that in the franchise? Because I know like the first 2 Twisted Metal games. I'm not familiar with Black. Completely different. I guess they're both kind of like, I don't want to say like riding games, but we have like a skateboard versus like cars. Kind of cool cover art for Black, though, I will say. It's very like Pennywise-esque. It's the 5th one. Jeez. I kind of joined, I guess if these are PS2 games. So the PS2 is the first PlayStation console I have. So I didn't have the PS1. I played it at like friends' houses. And I didn't have the PS3. So I had 2, 4, and 5. Let me drag my camera down too. Looks like I'm like barely above the bottom here. Did I actually move it anywhere? Oh, maybe that could be just a white bar, actually. Never mind. Yeah, I think it was just a white bar. All right, what are you guys thinking here? You say Twist Metal Black. First Twist Metal is fantastic. Tony Hawk has your choice. Okay, so we got one per each here, sounds like. If it stays a tie, I probably go Tony Hawk because I do have more familiarity with that franchise, and I probably played Underground. I heard people liked the second season more than the first. I don't know if that's like unanimously that way or not, but you'll see Tony Hawk. All right, that was the decider I was gonna have, so I think we can rock with Tony Hawk here. Okay, we're going sports game. I don't think it'll be heavy. Some of these you have to be careful. Like there was a best Xbox one that I looked at earlier, and like half the games it was like NHL 2012, and I was like, what is this random? In fairness, these two games I feel like are pretty recognizable. Like Madden 04, you can clearly see from the cover, like Michael Vick was a problem. Anybody that picked the Falcons was pretty much just going to terrorize you. And ESPN 2K5, I never owned it, but I feel like this is the example people give when they're like, this football game 20 years ago was better than modern ones. So I think they had better like commentary. I probably lean towards Madden 04 because, as I said, that's the one I played. For a while there, I was pretty frequently picking up Madden. I've long since passed those days, but like, what was it? 05 had Ray Lewis on the cover. I feel like 04, Vic, like the Falcons were just so unfair because you would scramble out of the pocket and you would either run with Vic, or if somebody like pursued you with like a linebacker, then you would just throw it to work on the running back. And so it was like, you're going to get toasted either way. I'm going to say Madden. Okay. It is more popular. I mean, the game and the franchise on the left doesn't exist anymore, whereas the one on the right still exists today. Granted, it hasn't really been innovated on too much. And they just have like season pass stuff with like their ultimate team. NHL games are fun. All right, we'll pick Madden. Manhunt. This was on the other day when we did horror games. Manhunt or Destroy All Humans 2. Kind of interesting. They're both like, I mean, one's like a very cartoonish version of like a horror thing, and one's like very much a dark and twisted version of it. I don't know if I owned either of these. I feel like I've played them both. Manhunt. I feel like that one was so recognizable. Like that was like the example of like, hey, you want to play this really sick and twisted game? It was kind of like the Outlast before Outlast, but probably even more edgy. All right, so we got a 2-1 going on here with Manhunt to Destroy All Humans 2. Did you guys all have PS2s or like play PS2? I assume since you picked it, you at least had an interest in it. Oh, you picked Manhunt. All right, then Manhunt's gonna win here. God of War 2. All right, so we're gonna get heavy God of War here. And Castlevania Curse of Darkness. I gotta be honest, I don't have much like experience with the Castlevania franchise. I've played a little bit of one of the ones on PS4, I believe. but not for long. I feel like I like the idea of Castlevania more than I necessarily actually have played it. You have Manhunt on PS5. Is it like on PS Premium where you're playing like the older version of the game? I assume, because there's not like a remake of that. I'm assuming on their like catalog of like older games. A couple God of War 2s, one Castlevania. Okay, 2-1 right now. I would probably also say God of War just because what I mentioned, where I'm like, I like the idea of Castlevania, but it's not something I jumped into. True. I mean, Kratos is like the PlayStation competitor to like Master Chief back then. I think God of War is probably winning here because it's winning 2-1. It's probably would be my pick as tiebreaker. So I think we can probably safely go with God of War here. Konami, is this back when Kojima was actually with them? Ooh. God of War 2, okay. Max Payne or NBA Live 2005. This is probably pretty cut and dry. I never owned Max Payne, but I played it, and I mean NBA Live. I liked was it 06 the one that had Dwayne Wade on it? NBA Live as a franchise is dead today, but some of those games were fun. Like I think it was 06, the one that had Dwayne Wade on it was probably my favorite. I feel like I always did like the kind of cheap thing where you just like do a spin move up the court and somehow go faster than if you were just running straight. But Max Payne is kind of iconic, so I think that probably wins here. I don't know if I realized it was a Rockstar. I guess it was it developed by Remedy, it's saying here, and published by Rockstar. Okay, people are rocking Max Payne. What's up, Eli? Appreciate you hopping in. How's it going for you? Hope you're having a great day thus far. Okay, more Konami here. We got Metal Gear Solid 3. Thank you, Eli. I appreciate that. We're doing some bracket fights, and the chat decided PlayStation 2 games is where we're going to start things off with. So, hot take. I mentioned before that I was a little bit late to the PlayStation party, but like maybe the older ones I would have liked more. I don't like Metal Gear Solid 5. Just bad as that sounds. I know it plays differently than the older games. Like I've heard the older games are like very narrative driven, and 5 is very much like gameplay or open sandbox kind of driven. You have a collector's anniversary edition over here, so I'm assuming, is this multiple games? Like PS1 games thrown into one package, maybe? Tomb Raider was fun. I feel like I'd prefer like Uncharted when it comes to like the whole, I don't know, like excavating or like exploration type of game. Did they recently just remake this one on the left here for PS5? 2-1 here. Oh, 2-2 here. Interesting. I don't know which one I would pick, honestly. I'll give it another like minute to see if we get any more opinions, but it seems like it's 2-2 split here, so I may have to be the tiebreaker. And I don't have particular love for either of them, so it's going to be interesting. We'll see. Trying to decide which one I would like more. Like if I play them both right now, it may be Metal Gear 3, but part of me wants to pick Tomb Raider. Is this the like iconic PS2 Metal Gear game. I'm not sure if there's like others that came out on the console that would be more like likely to advance. But as I said, I may pick Tomb Raider. Tomb Raider. All right, there we go. 0 and 10. You're Florida and Miami. They're up 10-0. Miami's gonna be a tough call. They're like ranked 4th, right? So it's gonna be probably an uphill battle. I'm kind of surprised Game Day chose that location, considering Florida isn't ranked. But all right, SmackDown. Here comes the pain versus what's this on the right? Bloody Roar 3. Never heard of this guy on the right. Old school wrestling games were kind of fun. Speaking of, hey, we got Brock Lesnar right here. Shows you how old he is, considering he's on the cover of this game. Here comes the pain as your pick. Like N64 wrestling games were fun, so I'm imagining PS2 were probably decent. I've never heard of this game on the right, to be honest. I don't know if you guys have. There's apparently at least 3 of them. It does look cool. It kind of looks like almost like a prototype or something where this person's like turning into some like werewolf type creature. Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably gonna be the wrestling game. Hard to say no when you only know one of the 2 options. I haven't really played them. I know people really are into the like modern WWE games. I think there's a lot of like customization you can do. I think that's probably why people like it a lot, because you can make like Peter Griffin versus like Homer Simpson or something like that. So it's allows a lot of customization. I think we're picking SmackDown just based off of name recognition. I'm curious about this one, but I don't think it wins here. All right, X-Men Legends Rise of Apocalypse. That seems like a deep cut to me. I don't know if you guys know that game or not. Also, not familiar with Tenchu Wrath of Heaven, though, so it looks like 2 Activision games. Looks like the one on the right is almost like a ninja samurai type thing. Stealth based. I mean, the one on the left looks probably more fun. Kind of looks like a probably better version of the Avengers game they had a couple years ago. Tenchu. Oh, we got a couple people saying Tenchu. X-Men Legends. Okay, it's 2-1 here. I've never heard of Tenchu, honestly. It's making me think of like a Yakuza game, maybe, but more stealth based. All right, Tenchu coming out strong. Ooh, I feel like Bully is like the classic example of a game people find very much like an underrated, underappreciated gem. 007 Everything or Nothing. I think I played that one, but it's not nearly as good as like GoldenEye was. You haven't played either of them? I feel like Bully is like a cult classic for video games. If that's like a thing, it feels like this is the example I would pick. I feel like people have wanted... It says... Is this not the regular game Bully College Years? Is that different than like the regular Bully game? I know people have wanted like a new game in this franchise. All right, we got at least a heavy. We did have. Did it advance or did it not? We had Twisted Metal Black earlier up here, and it lost to Tony Hawk's Underground. True Crime Streets of LA we have not gotten, but maybe it'll be on this list. It seems like Bully is probably the winner here. Okay, Bendy says 1 for 007, but I think Bully probably takes it here. Ouch. That was a close one. I think it was just one vote off. Def Jam Fight for New York or Onimusha Demon Siege 3. Def Jam was I mean, literally in the title, but it was a fighting game, wasn't it? Like a Mortal Kombat Street Fighter-esque fighting game, like a 1v1. I don't think I've ever played any of the Onimusha games. Is that Paris in the background with like dragons? What is happening? I was getting like Dynasty Warriors vibes until I saw that backdrop there. So Def Jam's your pick? The best fighting game growing up? Really? Consists of like real rappers? I haven't played either of these. Remember what was that game? 50 Cent, like Blood in the Sand was his video game. Def Jam, I guess. That's kind of how I feel. I more so know that game. Some real rappers? Nice. I think Def Jam's probably going to win here then. Yeah, I think let's go with it. Def Jam. Okay. Ooh. I assume we have heavy hitter on the right. So we have Hitman. What's that? Blood Money? Versus Silent Hill 2. Def Jam because it looks cool. It does look cool. I'm guessing Silent Hill 2 probably is like the slam dunk here. The Hitman franchise, I feel like I have fun playing like one mission, then I get kind of like sick of trying to do the stealth thing because I just want to run in there and like not take my time at all. Couple Silent Hills. I kind of assume Silent Hill is probably going to be a far traveler in this bracket. I mean, they had the remake that... It is weird that they started with Silent Hill 2 when it comes to remakes, but I think it's because it's the more popular one. So they figure they can always like just go back to the first one after. Appreciate you, Eli. Yeah, I think it's Silent Hill here. You more familiar with Hitman? Okay. I think it's unfortunately, though, Silent Hill seems... I would expect it to go pretty far, but we will see. Okay, another fighting game. Tekken 5. I feel like Tekken as a franchise... I don't know if your guys' experience, but I feel like I more so associate Tekken with, like, going to an old-school arcade. Because I would play with... what was that guy? He was like a cheetah character. I think that's where I played Tekken. Then we have Soul Calibur 3, so a couple fighting games. Interesting. As I said, I feel like I think of Tekken as like arcade, whereas Soul Calibur I think of more console-based, but... Soul Calibur 3, I feel like 2 and 4 are the recognizable numbers in that franchise for me, but... King, yeah. What's up, Gilly? Appreciate you hopping in here. King is who I was thinking of. I was never big into fighters for the most part. Like I would play them, but I would normally have a friend who like knew the finishers and combos and stuff, and I'm like, all right, cool. So, and probably get wrecked. But traditionally, I'm thinking of like playing an arcade and just like moving the joystick, just like spamming all the buttons. Okay, so we got a couple Tekkens and one Soul Calibur. Killer Instinct, that was another one, yep. Neither. It's fair. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Like, I would play them if somebody wanted to, or as I said, if there was like an arcade and it was like that was the thing there to play. Racing games, significantly more fun if you're using the actual, like, steering wheel in an arcade. Or I'm thinking of those, like, wave racer games where we actually, like, got on the vehicle. I love my Hot Wheels. I think it was a 2-1 with Tekken here. Midnight Club Dub Edition. I would hope that's on this list. I love the, I think we talked about it on stream the other day. Soundtrack to that game, heavily underrated. We had, I think the ones I mentioned the other day was like Go DJ. Freak Leak was on that one. I thought the Hand That Feeds, I thought from 9 Inch Nails was on it. Yeah, that game was fun. You would like deck out your car too. I feel like that made it more fun. You would have like neon lights and like decked out rims. Yeah, the soundtrack heavily underrated. All right, I think Tekken is winning this one, right? Yeah, 2-1 there. Ooh, I don't know about you guys. Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. If I was not taking into account your guys' feedback, Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 would probably make it to the very end. I was a sucker for that franchise. I played 3 when it came out. Little underwhelmed with it, but the first 2 games were great. Then we have Mega Man 8 on the right. Mega Man I never really got into, but I think, as I said, I was more of a Nintendo person early on, so I felt like Mega Man was more like, what, Sega? Kingdom Hearts. Okay, we got one Mega Man. Yeah, it sounds like Kingdom Hearts is taking this one. I mean, I will say, though, if I'm like being critical of Kingdom Hearts at all, if you ever go down like the deep rabbit hole of like lore for that franchise, you get kind of lost. I will say, you've never played it. I mean, I don't know if I didn't have like the nostalgia for it, if it would still hold up today. But if you like Disney IP and if you like Final Fantasy IP, it's a blend of both of those into like an RPG based game. Loved Mega Man. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts was, for PS2 games, it was definitely one of my go-tos here. All right, we have Budokai 3, which I think I played all the Dragon Ball games growing up, but I don't remember them super well. But I know this one is pretty heavily beloved because technically, wasn't Sparking Zero kind of pitched as being like Budokai 4? And we have Tekken Tag Tournament. That seems like a deep cut for the Tekken franchise. I may not be correct there, but you were just so good at that one. The Dragon Ball game I was really good at, I think, was Burst Limit on the 360. That's the one I know for a fact, like playing that game. I feel like I would like combo somebody so hard with like the Teen Gohan abilities. Vegeta was also pretty solid, but is it 2-1 here to Dragon Ball? I will probably also pick Dragon Ball, so unless we got 2 more votes for Tekken, I think it's going to be Budokai here. We had land price on our streets that did Halo and GoldenEye. Yeah, I talked about the other day we were playing Halo, like midnight releases of like Halo 3 and stuff, and I mean, I guess Halo 2 kind of introduced Xbox Live multiplayer, but back in the day when you have like a big group of people playing DBZ, yeah, it's taking this one. Ooh, Vice City versus Time Splitters 2. I'm gonna be the outlier here, if I'm being honest. Time Splitters 2 was a banger game. Like, as far as multiplayer, I would probably pick that. Vice City, while good, I don't think it's my favorite Grand Theft Auto. I would pick Time Splitters 2, but I know that's not going to be the popular pick. Okay, a couple GTAs and 1 Time Splitters. Like, if you want to talk LAN party, like Time Splitters 2 was like great for like local multiplayer. All right, it's actually 2-2 here. I mean, if it's a tie, I'm probably picking Time Splitters. I acknowledge Grand Theft Auto may be the better game, GTA for the chaos. All right, so it's 3-2 now. That may have taken over the top. Yeah, King Matthew, you should. I mean, sometimes it doesn't like live up to your expectations, so you have to like keep that in mind. But some of the games still do hold up and are a good time. I mean, this one, Time Splitters 2, I feel like is kind of like a Smash Brothers in that it's significantly more fun if you have a group of people. Free Radical had some bangers. I don't know if I really know that studio, but what else did they make? They're on PS5 now. It'd be kind of fun to go back to and play, probably. It sounds like Vice City wins, though, 3-2. So, unfortunately, not my pick, but that's the point of the engagement here. Ooh, OG God of War versus Tony Hawk's Underground. I don't know what people's favorite God of War games are. I would guess probably the ones that are more recent, like 2018 and maybe Ragnarok, but the old ones are fun too. It's more hack and slash back in the day, right? I think I only really remember playing 3. Okay, heavy God of War. Don't even have to think about this one. Yeah. Annihilated. Madden 2004 versus Manhunt. What a matchup. I assume Manhunt probably takes it. I would probably pick Madden 04 because despite how like awful modern Madden games are, as I said earlier, like especially if you play with the Falcons, it was good night. Change of Olympus was your favorite old school one? Nice. Manhunt is like also getting a sweep here. Interesting second round matchups we have. Seems like Manhunt's gonna take this. God of War 2 or Max Payne? Ooh. I'd probably go Max Payne, but it's up to you guys. It's funny when you do these brackets and like one franchise just dominates. Like I think I did a sequels one previously, and I think the bracket had too many of one franchise anyway, but it was like all the Saw movies got matched up eventually. Okay, 2-1, God of War to Max Payne. Okay, another God of War. So 3-2, God of War to Max Payne. I would probably pick Max Payne, so if somebody else picked it, I would be the tiebreaker. But if it stands 3-2, that may be the it may be God of War 2 here. You're only voting it because of Remedy. I mean, it's a valid reason. I mean, if there's not a game I've played, I just pick it like, well, it looks better. So, what else does Remedy make too? I'm pretty bad at it. I feel like some of these older devs, although they probably make stuff today still. Seems like God of War 2 here. Hey, Lexi, appreciate you jumping on. Okay, oh, gotcha. Yeah. We talked about that previously. The Control, Alan Wake universe. We need a Max Payne 4. I mean, that's definitely a franchise that I feel like has been dormant for some time that they could bring back. Okay, yeah. Alan Wake, Control, Quantum Break. You talked about that with same Sean Ashmore, dude from Man of Medan, being in Quantum Break. Here Comes the Pain, Tomb Raider. It's a 2-1 Tomb Raider to WWF. 2-2 here. Okay. I don't know which one I would pick if I had to break the tie, so hopefully I don't have to. Tomb. That may be the decider. I do feel like when it comes to wrestling games, stuff like this probably is like peak version of it. But we got 3-2 Tomb Raider to SmackDown here. So I think it's going to be... I think Tomb Raider's taking this one. Okay, Tenchu, which I'm not familiar with, but you guys pretty overwhelmingly had it advance versus the cult classic. As I said, is this the whole college years here? Is that part of the original title? But Bully, essentially. Super customizable, creative finisher as well. That was always the fun part with like wrestling games. You would like be able to have more like free roam on stuff. Bully, Tenchu, Bully, Tenchu, Bully. It's literally back and forth. Has a DLC. Okay, College Years does. Got it. So we had 3 Bullies and 2 Tenchus. I think from like familiarity, I would pick Bully. So since it's already winning 3-2, it's gonna be Bully here. Rockstar is pretty well represented. Def Jam versus Silent Hill 2. I think this is probably an easy choice, but you never know. Yeah, Rockstar is a pretty... They're pretty much similar to like FromSoft, where it's like you pretty much hit on everything you put out. All right, that's kind of what I thought. It seemed like Silent Hill 2 was going to be... You had fun with it? I mean, I've done this at length on stream, but you have best versus favorite, and it sounds like maybe... Although I imagine Def Jam is like a decent game, but it sounds like it's high on your like favorite side. But Silent Hill is going to take that one. Tekken 5 versus Kingdom Hearts 2. Well, this isn't that hard, right? I'm not a big fighter person, like fighting game person, so if you give me a story game with characters I like, it's got to be pretty easy. You're taking Tekken. King Matthew, it seems like you're into the fighters then. You almost love Silent Hill. I mean, we got to the end last time. I thought Silent Hill and Resident Evil were in like the semis, although we got all kind of confused because it was like, is it the first game or is it the franchise? But I am not as familiar with the Silent Hill games. I know Resident Evil a little bit more. The only thing I know about Silent Hill is like the secret Easter egg ending in the second game that I won't spoil it, I guess, if people don't know it, but we have one Tekken, Kingdom Hearts, Kingdom Hearts, Kingdom Hearts. All right. I mean, those are the 2 staple franchises. Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat. The dog, yeah. Yeah, the dog being responsible for everything. Very interesting matchup. Budokai 3 versus Vice City. DBZ. I'd probably go that way too. Vice City, so we got 1-1 here. GTA 1-2. Okay, it's 1-3. It seems like it's gonna be Vice City. I've wanted Vice City to lose. I don't think it's I think it's a great game, but its competitor the last couple rounds I've leaned more towards. I did just say I don't play a lot of fighters, but this is more of like an arena fighter, right? More than just like a standard like Mortal Kombat style. It also helps when I like the IP as like the characters in it. But GTA is gonna win this one. I don't know if this is obvious to people yet at this point, but we are doing like the left half of the bracket. There's an entire right half of this bracket that we have not seen any games for, so we'll see what those are. But the way this works, it gets us to our like final game from the left, and then we start looking at the right. God of War versus Manhunt. Interesting. Vice won't lose that easily. It seems like that's the case. Is that people's favorite Grand Theft Auto? I mean, what's on PS2? I probably liked Grand Theft Auto 3 more. But oh my gosh, heavy God of War here. God of War 2 versus Tomb Raider. Are we going to get a God of War matchup here? I don't even like GTA. I can recognize, I mean, Grand Theft Auto 5, it came out in like 3 different console generations. Like that game has been like so long lived. What's your favorite San Andreas? Okay, seems like God of War 2. We are probably getting the matchup, so you guys are gonna have to start thinking about which one of the first 2 games you like more. Yeah, it's winning that one. GTA 4 is your favorite? Is that the one that had some of the storylines that do with like Nico, my cousin? The one that I think was on 360. This is what I played it on. Yeah, Nico. Okay, we got one Silent Hill. We shall see if people prefer 2 over 1. Silent Hill 2 for life. Ooh, Bully's your favorite. Oh, we got 1 Silent Hill, 2 Silent Hill, and 2 Bully. So 2-2. Another Silent Hill. I think that takes it over the top here. Not your favorite, but it's a great one. I mean, I assume it's like the general public's favorite because it is the one they chose to remake. I think I would probably pick this also. So 3-2 already. Let's go with Silent Hill. All right, here's the deciding factor. If you guys pick Vice City over Kingdom Hearts 2, then I don't think Vice City's going down at all because this is an easy pick for me, but I don't know. We shall see. I was a sucker for like the whole story with Sora and all them. Okay, we got a couple Kingdom Hearts right off the gate. That's promising to see. Not that I'm trying to influence you, but I would pick Kingdom Hearts 2. I'm curious if Kingdom Hearts 1 is on the right half or not. All right, Rusty's taking Vice. We got 2-1 here. Or 2-2. King Matthew's got Vice also. Yeah, I felt like 2's like gameplay was an improvement, and they also added new worlds to go to. I feel like I recognize or I remember 1 more because I played it a lot more, but 2 is probably the better game. Kingdom Hearts. So is that 3-2? And as I said, I would lean Kingdom Hearts, so we would need 2 for Vice City. So I think Vice City finally loses here. Is that the only Rockstar left? Or do we have another one? We'll see. Yeah, I'll take that. 2 is a masterpiece. Yeah. As I mentioned, I didn't love 3, but I would probably rank them like 2, 1, 3. And there's also like the non-mainline games. The naming conventions, not only is the lore crazy for Kingdom Hearts, but the names of like the collections they put out, it's like Kingdom Hearts 2.8 Remix. It's like, what the hell is this game? But yeah, they go pretty crazy. Okay, 1 versus 2 here. God of War. Okay, so it's 2-1 for 2 versus 1. It's fitting. I don't have a major dog in this fight, so. Okay, so now it's 2-2. If I had to be a tiebreaker, I don't know which one I'd pick, honestly, so I'm hoping you guys decide. Because it's 2-2. Yeah, I don't know if I really played the God of War franchise super much early on. As I said, I kind of went back and played 3, and I obviously have played like the modern ones, but I feel like I was playing like Halo when God of War was going on. 2 did so many more improvements. You are pitching a good case for that, but God of War, the first one was the first idea, so maybe like gameplay of 2 was better, but like I don't know which one had a better story. Second one has Zeus, first one had a better villain and Ares, I think. End of 1 was so infuriating. Still 2-2, I think. I don't. You know what? I'm gonna break this out. I know I said I wasn't gonna do this, but because I don't have a strong case here, I am going to start a poll. God of War 1, God of War 2. Whichever one wins that. If it winds up being a tie, then I'm screwed again. But you were going to flip a coin? All right, well, you can do that. Maybe I'll let me take a quick 30-second break while you guys decide on that one. Let's switch over to a break screen. All right. We have 5 votes. What do we have here? Should I just end the poll now? When it's at 5 votes before we get to 6 votes? Let me end the poll. Ooh. Well, our secret voter came in over the top and said God of War 1. So, while Gilly, it sounds like you were making some great arguments and for the modernization or more updated of God of War 2, it seems like God of War 1 is going to win here. It was Cope. I mean, that is fine. Everyone gets a say in it. Ooh, this one's a tough one, though. Silent Hill 2 versus Kingdom Hearts 2. I know what my pick is, as I said. For me, it's Kingdom Hearts 2, but I think this one's going to be tough for people. Clearly, I haven't played them recently. I mean, that's the hard part. We talked the other day about something like Ocarina of Time or the other N64 games, and you wonder how well they hold up. Although I do remember you saying that actually it's pretty holds up pretty well. But there's stuff like GoldenEye that I mentioned does not hold up. I flipped a coin. I mean, that works. Kingdom Hearts, Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill is your pick, so that's a 3-1, 4-1. All right, well, my champion goes down. It's very possible Kingdom Hearts 2 would have won if I was doing it myself, but I am not. Silent Hill 2. How much do you like Silent Hill 2? Will the God of War winner not matter? Because we could have a dethrone here. I agree. I am heavily biased towards Kingdom Hearts. God of War. Okay. It's at 2-2. God of War to Silent Hill. Don't make me do another poll. What would I pick? I don't have a lot of experience with either of these. What I think I would like more probably would be Silent Hill 2. Come on, Rusty, say Silent Hill 2. You can bribe other people in chat. I don't mind. Or sway them, rather. I may have more of an opinion here, but I am still relatively neutral. So we may have to do another poll here. Gators are still losing. I hate to say this because it seems like you're a Gators fan. I kind of would not be surprised that's the case. I would agree horror greater than action with movies. With video games, I kind of feel like I prefer some action. Not always, but in general. Hey, Rusty. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. I really appreciate that. Also, you gave an answer there, so God of War will reign supreme, but thank you so much. I did forget to mention, I made a second, I did one the other day, but I made a second super chat video, which I forgot to do those last stream, but it's going to be God of War here. All right, before we get into the second half, I will play my super chat video here. All right, let's switch over here. Hopefully this plays okay.
Your Hall of Fame in my book.
Thank you, Rusty. I really appreciate it. I figured that'd be a good kind of clip also. We were talking favorite movies and that one is high up for me, so. Yeah, I saw, Cope, that you have that in your Discord as far as like a potential fall movie to watch. But I thought of that kind of clip to include. Originally, I kind of had both parts of the dialogue where he's like, I don't know what's his name says, but it's pretty much saying like, you're the right coach for the job. But I thought the second part's kind of the main part. No one has voted for it though. I mean, that's probably fair if you're not into like sports in general. Or I thought kind of most of your other movies were Halloween-ish vibes. Granted, football is like a fall sport, but thank you, Rusty. Appreciate that. Gun. I've never heard of Gun. Is that blasphemous to say? I've never heard of Gun. It sounds like Gilly, you may be voting for that. Super chat video. Yeah, hopefully that played all right, but I figured I'd add some more variety. I agree. I'm not familiar with Gun. The name is pretty generic. I like the cover art though. It's pretty cool. What's Gun's like gameplay style? I'm assuming some kind of shooter. Is it like a action game? I don't think it's gonna be on here, but you guys remember Red Dead Revolver? Kind of the original Red Dead Redemption stuff. Played way differently than those games, but I never played Gun. Isn't supposed to be a Western shooter. If you tell me it is, then sure. I'm not familiar with it. I'm thinking of like Red Dead. I mean, it has like a revolver, looks like there, so that would make sense. You have Red Dead Revolver? I don't know how well that game holds up, but back then I remember having a good time with it. All right, what do we have here? San Andreas, Gun, GTA. Is it 2-1? Am I counting correctly? Gilly said Gun, I believe. K. Matthew said San Andreas. Bendy said Gun. And Cope said GTA. So is it 2-2 here then? Early open world Western. I'm intrigued by it. But if it's tied 2-2 and I have to be the tiebreaker, I am familiar with San Andreas. I've never heard of Gun. GTA. All right, taking over the top, Rusty. Sly 2, so Sly Cooper here, Band of Thieves, or Jak 2. I know what I'm picking. For me personally, I never played the Sly Cooper games. Jak 2 was like Grand Theft Auto for like a more PG audience. Like you could like hijack cars and stuff. It played pretty differently than the first Jak and Daxter. Just want the hot coffee. None. Jak 2, Jak 2. Okay, so King Matthew says Sly Cooper. So we got 2-1 Jak over Sly here. Jak 2 would go pretty far in this bracket for me. I think I've seen that's on like PS Plus Premium. Probably would be a fun one to go back to. I feel like Jak and Daxter was like a platformer, and Jak 2 was like more of an open world. As I said, you could like hijack vehicles and stuff. It was more similar to like a Ratchet and Clank style. Jak, all right. Good choice. GTA 3, which is the one that I said, oh, NFL Street though. NFL Street was... I may pick that over GTA 3, even though I mentioned that GTA 3 is the one I think of when I think of like a PS2 game within the Grand Theft Auto franchise. NFL Street was pretty wild. I mean, there was also NBA Street, but I don't know. I was like pretty into football back then too, so that probably doesn't hurt. Okay, GTA. Apparently, I am the outlier here. It's pretty heavily GTA. I like GTA also, though. Okay, we were talking it earlier. We got Dub Edition on the right with the gold rims versus if you want to have like, I don't know, the party side or like the serious Gran Turismo racing side. Yeah, GTA crushed that matchup. I'm a little sad, but I don't blame everybody who supports Gran Turismo. Dub Edition, no, that soundtrack, that like, it was like night. I mean, you can kind of tell from the pictures, like nighttime racing. You can customize your car and stuff like that. You could probably do that over here too, but it's very much conventional racing, like looking for realism, at least at the time, versus like party game. But we have 1 Midnight Club, 2 Gran Turismo, 2 Midnight Club, 3 Gran Turismo. You had a racing wheel for it? I think I had a racing wheel for Cruisin' USA on the N64. Yeah. I think that's right. I feel like it did not work very well, but I think we have 3-2 Gran Turismo here. So as much as we needed Eli to take Dub Edition over the top here. Yeah, definite blast from the past. I think Gran Turismo is going to win this one. Unfortunately, it's going to be a one and done for Dub Edition. Midnight Club 2 was also pretty good, but the soundtrack, as I said, for Dub Edition was great. Oh, hey. I don't see a name, but you guys are saying Ghost and Ghosty, so I'm assuming Ghosts. Appreciate you hopping in. We had Cruising. Yeah, that was a big thing. That was like a big arcade thing. I had it on N64, but I felt like that was Cruising USA was a big arcade thing. Need for Speed was my favorite PS2 racing game. I mean, that franchise was pretty consistent. I feel like Need for Speed was kind of like a blend between these two, where it's like realism cars, but also you're getting like chased by cops. I feel like the racing games I liked were the unconventional ones, like Midnight Club or Burnout. That was a fun one. My name's Invisible, hence the name. That's fitting. That's fitting. Appreciate you being in here. Do you have? We're doing a bracket challenge show. No pressure, but I think Gran Turismo is beating Midnight Club here, 3-2. Do you have a preference on which of these games you like more? If you're familiar with either of them. Burnout Paradise. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, thank you for joining. I appreciate it. I never watched the Need for Speed Aaron Paul movie. I heard kind of mixed things. But did you wind up liking it? I think, I know I'm stalling a little bit, but I think Gran Turismo is going to take this one. Unless we get another vote here. That is fair. I appreciate you hopping in. That's fair. I think Gran Turismo's taking this one. Yeah, I haven't seen that Need for Speed movie. It seemed like it was like okay, but not stellar. Yeah, I feel like Aaron Paul didn't really do a whole lot after Breaking Bad. I kind of expected him to blow up a little bit, but he was in some things, but not as much as probably he could have been. All right, Marvel Ultimate Alliance. I played the third one. Was that the one that was on Switch? Versus Simpsons Hit and Run. I mean, this was kind of a classic, right? All right, so we got 3-1 Hit and Run. There was another Simpsons game, wasn't there? There's Hit and Run. That's not the one where you're like a taxi driver. I thought there was another one that was like more similar to Crazy Taxi, which I'm surprised we haven't seen yet. You played easily 500 hours. I didn't really play. I played like a short amount of it when it was I went to Comic-Con one year and it was like at a booth there, so I played a little bit of it there. I thought it was fun, but didn't really want to play it too much. I think Hit and Run is winning this one, 3-1. Yeah, I think Hit and Run's taking this. Ooh, this is such an unfair matchup. I would probably pick Guitar Hero 3. I remember Guitar Hero 3 is one of the last. Well, I think I did it for Kingdom Hearts 3. That Kingdom Hearts 3 was probably the last one that I did a midnight release for. Guitar Hero 3 is probably the last game I did a midnight release for at GameStop. Guitar Hero 2 is probably the better of the franchise, but 3 was solid. You had what, like Axl Rose here? This is kind of when we started leaning into Rock Band. I don't know if I even knew, because this is PS2 games. I think I had Guitar Hero 3 on 360, which would have made me think PS3, but maybe it was on both consoles. I mean, Tricky, a lot of people like adored that game, so I'm assuming that's probably going to win here. There's the Simpsons game that Hit and Run. Okay. Marvel Ultimate is good, but it gets boring after a while. It probably is a repetitive play cycle, other than like different abilities. Guitar Hero here. Okay, so we got 2-1 Guitar Hero. Kind of surprising. I feel like SSX Tricky was like similar to Bully. Feel like that's kind of a cult classic. People like love that game. So I would expect that to win, but I would probably pick Guitar Hero 3 because I loved those like rhythm games back then. What was the other one? Did you guys ever play, was it Snowboard Kids on N64? It was kind of like Tricky, but different characters. A little bit more cartoony. Yeah, it is a snowboarding game. You can kind of tell he's holding a snowboard there. It does look a little bit unsure. If you didn't have the snowboard here, I would be kind of confused as far as like what the point of this game was, because she's just kind of posing there. I hate to break it to you, Ghost, but Bully lost a while ago. I don't remember what it lost to. I don't know if I can see that anymore. But it unfortunately went down. Maybe it was to Silent Hill? I don't remember exactly. Yeah, it got dropped. Cool Borders PS1, not familiar with the one on 64. Okay. It could have been one of the GTAs that took it down. Yeah, Silent Hill 2 did win a lot. What do we have here? I think we still have 2-1 for Guitar Hero. Which I would pick Guitar Hero, so that may be enough to take over the top here. Did a decent soundtrack for that one. I think I remember this is where they introduced like boss battles almost. I think like Devil Went Down to Georgia was like a boss fight. Snowboarding for the win. Does that mean it's 2-2? I would personally pick Guitar Hero 3, so if it is a tie, I feel fair picking that one as the tiebreaker. Unless we get another tricky snowboarding vote in. I would have expected this to be like a sweep, but I do personally dig Guitar Hero more. But yeah, I think we're taking Guitar Hero here then. Let's do it. I mentioned it earlier. We get NBA Street Volume 2, which is, in my opinion, the better one. The first Yakuza game. I didn't really overly get into the Yakuza franchise. I know it's like expanded so much at this point, so it's obviously got a great audience. I've played some of the ones on PS4. Yakuza, dang, you guys are not a fan of the street games. NBA Street Volume 2 was awesome. Although goaltending was such a nightmare to deal with, because you would just have like Shaq down low and he would just block everything. Trying to remember the names of the characters, because they had like original characters in this. There was like Whitewater, the guy that was like amazing at shooting threes. Stretch, I think, was this dude maybe. Or no, this is the kind of. Well, I'll say it looks like Julius Erving almost there. You guys are heavily going Yakuza. All right, well, fair enough. Ooh, if this is the Lord of the Rings game I remember, well, the one I'm thinking of, I thought had the Helm's Deep battle in it, so I don't think it's this one, since this is Return of the King. I think the Lord of the Rings. Did they have a few of them? Because I remember playing the end of the first game where like the Uruk-hai are chasing you in the woods. But then I also remember playing Helm's Deep. I don't really remember playing Return of the King. And then we have the Warriors on the other side, which I don't think I played at all. Okay, heavy Lord of the Rings. Love going in here. I don't think we have to wait for it, honestly. I'm not sure I remember playing Return of the King. Okay, second Metal Gear inclusion here versus Mortal Kombat. What's it called? Shaolin Monks? Is that the name of that one? Really fun games. Yeah, I feel like the Lord of the Rings like combat was a good time. It was kind of like almost how like Batman, like the Arkham games. I think the combat of that was like a big aspect. Lord of the Rings, similar, more like linear, but we got a pretty heavy Metal Gear pick here. I'm not surprised, King Matthew, you rocking the fighter games, but you may be getting outvoted on this one. Big Metal Gear crowd here. 3-1. That's probably enough. I don't even remember Shaolin Monks. I think we're taking Metal Gear 2 here. Yeah, Rusty, you taking it too? I think it's enough. Okay, I did say this already. we have the two towers, so we have another Lord of the Rings. Devil May Cry 3. I never really played the Devil May Cry games. I think I played a demo of 4, maybe. But they looked cool. I mean, it was kind of a hack and slash, right? I heard the Netflix show kind of sucked. I got pretty excited for it, but I heard it wasn't the greatest. I'm probably taking two towers because I do remember the Helm's Deep stuff. I think I remember like pushing ladders over and stuff like that when they're trying to like climb up the wall. Let's see. Shell and Monks was your first PS2 game. I just said I'm not familiar with that, but I have not played like all of the Mortal Kombats. We got 1 vote for Devil, 1 vote for Lord of the Rings. That's funny, Ghost. Another Devil. Another Lord of the Rings. Is that 2-2, I think? Yeah, honestly, I feel like neither of these could go wrong with. Probably more original story here because people know Lord of the Rings. I think it's 2-2, right? Rusty said Devil, Gilly said Lord of the Rings, Ghost said Devil, and Cope said Lord of the Rings. If it's tied, I would probably take Lord of the Rings, but I assume Devil May Cry is probably a better game, but as far as what I would want to play more, it's Lord of the Rings. Like if you had this Lord of the Rings game on like PC, I would probably, maybe it is, but I would probably play it. They should make another Lord of the Rings game. I feel like the only recent-ish games we have are like the Lego ones, then we had that awful Gollum game. I would agree, Ghost, you definitely need to check them out. Amazing franchise. Oh, you just bought the trilogy? Yeah, I saw they had that a while ago. They made that package. I think since it's tied here, that's true. Shadow of Mordor games. That's right. I should remember that one. Those were fun. Although I still am. I mentioned a while ago on stream that the fact that WB patented the Nemesis system, so no other company could make that in their game. Super obnoxious. I probably like Shadow of Mordor better than War, but they're both okay. I mean, War kind of made things more open, but I feel like I like the story of the first one more. 2-2. I'm gonna say Two Towers. Yeah, it's stupid that they locked that down. We talked about, I think that came up because Nintendo recently patented the ability to like catch a monster and like use it to fight or whatever it was. I think I still probably have that picture on my phone from it. What was the exact verbiage? Yeah, Nintendo granted US patent for summoning a character and letting it fight another. It's like awesome. I know they already wanted to take down Pal World and pretty much anyone who wants to stream their games. Yeah, I agree. There's so many games that could like benefit from that. They probably do. I mean, honestly, Ghost, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, they're probably not the first to do a lot of things, but once they like jump on it, I feel like they go straight for the legal rights. Spider-Man 2 versus Prince of Persia: Sands of Time. Spider-Man 2 is probably my pick. I never got huge into the Prince of Persia franchise, though. I know the latest one on PS4 was decent. It was more of like a 2D. Whereas like I think a lot of the Prince of Persia games are like 3D. One for Prince, one for Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2. Okay, yeah. Spider-Man 2 is taking this one. I'm curious what the final battle is going to be. It's kind of funny a lot of times when you get to the end and there's like one clear better game and the other one just happened to make it through. Okay, this is isn't this the first game by the Shadow of the Colossus devs? And the Last Guardian devs, I guess. I'm expecting to see Shadow of the Colossus now that I mentioned that. But we have OG Devil May Cry versus, I think it's pronounced Ico. Didn't play this. I played Shadow. Okay, you had a couple Devil May Cries at the end come in. Did I don't know. I have to... Let's see. Did I get that right? One Spider-Man 2... Okay, yeah, it was still 4-2. Okay. Yeah, it's the devs. That's what I thought. I never played Ico, though. Oh, are you saying Devil May Cry for this one, actually? I think I was counting afterwards. King Matthew and Cope came in with Devil May Cry. Got it. Those being back-to-back was not ideal. So it's 2-1 for Devil May Cry, then. Devil May Cry was the original version of Resident Evil 4, but they used that version and made Devil May Cry instead. That's interesting. I know the Evil Within was made by like ex-Resident Evil devs, right? Probably a franchise that has like its tentacles in a lot of different areas. Yeah, I dug the Evil Within franchise for the most part. I didn't play the first one. The second one I liked. It was a lot more open world from my understanding. Like the first one I think was pretty linear in like that, like an insane asylum or whatever you're at. Whereas the second one's like more open space, which is kind of unique. I don't feel like horror games use open world enough. Most of them are pretty linear because they want to keep you confined and like scare you. You haven't played them? I thought they were okay, as the second one at least. I think the second one has a demo that you can get pretty far into it. Evil Within 2 had a ridiculous plot. Yeah, I think the first one was a little bit more psychological horror, and the second one had that, but it was more action, I guess. Cope, I think you would like him if you were like Resident Evil and Silent Hill. All right, so I think we have 2-1 Devil May Cry here. I would probably pick that because I don't feel like this is... I forgot the name of the devs for Shadow, but let's go with Devil May Cry. We shafted them on the last matchup, so let's give them this one. Ooh, Battlefront 2 versus Hitman 2. I feel like I'm dogging Hitman a lot, but I would pick Battlefront 2. Also, I think I see one of my favorite PS2 games coming up, so I'm going to be sad when it gets taken off, probably. Battlefront. I think 3 is probably ready enough to win. Star Wars, yeah, okay. All right, you guys, we're probably gonna break my heart here. SOCOM 2, another Battlefront. Yeah, I kind of spammed past that one. I know Eli mentioned Black earlier. SOCOM 2 may be one of my... It's easily my top 5 PS2 games. The multiplayer for this game, back before they decided to start charging for multiplayer, was iconic. Playing, what was it, Fishhook was one of the maps. Crossroads, I think was the name of one of the other ones. But it was like a third-person shooter and one of the first online games that I played. It was... I didn't really do the campaign, so I will say that. It's like purely for the multiplayer for me, but you had like SEALs versus the terrorists, and there would be like hostages or whatever that you had to extract and not have get killed. But I am heavy. I didn't really play Black. I'm familiar with it kind of, but let's see what you guys say. Yeah, SOCOM was great. Black was fun. G4 TV. Yeah, SOCOM 2, like that. And I think I mentioned earlier when we talked about NFL Street, that I played online also, but I think on PS2, SOCOM 2 is probably the game I played significantly the highest amount online. Where are we at on votes? So Ghost said SOCOM. I think Gil, you said SOCOM. King Matthew. I think that's going to be enough. Call of Duty, Medal of Honor. I mean, both great franchises. I mean, obviously Call of Duty still rocking today. Let's go with SOCOM 2. I'm glad to see that one. You vote Black because you like the poster. It's fair. Sometimes that's all you need. I mean, back in the day, like Blockbuster, that's how you kind of picked games or movies for the most part. Like, that looks awesome. Final Fantasy X versus Need for Speed Most Wanted. Okay, I think King Matthew's probably picking Need for Speed, it sounded like. I don't know about the rest of you guys. Final Fantasy's obviously huge. I've played some of them. They're not like my favorites. I talked about Kingdom Hearts earlier, but I feel like I got into Kingdom Hearts because I liked the Disney characters, and then I learned about the Final Fantasy characters. But Final Fantasy. Okay, you guys are heavily going into... That's true. World War II, I think that was the one on 360 that I played. That was great. Top 2 in the franchise for Final Fantasy. People definitely seem to have like their favorites. I am relatively unbiased. I played through the 7 remake, the first one. I thought it was okay. I know people really dug it. I'm also seeing the final battle here at the end here, but I think Final Fantasy is going to win here. Okay, you choose Need for Speed. I think it's still Final Fantasy here. Yeah. Shadow of the Colossus versus... What is this on the right? Can you guys even read this? What does that say? The something of something. Something of Fighters? Oh, the King of Fighters. King of Fighters versus Shadow of the Colossus. 8-bit Final Fantasy greater than new Final Fantasy. I mean, some of those old like PS1 ones people loved. Shadow, I talked about this on the stream in the past too. Reign Over Me, I feel like it made this game more recognized. I didn't really play it back in the day. I played the remake on PS4 though, and thought it was solid. All right, Shadows. Shadow may be one that's going to be tough to take down. All right, back at the top here. San Andreas or Jak 2? No, you were right the first time, Rain. R-E-I-G-N. Yeah, with Sandler and Don Cheadle. If you guys haven't seen Reign Over Me and you want to have a Shadow of the Colossus cameo, definitely recommend. Yeah, it is sad. That was my... I know people really like Uncut Gems. I didn't really care for it. That's my go-to answer for like a Sandler good movie that's outside of his comedy realm. For anyone who's not aware, it's pretty much about 9/11 and Adam Sandler's family was taken from him. And he's kind of like trying to get his life together. What do we got here? Honestly, I would pick Jak 2. Let's see what you guys are saying though. We got 1 Jak 2, 1 San Andreas. All right, so 1 to 3. That is true. Ratchet and Clank kind of got snubbed here. I don't know why. For clarification, these are just brackets that somebody made. So whoever made this one decided Ratchet and Clank didn't deserve the love. Yeah, I'd have to think about who else I would have put on here that we didn't see. We didn't see Kingdom Hearts 1. It is weird that they didn't put any Ratchet though. Playing the jury. Yeah, when he's it's sad. He's like has his like headphones on. Click is probably the second one. It's probably the other one I'll say that he stretched his acting skills. There is some comedy in Click though. But yeah, those two were probably my go-tos. As I said, I wasn't a big fan of Uncut Gems. Is this 3-2? San Andreas. I like Click. I mean, I think of, if we're talking about the sad part, I think of the part where he's like on the ground in the rain. He's like trying to reach out to his family leaving. Decent message about like wanting to fast forward the bad parts of your life, but then you just skip your whole life. Isn't like Nick Swartzen the guy working in the like mattress store? I think you're right. I think it was Pearl Jam. Is it 3-2 Grand Theft Auto Jack? I think that's the case. I would pick Jack too, but 3-2 currently, so I think Christopher Walken was the person who did the, like, he was the overseer of like the time traveling. But I think Nick Swartzen was like the employee in the store at the end who's like jumping on the bed with him afterwards. He kind of does the like his typical, I think, mannerisms, like he does with like in Chuck and Larry, where he's just kind of like being a silly character. Mr. Deeds had sad parts, but I think it's more of a comedy. I haven't seen the movie in a long time. I think I've grown to like it after I watched it a few times. Kind of funny to see, it's Winona Ryder who's the reporter, right? But I think San Andreas, unfortunately for me, is taking this one, which I don't blame you guys because it's Grand Theft Auto. All right, what do we have here? Grand Theft Auto 3 versus Gran Turismo. I think this is, for me, pretty obvious Grand Theft Auto, but I'm not big in the realistic racers as much as people are, but it's clearly popular because you have Gran Turismo, you have Forza, so people dig it. Okay, one for each, one Gran Turismo, one GTA. This was kind of my first introduction to Grand Theft Auto. Did you guys play the first two? I don't think I even... Grand Theft Auto 1 was like a top-down game, wasn't it? 3 was when I got first introduced to it. I feel like that was like the era of like, I probably wasn't allowed to be playing it, but I would like play it with my cousin who was older. Never into racers. I can appreciate like what they bring, but I don't. I think I get kind of bored after like a few races. It kind of gets the repetitive cycle. You have to have some kind of like arcadey element to it for me to be like entertained by it. One Gran Turismo, 2 GTAs. 1 and 2 were top down. That's what I thought. At least the first one I thought was the case. If I had a wheel and accelerator, I'd have Blast. That could be fun in Grand Theft Auto. Vice was your first. Two to game GTA 3's first one 3. That's what I thought. Mafia is not on the list, so we've officially seen every game. So Mafia has gotten dogged here. Hot Wheels is great. I mean, that's kind of racing. It's a little bit different. San Andreas was your first. Where were we at with score? I think it was 1 Gran Turismo, 1 Grand Theft Auto, 2 Grand Theft Auto. Oh, it was Nick Swartzen? Yeah. He has like a very small role. It just says like the employee. I think it was a tie. Yeah, we're just lucky, Cope, that we don't have like a picture that says like every Resident Evil game on PS2, and I have to like calibrate how we're playing the game at that point. One Gran Turismo, one Grand Theft Auto, one Grand Theft Auto. I think it's 2-2. I think it's 2-2. Which, if it's a tie, I can probably pretty comfortably say I would break it with Grand Theft Auto 3. Yeah, no Saints Row here. Maybe it's on one of the Xbox ones. Saints Row is another game. I think it was the first one that the online was like super fun. It was kind of janky, but it was a good time. Yeah, we can do Xbox next. That one is not like, I'm pretty sure, just a specific Xbox console. It's like the entire Xbox library, so we'll see how that goes. Once again, maybe hard to compare like older gen stuff to newer gen, because newer is going to be better quality. Yeah, this is PS2 only. I was trying to get console only ones, but when I looked up Xbox, for some reason, I can try to look more if people have like a preference, but when I looked, I found a decent one. It seemed like that was like all Xbox. All right, we'll go Grand Theft Auto 3. Yeah, if we did just the original Xbox, I assume you're saying, it probably would just be like Halo 1 wins. Hey, Our Life in Horror, how you doing? Hope you're having a great weekend. I saw you guys did a, speaking of games, you did like your horror game stuff the other day. I meant to watch the VOD back. I'll need to still check it out, but appreciate you jumping and hanging out. We are doing some bracket fights here, first off, and PS2 games is our population of games. I may quickly grab some water, so I'll leave you guys with this to decide. Although, is it going pretty heavy Simpsons here? If it is, we can always pick Simpsons and then step away at the next one. Because we got two right off the bat. I would pick, once again, I am biased towards Guitar Hero. Yeah, Stretch and Hydrate for sure. But I understand Hit and Run's probably the popular pick. 3 for Hit and Run. You're about to do a recording with Star Wars Live. Yeah, appreciate you hopping in for a bit. Thank you. For anybody who is interested, Our Life in Horror does, as you can probably tell by the name, a lot of horror movie content, so check them out if you're interested. Simp. I think Simpsons is probably winning here, but I agree, Our Life in Horror, or Sam, probably. Guitar Hero would be my pick, but the chat, I think, has spoken for Simpsons here. Because we got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, Simpsons are going to win this one. All right, here I will step away. We have Yakuza and Lord of the Rings. Maybe I can just keep this screen on and I'll just turn my camera off. Let you guys look at it. All right, I realized I left my mic on too, so it was probably like, hopefully not super obnoxious background noise. What do we got here? Lord of the Rings. Hey, Rusty. Thank you so much, man. I super appreciate that. Similar to previously, I do have to Let's give a nice, fittingly maybe here, super chat clip. Thank you so much, dude. Let's go with the. I only have 2 made at this point, so we'll go with the other one. Once again, kind of fitting here.
You bow to no one.
Actually, super fitting because not only is that Lord of the Rings, but it is Return of the King. Which I'm kind of blocking it. I guess I can make my camera smaller. But yeah, thank you so much, dude. I extremely appreciate that. Lord of the Rings, Lord of the Rings, Lord of the Rings. Yakuza easy for you? Just sound like a door opening. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm not used to it. Normally I do the away screen, so. I think fittingly for that clip, Lord of the Rings is going to advance here. We have more Lord of the Rings, or probably the popular pick is Metal Gear here. You like your fighting games, especially Sleeping Dogs, Mad Max, and Yakuza. Mad Max, was that a fighting game? I'm thinking of Mad Max like the car game on PS4. Maybe there was an older one that was fighting. One Metal Gear, one Lord of the Rings, another Metal Gear. I probably lean towards Two Towers personally, but I think Metal Gear is probably the better game once again. Open world game. Okay, I don't know if I played a little bit of the game. I'm not a person like super into the Mad Max franchise, so I didn't stick with it like super long, but I played it for a few hours. I know a lot of people think it's a pretty underrated game. In my opinion, Return of the King is the worst in Lord of the Rings trilogy. Really? You mean just like the movies? It makes sense because it was like the last installment, but I'm pretty sure Return of the King, like at the time, set records for like most Oscar wins. The ending was garbage, but it was a nice game. That's a tough balance of like how much you can enjoy it if like the payoff wasn't worth it. Probably easier to do that with games. What'd you guys say though? We got one Metal Gear, one Lord of the Rings, two Metal Gear, two Lord of the Rings. So is it 2-2? I'm gonna feel bad if I take the Two Towers here because I personally don't have a lot of love for Metal Gear, but I know it's a popular franchise and probably should win here. Worst to Return of the King in the same sense is just wrong. I mean, even like if I had to pick a least favorite in the franchise, movie-wise, these days it's probably Two Towers, but that's still like a 10 out of 10 movie for me. Okay, Rusty comes in with the Metal Gear. That beats the coin flip. Yeah, or that. Spider-Man 2 or Devil May Cry. Same situation that we just had. I feel like Spider-Man 2, the game I'd rather play. Devil May Cry, probably more deserving, but I don't know, web slinging and stuff like that is like such a great time. Like when they brought back Spider-Man for PlayStation 4, I feel like the Miles Morales and Spider-Man 2 I wasn't as hyped on, but when the first Spider-Man on PS4 came out, like that was awesome. All right, we got one Devil, one Spider-Man. Okay, pretty heavy Devil May Cry looks like here. The pizza music is so nostalgic. Is it 3? Yeah, 3-1. It's probably gonna be Devil May Cry. It probably should win here, but this is maybe prior to the PS4 Spider-Man's one of the better ones. I played that, and speaking of N64 again, the N64 one, which isn't the greatest, but was fun. I think Devil takes this one, though. I feel like people love Battlefront, but it's... Honestly, my finals in this from a high level, I'd have to see where we're at with a lot of these, but my finals may have been SOCOM 2 and Kingdom Hearts 2. I just spent like so much time playing both of them. The Amazing Spider-Man games. I don't know if I played those ones. Battlefront's your pick. I think that's probably what most people would pick, but I have like nostalgia tied to SOCOM. I feel like I think of like staying up late and playing online SOCOM as like a deep memory. Too late. Yeah, we Devil May Cry came out on top. If it was old Battlefront, yes, but SOCOM. All right, so that's one SOCOM. King Matthew had Battlefront. One SOCOM, one Star Wars. All right, 2-2 so far. I can appreciate Battlefront, but I'm not like the biggest Star Wars fan. I like it, but it's not like a top franchise for me like it is for a lot of people. I think it's 2-2 still, so let's see. We'll give it another 30 seconds or so. I would break it towards SOCOM too, but as I said, I expect most people probably like Star Wars more. What'd you miss? I mean, we're still doing the PlayStation 2 games, so not a whole lot. You missed some of the, I guess maybe some surprise upsets and some expected ones. Everything, yeah. I mean, going through some PS2 games is what you missed. Star Wars is your go-to franchise. Okay, Bendy, you came in and you killed my game, which is fine, but I kind of expected SOCOM 2 not to go far. But for me, I was honestly kind of surprised it's on this list. I don't know if it's really that beloved, but it was for me. Battlefront 2 is still Jawa Hunt. It's freaking horrifying. We'll take Battlefront 2. Give the people what they want. This feels like unfair for a lot of PlayStation fans. I would probably pick Shadow, but this... These are like two juggernauts for PlayStation. You're welcome. Appreciate that, Bendy. This is Final Fantasy X, which you can also still pick, but that is the one this one is. And technically this is the original Shadow, not like the remake, so I do imagine... I feel like the camera was kind of a pain, if I recall, in the original game, but... Okay, so we got 3-1 right now, Final Fantasy. That's gonna be tough to overcome. My pick, probably Shadow, but... I think probably... It sounds like Gilly's a fan of Final Fantasy. They could probably give you a good answer on... I mean, my, like, dumb response would be, like, I assume in sequential order of, like, 1 through 15 or whatever we're at right now, but... They may be able to better tell you like a good order to play them in. Some of the older ones are like hard to find, right? Aren't there? I thought I remember when I was in like high school, one of like the early games was like being sold for like hundreds of dollars at a like old game store. Okay, that's fair then. If they're self-contained stories. I think it's Final Fantasy here, though. All right, guys. Only one Grand Theft Auto can advance here. I assume San Andreas probably wins, but I would once again may pick 3. Kind of weird cover art, because this isn't like... I feel like what the graphics look like. GTA. There will be a GTA winner, so you would be satisfied with that. Alright, so we have 2-1, San Andreas to 3. Bendy, we already did that joke. 3-2, pending a Bendy updated selection. The heavy swing vote here. San Andreas. All right, it's San Andreas. Weird matchup. Hit and Run versus Return of the King. I don't know. This one's tough. Very different game styles. Hit and Run probably the more classic choice, but seven to 13. I mean, honestly, against number 4 Miami, that's respectable. You haven't been paying too much attention to football scores. Hit and run. Did we just have like a comeback here? Speaking of like a football situation, it was 2-0, then now it's 3-2. Lord of the Rings. It does appear that's what happened here. I don't know. This one would be hard for me. I would have to play Lord of the Rings again to get the feel for it. Because I feel like I pretty vividly remember Hit and Run's playstyle. Return of the King, I'm imagining, plays similar to what I remember with the previous game. Another Lord of the Rings? All right. It's got to be the Grand Theft Autos versus the Lord of the Rings pairings. Although, do we have... no. Devil May Cry beat Two Towers. Or no, Metal Gear beat it, rather. So, 2 kind of PlayStation staple franchises. Metal Gear 2, Devil May Cry. Without having much attachment to either, I would probably lean Devil May Cry. But no major dog in this race. Also love how this says like DVD-ROM. One Devil, 1 Metal Gear, 2 Metal Gear. 3-2 towards Devil May Cry. 3-3. This one's tight. I don't know if it stays 3-3. Maybe I'll run a poll instead of picking, because that feels like, since I would pick Devil May Cry, I think, but I don't have like a strong opinion. Maybe we'll get some surprise votes. Although Cope has already voted, so there's no coin toss happening here. You may be able to do one. Let me see. Yeah, let's run one. Start a poll. Did I even ask a question last time, or did I just put 2 options? I think I just put 2 options. Better PS2 game. Start poll. All right, I guess since that is gonna have to run for a second, I may get up real quick again. All right. We have 8 votes, so I'm kind of expecting it to be a tie. It is. We'll give it another like 30 seconds, and if it still a tie, I'll ultimately pick one. I will probably say Devil May Cry is the tiebreaker. But I don't have a strong opinion, to be honest. Do you guys want to do a flip a coin set? I can do that. I can go to Google and flip a coin. If you want to be a little bit less influenced by me, because I am pretty indifferent. All right, we're gonna end the poll at the tie. It's 50-50. Do you guys prefer me pick, or you want me? I mean, I already told you my opinion, so the people that picked Devil May Cry are probably gonna say you pick, and everyone else will say flip a coin. But we can do a coin flip. Let's see if I can. I'll show it on screen so it doesn't have the me being influenced. Let's move you down here. Okay. I'm literally just gonna type coin flip. Heads is Metal Gear, tails is Devil. Okay, it was Metal Gear. You can see no funny business going on here. Kojima beats Capcom. It does appear that's what happened here. So Metal Gear. Battlefront 2 versus Final Fantasy X. I feel like I probably played more Battlefront 2, but I would assume Final Fantasy is the better game. Kojima wins. That is how it wound up. Couple Final Fantasies, a Battlefront, 3 Final Fantasies. I mean, very different expectations. One's like jumping in and playing it for a fun time briefly, and one's like, I assume, like longer, drawn out story. It depends. Is Cloud in this one? I feel like he's like the staple favorite character from Final Fantasy for me. Who is this character? I don't know who this is. It honestly gives me like Riku from Kingdom Hearts vibes, but it's obviously not that character. My Final Fantasy knowledge is like Cloud, Sephiroth. Is it Tifa, the girl? I'm thinking it's 3-1 though. For Final Fantasy, I think it's gonna take this one. Titus, that's who this is. Don't know if I know them really. I think Final Fantasy is winning though. Okay, San Andreas versus Lord of the Rings: Return of the King. Interesting matchup. Do you like using swords or guns? Your pick. Do you like horses or cars? City versus urban versus rural. Like one Lord of the Rings. He's one of the kids you fight in the beginning with the Waka. Okay. One Lord of the Rings, one San Andreas. Don't tempt me, Frodo. Is Lord of the Rings gonna beat San Andreas? I didn't realize Lord of the Rings Return of the King was that beloved of a game. Because we're talking game, we're not talking like, I mean, the game is like a replica of the movie, but I think it's 3-1. I think you're right, Bendy. Honestly, if I was voting, while I like Lord of the Rings more, I feel like for a game, San Andreas, it would be hard not to pick. I think it's going to be Lord of the Rings, though. I didn't realize this one would be as hard of an out. Yeah, let's go with it. Oh, Rushy jumped in with GTA. If we had another GTA, I'd be willing to go back and adjust it, but still 3-2, unfortunately. I would probably have picked San Andreas, even though I'm a Lord of the Rings IP fan. Final Fantasy still here? Or all the Devil May Cry, like, bitter selector is going to go heavy Final Fantasy? Oh, we're split here. 2 Final Fantasy, 2 Metal Gear. I don't know what I would break it as a tiebreaker. I mean, a franchise, I like Final Fantasy more, so that's how I would assess it. I failed Kojima. I mean, he's not associated with Konami anymore, so he actually probably wouldn't mind. He's off doing his own stuff. He's off hanging out with Jeff Keighley from the Game Awards every 2 seconds, it feels like. Is it 2-2? What is up with Metal Gear and these ties? I would run a poll, but we know how that ended last time. Honestly, if it stays tied, I'm probably going to just rely on the coin. similar to Devil May Cry, based off of like franchise, I would probably pick Final Fantasy, but I don't feel strongly enough that I would overthrow the power of the coin. Bromance of the century. Rusty, get in here. You switch your vote to Final Fantasy. Okay, so you were Metal Gear, so it's 3-1 now. You're saying? I mean that is enough then. I don't think we need. I mean, Rusty's. I'm fine with him chiming in, but it's 3-2 now, or 3-1 now. So he would only make it 4-1 or 3-2. So I think it's Final Fantasy now. We will allow the recount. We overturn the call. We switched votes here. Take Final Fantasy. Yeah. Okay. Do you want a sword or do you want a bigger sword? Lord of the Rings versus Final Fantasy X. Rusty came with metal. No, you're good. I know you mentioned playing like COD while having stream on, so I fully expect people to hop in and out. I don't have any expectations. Everyone's 100%. But metal still was 2-3 after yours. If Lord of the Rings beats Final Fantasy here, I'm going to be shocked. I did not realize. This is like when Alien went on the terror run in Best Horror Movie the other day. So we have 1 Lord of the Rings, 1 Final Fantasy, 2 Lord of the Rings. Oh, you're fine, Ghost. As I just said, I fully expect people are multitasking and all that stuff, so I appreciate you being here at all. Another Final Fantasy, so we got 1 Lord of the Rings, 1 Final Fantasy, 2 Lord of the Rings, 2 Final Fantasy. Rusty says Final Fantasy, so it's 3-2. Yeah, I'm the same way, Cope. As I said, I think my finals probably would have been Kingdom Hearts 2 versus SOCOM 2. 3-2 Final Fantasy, I believe. Yeah. Do you switch your vote? What is this? You guys, what are these recounts? Were you? Did you say Final Fantasy already? I don't think you had a vote yet, did you? Because we have Matthew with Lord of the Rings, Gilly with Final Fantasy, Cope with Lord of the Rings, Ghost with Final Fantasy, Rusty with Final Fantasy. No, you can switch. As long as we don't like advance like 3 brackets from now, I don't mind people switching. Honestly, I don't think I had you yet, Bendy. So I think it's 3-3 now. I mean, I think you said Final Fantasy on the last matchup with Metal Gear, I thought. But either way, you switched to Lord of the Rings, so it's 3-3, I believe. Well, I mean, I would probably rather play Return of the King, but I assume Final Fantasy is better game. So with 3-3, would you rather, I don't know. I could do the poll again, but it seemed like that continued to be a tie last time we did it. Do you want the almighty coin to decide us on this one? Are you feeling lucky, essentially? Probably coin flip, it's seeming that way. I don't mind having the coin. You want me to try a poll first? We can try a poll. We'll run it for a very short duration. Only for like a minute. If it doesn't change, then we will go to the almighty coin. Oh, did Matthew come in with it and say, is that 4-3? You weren't one of the first 6 that had in there, right? Well, the poll started, so feel free to vote, but I think that's 4-3 now. If it's not a 1% chance, 100% chance. Rusty coming in with the super chat. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Final Fantasy X. Oh, do I feel inclined to like be heavily biased by a super chat? I am tempted by that fact. Also because you gave a super chat. I know we did this one earlier. Since you chose the anti-Lord of the Rings this time, I think it only makes sense that we return to the other one here with a nice little donation clip.
Your Hall of Fame in my book.
I don't know, it's fun making those for movies I like, so I'll probably try to keep having like some variety there, but those are the two we got so far. But thank you so much for the super chat once again. Super kind of you. What are you guys saying? Do you get bribed is the question. I plead the fifth to that question. Kitty. The way Final Fantasy keeps getting picked makes me want to start playing those games. I mean, there's a reason we're like 20 games deep at this point in that franchise, so I think it's worth checking out. I don't know if me getting bribed will matter though, because now it got a little closer. I should probably just end the poll now. Final Fantasy is winning just barely. End the poll in 10 seconds. All right, we shall end it. Okay, we have a verdict here. Final Fantasy is our selection, which means in the finals, for some reason I'm thinking Silent Hill won. Silent Hill lost to God of War. We have OG God of War versus Final Fantasy X. Dang, this was a long bracket for PS2 games. And we still talked about how they kind of left out some classic ones. Weren't there some Spyro games in like Crash Bandicoot games, or were those only PS1? Super chats do count. Yeah, it definitely counted as a vote. I think they were saying maybe they get extra vote points. All right, so what do we got here? 1 Final Fantasy, 1 God of War, 2 Final Fantasy, 2 God of War. They're only PS1, okay. 3 God of War, so 3-2. God of War to Final Fantasy. I mean, Kratos is probably... I don't know if there is a PlayStation only like icon bracket, but I feel like Kratos would go pretty far. It's like him... I don't know who else. Nathan Drake, Spyro, maybe. Crash Bandicoot we talked about. Kratos would probably be pretty tough to beat because of the span of time. Isn't Splinter Cell supposed to be in the PlayStation category? I remember playing it on Xbox, but it may have been on both consoles. I don't know why it wouldn't have been on both consoles, but I played on Xbox. It's multi, yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I think typically if a game was on both, I would pick it up on Xbox. But that was also back when like there was a lot more console exclusives. All right, so where we're at, we have 1, 2, 2-1, 2-2, 3-2. Oh, Chris coming in. Appreciate you hopping in, Chris. Hope you're having a great evening. Coming over the top with a 4-2 for God of War. That's going to be hard to take down at this point. Came in at the right time for the finale here. think God of War is going to take this one, which is funny because it almost lost to the second one, but I guess God of War is a franchise, maybe takes it. Yeah, I made the post the other day about the Splinter Cell show that's coming out, which I'm at least intrigued by. Granted, Sam Fisher looks like way different than my version of him, but the trailer did have like the classic like noise when he's like putting on the goggles. God of War, that's 5-2. I think that seals it here. We have our champion. I don't know why it's not showing up here, but okay, now it's like weirdly off to the side. What is happening? Okay. You cannot see it, but our champion is God of War. Oh, there we go. I think it should be on screen now. Yeah. Well, apparently, given the population, because it didn't have every game, given what we started with, God of War, best PS2 game. According to you guys, not me. According to you guys. Old man Sam. Yeah, it looked like he was more aged. I can relate, Sam, so I have no criticism here. Should have been Silent Hill 2. It got close. I mean, you could see it got to the semis. Top 5 at best. God of War is like a PS2 game, you think? Yeah, I mean, they didn't have every Final Fantasy on here, too. Gilly, it sounds like you're probably more familiar than I am. Is Final Fantasy X the best PS2 Final Fantasy game? Not counting Kingdom Hearts, obviously. But yeah, we had some decent matchups, even though they didn't have like every game. Not too bad. All right, let's do at least one more bracket. We'll see how long the next one takes, and maybe go from there. 10 or 12. Okay. All right. So as mentioned, which it sounded like people wanted to go with Xbox. Wonder if Ghost Recon's gonna be in the Xbox category. Could be. Yay. I'm glad you guys like these. They're kind of a fun way to interact where I'm letting you guys kind of drive a lot of this selections. I think we wanted to go with Xbox, but I'll remind folks. Okay, Bendy's coming in saying game console. I'm down with doing both of those, and then maybe we save some of the other stuff for later. Like, as a reminder, we had game consoles, which right off rip, I'm like, what is this handheld Sega? I don't really remember you. So there's going to be consoles here that I don't know, so you guys are going to have to vote on those. We had greatest 10th generation console game, which is like PS4, Xbox One, Switch era. Kind of weird naming convention there. Best Super Nintendo game, best N64, best Xbox, which this is, from what I can tell from the bracket, anything that was on Xbox. It's not the OG. It's like Xbox 360, Xbox One, Series X. This kind of random one was best game that people just like picked ones they wanted to include. We have best video game character and then like a much longer video game character list. So it sounded like people wanted the Xbox, and then I know, Bandit, you just said maybe consoles. King Matthew's coming in saying 10th century games. Do you guys want that instead of Xbox? I don't want to like dog the earlier opinion there, but I will allow, similar to the voting, I'll allow opinion changes. I mean, I'm definitely familiar with the 10th century or 10th generation games. I don't like Xbox, so I'm not voting for that. Let's do a poll. All right, I will run a poll. We are going heavy on the polls tonight. How many options can you add? Only 4? Is that the case? Only 4 options in the poll? All right, so it sounded like I'm gonna go with the ones people seemed like they wanted. Yeah, 4. That's what it's seeming like. I've had 3 that people voted for. I have to pick a random last one. We have SNES and 64. I mean, people aren't probably gonna pick it anyway, so maybe I'll just do a bracket for those, or a poll for those 3. March Madness one seemed fine. The one that was like best game of all time. Keep in mind, if there's like really crap games on the list, I did not pick them once again. Do not shoot the messenger. All right. We're doing a poll of what bracket we are going to poll next. Pollception taking place here. Also, I still think it's hilarious. You guys can't really see it, can you? You can. On the left side, there's just like Arabic on this like Call of Duty screenshot from somebody's phone with the very low battery. Like, I'm a little bit skeptical on the quality of this this bracket based off of the picture they chose for Call of Duty Modern Warfare. But you never know. Maybe just they're not great at screenshots. All right, we'll give it another 20 seconds. Actually, you know what? I will allow this time to take another step away and let you guys vote, and I will return and select what we have chosen. All right, what did we decide on? Let's close this poll. Do I have a 4-sided die? I don't know if I do. I feel like I just have the standard like 6. We picked 10th gen games. Okay. Honestly, I'm expecting a lot of like best games of all time to be on there because I do have a bias probably towards later releases since they're like better quality as far as visuals, so that may have some overlap with best game anyway. All right, let's go to greatest 10th generation console games that I've never heard of that descriptor. Also, how many? Oh, this is gonna be a long one too. Okay, well, strap in for this one. Let me go back to sharing. Okay. Breath of the Wild, Borderlands 3. Yeah. I've talked at length before about Breath of the Wild I didn't click with, even though I really wanted to. Maybe it's someday I will. Borderlands 3, though, it's not the best even in the Borderlands franchise to me. Like, the second one's probably the best. Also, I do allow like external biases to impact my decision. And what's his name? Randy Pitchford, the guy in charge of Borderlands, kind of seems like a weird dude. So that alone, even though I already ripped on Nintendo earlier too, but I would probably lean towards Zelda. Zelda, Borderlands, Zelda. Is it? Yeah, I've heard he's just kind of a scumbag. Also hilarious how Borderlands 4 like came out and were like, it's an $80 game, and then they were like, just kidding, it's $70, which is probably more than I would pay for it anyway. I think they also recently changed their like privacy policy because Borderlands 2 was put out for free on Steam like a month ago, and I added it to my library, but I saw everybody just like railing their new policy as far as it like keeping a lot of your personal information. So I could probably go into lengths, but I personally, not everybody does this, but I kind of allow, actually I can make my camera maybe a little bigger for this one. I kind of allow external factors that are tied to the game to probably sway things. It's bad. Yeah. I cannot stand Borderlands. It's a fun multiplayer game. I mean, as I said, the second one's probably the one that worked for me the most. But 3 I kind of thought was not the best. Also pretty much disliked that, what was it, Tiny Tina's Wonderland? Wasn't that good either. I feel like Tiny Tina is a character that you cannot have in large doses. Like, works as small minor character in story, but if that's your protagonist, like, that's too much. I've talked about how I don't love Will Ferrell. It's like putting Will Ferrell as the main character. It's like you're giving me too much excitement at this point. Hey, Crazy Illusion. Appreciate you hopping in. And you vote Zelda. I think I didn't really do the math, but Zelda seems like it clearly won there. Probably going to be a tough out. Is not worth it. That is fair. I typically will normally buy them, but I can get it. All right, Monster Hunter World versus Forza Horizon 4. I will say, while I don't typically like the racing games, Monster Hunter is a franchise and like a game that I wanted to like more. I felt like the combat system was like a little delayed and kind of janky. Maybe that was the point, but whenever I was like swinging at a monster, I felt like I would swing, and then the swing wouldn't happen until like 3 seconds later. But fighting giant like beasts is like up my alley. It just felt like the combat wasn't super fluid for me. It's like a child wrote and developed effort. It feels like it's very like slapstick humor. That's fair, Ghost. Monster Hunter, Forza. Pretty big. It seems like you guys dig racing games a little bit more than the average person. I don't know which one I would pick here, because as I said, I think Monster Hunter I gel with more, but I may have more fun playing Forza based off the actual game. Where are we at? Is it 3-2? Monster Hunter, Forza. So it's 3, yeah, 3-2. Oh, you're good, King Matthew. That sounds delicious also, so I assume you brought some for the rest of us. Yeah, I agree. Honestly, I kind of debate having that like for tomorrow for dinner. I'd go. Depends on which Monster Hunter. So this is Monster Hunter World, right? That's really poorly designed. Like, honestly, if I'm like, maybe it's a little pixelated, so the picture could be the problem, but the graphic designer for this game, I don't feel like they optimized the title of the game. Kind of hard to see, if I'm being honest. It depends on which. Okay, Forza for you. If you're not first, you're last. I agree, Dom Toretto. You're not wrong. Oh, that's more. That's Ricky Bobby. I'm thinking of. Doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile. Winning is winning. Yeah, more Will Ferrell. Although that one he's split with John C. Reilly, so it's Step Brothers. I appreciate. I will say that. That's Ricky Bobby. Yeah. I was a little behind. I was not first on that one. Family. The OG, I mean, honestly, there's a lot of them in that franchise that are good, but the OG Fast and Furious was like peak back when they were taking DVD players. All right, Forza definitely taking this one. Well, I think it's probably going to be Smash. People really dug Fighters. As mentioned, I'm not big into like those kind of fighting games, but this kind of played like a Marvel v Capcom where you're like swapping in characters, doing a lot of like big explosive combos. I didn't hate it, but I think I like more of the arena fighters of Dragon Ball games. Smash is kind of hard to argue against too because it's just so many characters. I'm surprised Goku's not in like Smash. If Nintendo should probably get on that. Peak Will Ferrell. Okay, we got 1-1, 2-1, 3-1, 3-2. Closer than I expected. Smash Bro 1. you trying to speed run this? I think it's 3-2. I'm pretty sure because King Matthew said DBZ, Bendy said Smash, Cope said Smash, Rusty said Smash, and Crazy Illusion said DBZ. So I think that's 3-2. Despite being a Dragon Ball fanatic, it probably is Smash for me too. Although if I'm being honest, Ultimate I haven't played as much as I would have thought. Granted, I think Smash works better as a group party thing, and I feel like I've pretty much only played it solo, so that's partially why. Their character unlock system, I didn't really like. The story mode of Smash for Ultimate was kind of meh. Like the thing where you're moving around the board. It probably is Smash though. It seems like 3-2. And if it was a tie, I would pick Smash over Fighters. Let's go with it. Smash is awesome. I probably like... I mean, Ultimate has the biggest roster, so it's hard to deny that one. But Melee may have been my favorite. The one on GameCube. All right, heavy Nintendo crowd so far. I mean, granted, they're iconic ones. We'll see this one. This will be interesting. I'm currently after pulling pineapple off pizza. I'm not a big pineapple fan. I know you talked about that with the Michael Myers Fanta drink, right? I don't really love pineapple either. I've kind of grown to not hate it as much, but it's still not my go-to, so... Yeah, I'm not a pineapple pizza person either. I don't blame you. Although, honestly, part of me feels like if you pulled pineapple off pizza, that's like taking pickles off something. It feels like the pizza is now like the juices of the pineapple have infiltrated the pizza. So good on you for tolerating that. But I feel like the flavor of pineapple would still be, like remnants of it would be kind of left over. Yeah, it does feel like it's tainted. Grilled pineapple, like? Okay. Is pizza pineapple just raw, or is it grilled? I guess it would make sense to be grilled because you put it in the oven. Hot take, I haven't done the math yet, but once again, similar to what I talked about with Monster Hunter, Horizon Zero Dawn is literally how I would like, if I had to make a game and I had to describe what I would want, it would have probably been that, like open world, dinosaurs, shooting stuff. But for me, this is Luigi's Mansion 3. It's a fun co-op game, so I would say if you're wanting to do something co-op campaign based, definitely pick that. You have like Luigi and was it Guigi, his like teammate here. Luigi's Mansion 1 on GameCube was awesome too. Also, I probably like Luigi more than Mario, so his character. That's somewhat maybe based off the fact that when I grew up, I was the younger brother, so I got defaulted with Luigi normally, but I grew to like him more anyway. Horizon, the thing I didn't like about it, and maybe just my opinion, but like The Witcher, for example, side quests, top notch. They felt just as impactful as the game. Horizon, a lot of the NPCs felt kind of lifeless, and when you did side quests, it was like pretty lame fetch quests that I didn't really bother to do them because it felt like they didn't measure up to the main plot. So that's my input. What would you guys say? Okay, Luigi's even though I never played it, that still counts as a vote. Luigi's the better brother. I would agree. Actually, I'm a little behind on these. Horizon, okay. But the start sucks. Horizons, that's 3 there. Despised Horizon. I'm not in the despised category, but I did not like it as much as I would have thought I would have. So 4-1, 4-2, 4-3. Mars, the person who takes credit for your group projects. He was the kind of like underappreciated brother of the group for sure, until he got his own franchise. Luigi Darkmoon is a goat. Is that the second one? Pizza with pineapples, pepperoni or sausage, sweet heat jalapenos, and BWW mango habanero sauce. Buffalo Wild Wings. Despite not liking pineapple or pineapple on pizza, that feels like a pretty killer ensemble for pizza. You can get kind of wild with pizza and still have it taste good. Like there's one I had a long time ago that was like honey on pizza, kind of sneaky, can be good. So there's a lot of varieties. I mean, honestly, like pizza, even bad pizza is good pizza. Talking about fire. Charlie Day, yeah, he was solid. I didn't hate Chris Pratt as much as I maybe thought I would have, but Charlie Day was solid as Luigi. Apparently, the next one's going to be Super Mario Galaxy. Homebrew 3DS, played Luigi's and 3DS games religiously. I never got a 3DS. That was one of the handhelds that I did not jump in on. You're not as big as a Nintendo? Well, it feels like so far the audience here does like it. 2 is better than 3? I don't think I played 2. I played 1 and 3. I don't know if I played 2. I'm from an Italian family, so I was raised with pineapple. It is not a conventional choice. I mean, there's also like other things that don't really count as pizza. There's like dessert pizza, which is just like a cookie cake thing normally. What about fruit pizza? That's another thing. Cheese pizza dipped in hot honey. That sounds good. I think Horizon won here though, unfortunately for me. So I'm pretty sure I've lost like all. Well, no, Smash Ultimate I would have picked. Maybe it was just the. Actually, take it back. I would have picked probably all the winners. They're just not my favorite games, so I stand corrected. It is basically just pie. Well, this is an easy choice for me, but let's see what you guys say. Uncharted 4, the ending of Nathan Drake's story. Naughty Dog's other iconic franchise. I guess they also did like Crash and all that stuff, but modern iconic franchise. Rainbow Six Siege, probably some good multiplayer there. Couple Uncharted's. Okay, we're going heavy. I agree with you 100%. When I did my top 10 games, I had this at one point in my top 10, but then I moved it to an honorable mention. But good conclusion to Drake's story. Actually, fun fact, I was tempted to do a show and tell earlier. I can, I guess, do that now. So Nathan Drake is played by Nolan North, the voice actor, and his brother Sam in the game, also who voices Joel in The Last of Us. You guys probably do not care, but we'll do some show and tell. I met years ago in both of these pictures. This was back when as I said, I went to Comic-Con previously, but both were super nice guys. Funnily enough, I did notice as I was looking at these earlier, Troy's shirt matches the exact shirt of this guy in the background of the Nolan North picture. And it's not him though. It looks similar, but it is not him. Yeah, it was cool to meet them. This was 2019, so it was like just before The Last of Us 2 came out, or like the year before. Uncharted. Yeah, I kind of segued there, but kind of a fun little Easter egg tied to Uncharted here. I think you guys had that as the winner, though. Your very first game system was a DS you stole from your sister at around 2 years old. Nice. I was actually playing it. You bought me a red DS. Nice. Yeah, they are both from Naughty Dog. I'm assuming Last of Us we're going to find it on this list somewhere too, in all likelihood. Although, does that count as 10th gen if it was a remaster? Because I'm assuming 10th gen is PlayStation 4. But we'll go with Uncharted here. Mafia 3 or Apex Legends. Gotta be honest, didn't expect to see either of these on this list. It was like $70 at the time, it was a long time ago. Yeah, that makes sense. There's been quite a bit of inflation since then. I would probably pick Apex. I still play it periodically, but I definitely played it more back in the day. Mafia 3, I think I liked it more than most people. I'm blanking on the main character's name. I'm pretty sure his like character was in that recent IOI game that sucked apparently. His name was like Lincoln Clay, I think, actually. I like the opening. Honestly, that was the best part of Mafia 3. A lot of it got kind of repetitive because you're like going and claiming territory. I think it surprised a lot of people because it's like Italian mafia movie or game. And this one takes place in like Louisiana. Like it's very much like a bayou. But the opening of the game was awesome. I don't think it's like spoilers to like talk about it, but you're like doing a job and you're robbing a bank. And I forgot the song that plays, but the soundtrack to the game is kind of fun because it's kind of that old school, I don't know if it's like 60s, 70s music. But there's a scene where you're like getting away on a boat, almost like in like Italian Job, where you're like driving this speedboat away. And it's like a fun like action, like try to get out of there moment. The rest of the game's okay, but for me, it's Apex. I feel like Battle Royales, as far as they go, this was my favorite one. And I still hop on at some points. I think I mentioned before, if anyone like ever wants to like play, I'm down to like jump in Discord. And I'm not the strongest player at this point in time, but it's a fun game. What you guys say here? Mafia 3. Yeah, there is good cutscenes for sure. There also is the guy from Mafia 2 who weirdly is like there. It doesn't really make sense why he is. But you're like friend who's helping you do these jobs. Isn't what's his name? Vito from the Mafia franchise too? He's like one of the guys. All right, let's see what we got for score wise though. Mafia, Apex, Mafia. I'm surprised to see the Mafia. I don't know if it's like Mafia praise or Apex dislike. Mafia 3 is fun. Just play Apex way more. I'm right there with you, Rusty. That's how I feel. You played Mafia over 3 times. I think from start to finish, I only played it the first time. But I think I sold it and then they put it on PS Plus, so I kind of replayed it through that. Yeah, through the sewer at the opening. I mean, Apex is a little different than those other ones. I'm assuming you're just kind of picking like the popular, well-known games with WoW and RuneScape. I never played WoW. I'm familiar with it, obviously. I played Warcraft 2 and 3. RuneScape I did play. RuneScape community was like wild. Vito was his name, yeah. It sounds like Rusty, you and me, the only ones thinking Apex. So Mafia 3. I like and Clay. I don't mind you moving on. There were some fun like scenes where you kill like mob bosses. Like the one you were going through, like I think it's like an old like, I don't want to say arcade, but it's like a mini golf thing. It's like this very much an entertainment place. It's like casino-y, but we'll say Mafia 3. Vito and Leo. Yeah, Leo's the other one I was thinking of. Vito, after the end of Mafia 2, was told he had to repay his debts, so he was forced to work with the main Mafia. Okay. The villain and stuff in Mafia 3 was decent. We have Ghost versus Gears of War 4. So are you team PlayStation or Xbox? Although Gears of War 4 is probably not the best Gears game, so maybe this is easier to say Ghost. Rusty says Ghost. Yeah, I know you're pumped for Yote to come out here shortly. I agree, King Matthew. It was definitely Punisher. I mean, his story was pretty much Punisher, right? Like he's working for these people, and then I guess Punisher was like the cop, but either way, he has like these bad guys kill his family, and it's like revenge. So it's definitely Punisher. Mafia 2 had a much more organized crime aesthetic. I think I have Mafia 1 on Steam. That was another one they just like gave away for free at one point. I think Ghost is pretty much sweeping this. King Matthew says Ghost or Gears. I think Gears would have had a better shot if it was like Gears of War were like 1 or 2 maybe. But 4, were people like kind of out of the franchise at that point? I felt like I was. Granted, I didn't have an Xbox One, but go ahead and move them on the final. I think that's a bold statement. You would need to really sway if you can sway the chat. I 100% agree. Go. Sekiro is my favorite samurai game. Let's not go back to it. I was gonna say Sekiro was on my top 10. We talked about it a little bit the other day. But yeah, Ghost is winning this round for sure. You're good, King Matthew. I have that happen all the time where I type something. Even if you type something right sometimes, like there's a guy I used to watch on who played Dead by Daylight, and his name was Paulie, and I would type Paulie and it would like change it to Pauline. I'm sure he'd love that. Persona 5 versus Astral Chain. So I've never played Astral Chain. I know of it, but Persona 5 was... I think that's one I mentioned in an honorable mention of top 10 games. Didn't make the list, but was thought of. Surprisingly, I beat Persona 5. I think a lot of people play it, but don't like finish it because it's like 300 hours long. Granted, I didn't do like every side stuff, but Sekiro was great. Ghost was more fun. I think I mentioned to you, I kind of played it when it was on Plus, so I didn't really give it a full shake, but I thought it was okay. It did remind me a bit of like modern Assassin's Creed. Great visuals, though. You don't know Persona, Rusty? I mean, you may know, you just may not want to like have picked it. Persona 5 is worthwhile. I'm not like big into JRPGs, but Persona 5... That's kind of another game where I talked about Hades, like their voice acting, the gameplay. I don't know, the visuals all like do well. Persona is another one in that category where their music is probably the one I would mention. Like Persona 5's music is like so like groovy. Like Cope, I know you've mentioned like my outro or like pause music is like catchy, but like Persona 5, the music in that game is like so catchy. I never played the other games in the franchise, but I picked up that one because I heard great things, and It was good. I mean, it's a very much an acquired taste because you're playing as this kid who's like in high school, and pretty much you go into this like world when you sleep, and there's like people in real life. Like I think the first boss is one of the teachers. I think it's like the gym teacher in your school in real life. And when you sleep, you play their like demon version of them because they're like being creepy, I think, like in the real world. So it's like these people have these like hidden evils that you fight, and you're like going through like this. I'm probably describing this horribly, but when you fight the boss, it's a turn-based combat system, but you're like going through the level and trying to get to the end where the boss is. It's kind of like a Pokemon when it comes to like the combat. Like you're walking around, but then you'll like interact with somebody and you'll start a fight. But I thought it was great. Even the tutorial is like 20 hours or something. Like it's a long game. All right, we got Persona. Yikes, neither. Really? I really enjoyed Persona 5. Combat for Sekiro seems more precise. I like the whole like parry stuff in Sekiro. Also, I won't spoil it, but one of the boss fights in that game is like when you get to phase 2, it's hilarious what happens. Persona, JRPGs are the bomb. What are the SEO games? I don't know if I know the acronym. I don't like all JRPGs, but Persona 5, I would say for sure. There's only Final Fantasy and Chrono Trigger. I mean, those are classics for sure. Nothing else exists. You had me at Pokemon. I was just saying how, you know how when you're walking around like the Game Boy Pokemon and you'll get like pulled into a fight? That's kind of what Persona's like combat is, where you're like walking around and then a bad guy will be in your line of sight and then you'll jump into a turn-based combat. Kind of like a Final Fantasy. Gonna leave stream for the night. All right, King Matthew, appreciate you hopping in. Hope you have a great night. Sword Art Online, okay. I think Persona's winning this one. I don't think I saw anyone say Astral. First ever anime you watched. Ooh, we did play this on stream the other day. We have Resident Evil Biohazard or Resident Evil 7 versus Doom Eternal. So pretty much, did you like the end of Resident Evil or the beginning of Resident Evil? Because the end of it turns into more of a Doom Eternal where it's just a lot of combat. Hey, Cope, thank you. Resident Evil 7, I figured that would be your cup of tea. Thank you for the super chat. I super appreciate that. And I don't know if you have a preference. I'm gonna say maybe Lord of the Rings, but we'll give you a clip once again.
You bow to no one.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Oh, you want to remember the Titans? All right, I will. We'll run back because there is a bit of delay. You accept either? Okay, we'll give you Lord of the Rings. But thank you so much. So we have 3 for RE. No, thank you. Honestly, I mean, being here, hanging out. Thank all you guys, but yeah, thank you so much for the super chat. 3-1, I believe, for the RE7. Curious if this was the first Doom game on the 10th gen, how it would fare here. Because this is what, the second one, right? I think it's probably clear. I would probably pick Resident Evil 7 also. Maybe my favorite horror game. I've talked about Condemned as an option too, but it's probably one of those two. But 3-1. I don't know if this was the OG from 93. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that you kind of have gone back and played those. those probably still hold up pretty well. I mean, it's kind of just like room to room type stuff. It's probably a little bit pixelated, but all right, RE7 wins this one. Titanfall 2 or Overwatch. I remember when Apex came out, which was like a surprise drop, was people loved it, but their frustration was that it meant we weren't getting Titanfall 3. Titanfall 2 has a pretty strong story. I probably sway. I'm not a big Overwatch person, so I probably sways towards Titanfall also. It holds up. That's fair. I mean, I feel like older games hold up well. It's those like middle generations, like the N64, the PS1, a little bit of the Xbox 360 games that don't age the best. But stuff from like the NES or the SNES, I feel like those age perfectly. Both are just all right. That's fair. I would probably agree. I think Titanfall clearly would be the winner for me, but I feel like Overwatch. Does Overwatch have a story, or is it just I associate it with like the multiplayer aspect? I don't think I've seen anything from either. Really? They're pretty recognizable, I would say. I mean, Titanfall, I can describe them if it helps. You're like a military person, you get in these like big mechs. And Overwatch, it's kind of like if you were like playing like Halo Slayer, or there's like King of the Hill version of that too. As I said, I don't know if there is an Overwatch single player. I only really think of the multiplayer. But you're just picking like one of the characters with like powers. Like this is what Tracer is this person's name, I think. Coin flip Overwatch. Oh, Benny Rich. here to break a tie. Where are we at? So we have one Titanfall, one Overwatch, and then you had Overwatch also? Not a share. All right, no worries. Glad to have you back. I don't know if Ben, did you have an opinion, but it sounds like Overwatch is going to win. Okay, Titanfall 2, never mind. Because I think it's 2-2 here. If we have a tie, I may say I'll take Titanfall. I may be the I'll voice my opinion here. Only one you've seen. The campaign for Titanfall 2 is solid. Multiplayer was okay too, but there's like a lot of, you can kind of see here, there's like a decent amount of parkouring off walls too. I'll pick Titanfall. Okay, we got Destiny or Battlefield 1. Do people really like Battlefield 1? Is that rude to say? I feel like people didn't love Battlefield 1, whereas Destiny had kind of a cult following. 5,000 plus hours. That's impressive. I'm assuming maybe that's combining with Destiny 2 at this point. All right, Destiny feels like it's taking this easily. Yeah, I guess I'm kind of covering a little drop down. Guilty Gear Strive versus Mortal Kombat 10. I've never played Guilty Gear. I've played Mortal Kombat. It was fine. Guess I would pick Mortal Kombat, but just in one. 502. Only 500. In fairness, they've like had so many expansions, I feel like, the two. And isn't it free at this point too? All right, you guys are clearly heavy Mortal Kombat. I assume that's largely based off the matchup in a situation. Okay, Phantom Pain or Odyssey? I don't really care for either of these. I've talked about how Phantom Pain I was a little bit disappointed by, but Odyssey, I mean, it was open world Assassin's Creed. It was fine. I like the first Assassin's Creed, and I feel like they milked that franchise to death at this point. The right answer is probably Phantom Pain, but I wouldn't spend a whole lot of time in either. You love your Greek gods, but I've never seen them. Okay, one for Metal Gear, one for Assassin's Creed. Unless, Bendy, you were picking Assassin's Creed based on that comment. Yeah, I don't know which one I would. I mean, if this one landed in a tie, I'd probably do a coin. Want some Ass Creed? So is that 2-1? Some of the middle Assassin's Creed I know did not get a lot of love. Like the one when I did get an Xbox One before I switched over to PlayStation, it came with Black Flag and one of the other Assassin's Creed games that wasn't nearly as good. Black Flag was decent. Kind of would be surprised if that's not on this list, but I don't really love like boat combat though, so that's the part of that game I didn't love. My thumb's wide open. Yeah, Black Flag is probably, I mean, at this point, probably my favorite one. The first one was, at the time, solid, but since they have done that concept so much, Black Flag would be a decent pick. We can sing a different Creed song. 6 feet from... No, I'm not gonna. Assassin's Creed. Okay, well, you guys are lucky I'm not doing this bracket because I found my winner already. We have The Division, decent multiplayer game. Bloodborne, best game of all time, so it's up to you guys which one you want to pick. I don't know. Just saying. Okay, Gilly, we seem to have an agreement here. We can have a handshake agreement to have Bloodborne probably go very far. Rusty's, although he has something to say about that. Bandy, you going with Bloodborne? All right, 3-1. We even have the British version of Bloodborne with the U included. Honestly, I have doubled up on some games, but if it came to PC, I would probably buy it. Or if they ever make a sequel, we'll see. Feels like that's like money left on the table right now, but 3-1, so it would need 3 more votes to go the other way, so I think it's pretty safe to say Bloodborne, because I would beat the tiebreaker easily. You didn't get into it? So Bloodborne was my first FromSoft game, so I realize that's some of my bias, but I also like the fast combat. Like, you're encouraged to be aggressive because you get health back. I like the Gothic setting. I mean, I already did my top 10 games twice, and I went on about Bloodborne, but Fortnite versus PUBG. I kind of like sometimes when they have the same games in the same matchup. This one's a little bit hard for me because, I mean, Fortnite is still ongoing. PUBG is a game I like more because it just felt like more my style. Like, PUBG was the closest thing to SOCOM 2 in the modern era. Or I guess last gen era at this point. But I can't deny that Fortnite does a great job at like updating characters and stuff. Like, they have, you can think of a character, I could tell you they're probably in Fortnite. So I probably would say PUBG, but the community there feels like it's kind of dead at this point. You have a love-hate relationship with Soulsborne. I mean, isn't that the best relationship? That's how you have to do it. Ugh, it both like, okay, fair enough. Dear God. Okay, you guys are not Battle Royale fans. Okay, so technically, of the actual opinions voiced one way or the other, we have Rusty with Fortnite and Bendy with PUBG. I liked PUBG, to be honest. It didn't last very long, but when I did play it, it was fun. They also have, I mean, he's probably in both games, but there's a clown Pennywise looking cosmetic I have in PUBG. But Pennywise is probably also in Fortnite. Battlegrounds. You ever played Pub? I mean, they both came out around the same time, right? Like, weren't these the first two Battle Royales that really kicked things off? I mean, very much you can kind of assume this is like the third person, more realistic combat, where this is the more cartoony animated style that you build also. You didn't like the building BS. I agree. I never really did that. Honestly, the times I've played Fortnite, I have done the mode where your building's not even an aspect of it. Downfall is generation. I mean, in fairness, like Epic supports the heck out of this game though, so I can respect that. It's not a game I would want to play often, but if we're talking like games as a service and quality of life and how a lot of devs, wasn't that a thing recently with like don't kill games or whatever it's called? But Fortnite is the example of supported excessively. So I think you guys said PUBG though for the most part, because we got an UG Fortnite, we got a F Fortnite PUBG. You also great cope. Yeah, I think let's go with PUBG here. It sounds like you guys aren't going to really want to advance much farther, but ooh. I never played No Man's Sky, but I know it's well-documented journey. This would be Spider-Man for me. No Man's Sky, I remember when it came out, it had all these promises about all these worlds and all this stuff, and then when it came out, it was none of that, and everybody got so pissed at the creator. I forgot what the guy's name was. But then it's an example of like redeeming yourself a little bit. Like if I was playing a clip from Dumb and Dumber, like now you totally redeem yourself. Granted, does that count since people bought the game at launch and it wasn't what they expected? No, but at least they made up for it, kind of. Spider-Man, No Man's Sky, Spider-Man, No Man's Sky. So, like 3's of patches. Yeah, that's kind of what I had definitely heard. Cyberpunk, you're going to like a rogue vote here. Oh, it's another example of yeah, I see what you're saying. Another game that launched was a nightmare, but then redeemed itself. Yeah, 3-2. Because Rusty, I don't know if you commented on No Man's Sky, but I don't know if you had an opinion. Oh, you said Spider-Man. Duh. My bad. I totally missed that. 3-2. Then I would probably pick Spider-Man also, so it would take 2 to overthrow it. Let's say Spider-Man. Spider-Man. Yeah, my bad. I missed it. That was your earlier comment. All right, as mentioned, we have to finish the left before we see the right. So, Breath of the Wild, Forza. I assume I know what's going to win, but let's see what you guys say. Yeah, okay, this is... I don't even have to sit here. I imagine Breath of the Wild's going to go far. This is an interesting one. I know what I would pick. I would pick Ultimate, but you need your open world. That is... I mean, that's kind of the classic example between... If I was naming like classic open world games, it's like Breath of the Wild, Witcher 3, Skyrim. I don't know. That's probably like the holy trinity of open world modern games. Yeah, I agree Smash, but I know a lot of people seem to like Horizon. Well, if it ends at 1-0, Cope, you have your way here. I also would pick Smash, so it would actually take a couple to overthrow that. Only us two. Did you pick Bendy then? You said Smash? Okay. You're needing your open world kind of made me assume you were leaning Horizon. So 2-0 Smash. Okay, that to me that says Smash continues. We have the two heavy hitter Nintendo games up top, which I think they're gonna face off next. So we're gonna meet a crossroads here. I think Smash probably takes this. Let's go with that. Uncharted Mafia 3. This is easy for me, but you guys kind of surprised me with Mafia 3 last round, but it seems like Battle Royale is not your cup of tea based off of the Apex, PUBG, and Fortnite hate. Considering those are like the three OGs. Uncharted. Yeah. It's definitely Uncharted. I don't know. I debate. Is Uncharted 4 you guys' favorite in the franchise? I think it's mine, but Uncharted 2 is pretty legit also. Well, I know Rusty found Ghost probably going all the way. Oh, Kopi came in with Mafia 3, my bad. But I think Uncharted got a clear domination there. Yeah, if it's like a streak of names, I'm like, okay, clearly it's not... Okay, we got everybody's saying Ghost. Okay, I would pick Persona 5 here. Hey, thank you, Rusty. As I said, hopefully I don't sound like a broker, but thank you so much for your donation. It seriously means a whole lot, and we'll give you another clip. I'm not prepared to do too much variety, so it's just the two we have. But since Cope did want Remember the Titans last time, we'll give you that one this time.
Your Hall of Fame in my book.
Thank you so much. I do feel like the clip I got was like super blurry, but it also had like the best audio, so it's the one I went with. You guys clearly are saying Ghost. It's not even like a competition. I'm assuming you're all pumped for the sequel coming out here shortly. You had kind of an interesting article or photo, Rusty, with like the comparison of 2025 Xbox studios versus PlayStation studios, and PlayStation just being like MLB The Show and Ghost. But granted, this is like Ghost is probably the biggest heavy hitter of that list still, and there was a decent amount of cross-platform, but we're picking Ghost here. I'm going to watch that movie again. Yeah, my wife said that earlier when I was making the clip. She's like, we need to watch that. I was like, I agree. It's even though my love of sports has waned over the last few years, it's that movie. It's hard not to. Titanfall 2 and Ari. Okay, people didn't care for Titanfall 2 so much. I'm assuming it's going to be Resident Evil here. All right, you guys are slam dunking this one. Destiny or Mortal Kombat 10? Yeah, even if that doesn't win your poll in your Discord, Bendy for sure, I would endorse that one. Granted, I don't know if we have the same movie taste, but if it means anything, I'd put it at my number 2 movie of all time. Great series. Destiny, Mortal Kombat. So 2-1 here. I don't have a big dog in this fight, honestly. I'd probably say Destiny because I do like stuff like Halo, and it's Bungie, so it's doing similar things. Mortal Kombat 10, it's probably got some decent like playable characters though. How do you guys feel about the movie getting pushed back? It kind of sucks, but I assume they're trying to make more money. Ghost. I'm getting the impression no matter what wins here, it's probably losing to Ghost. Yeah, I would agree, Cope. It's pretty hard not to have some takeaway that you enjoy with it. All right, this is my version of Ghost for Rusty. I'm like, do we even have to vote, guys? I mean, Bloodborne, come on. Be a good hunter. Maybe that'd be, if there's a decent Bloodborne clip, that could be a good. I'm trying to think of where there's a good like comment by somebody. Bloodborne vote is over. Yeah, I know people do PlayStation streaming, but I have leaned towards just using Steam because it's a lot easier. But Bloodborne is a game I would consider trying to figure that out because it's great. Although I probably wouldn't. I've played enough times that I wouldn't get super pissed on dying, but I feel like FromSoft or online multiplayers I would be like a little bit more frustrated with. Assassin's Creed Odyssey. Okay, so we have 3-1. I think it's Bloodborne then, because you'd have to be 3. Because I would 100% tie break that. You have to get 3 more votes for your ass Creed to win, with their arms wide open. I assume this is a slam dunk based off of feedback thus far into the journey. Everyone's gonna say Spider-Man. Spider-Man was awesome. I haven't bought like a ton of games at launch, but Spider-Man was one of them. At least like since the PS4 on, I would say I haven't bought a ton at launch. All right, yeah, let's not waste it. Not wasting. That's gonna be interesting. Spider-Man versus Bloodborne though, but we'll get there. Get that out of my face. All right, this is almost like what's your favorite Nintendo Switch game? Because I mean, what else would be on this? Maybe Odyssey will be on the other side of the bracket. That's what I can imagine. But we have Breath of the Wild and Smash. Okay, everyone's going ham on Zelda. I assume that would be the pick, but I would pick Ultimate. I mean, let's be honest. This game you have Link as a playable character. This game you have Link plus 5 billion other characters. So I'm just saying. Ew. Like you have to pick here, ooh, or maybe you're not a Nintendo fan. Sounds like Zelda. I will concede. Only 70 other playable characters. $1 per character. Well, honestly, we just had like what's the best Nintendo? This is like what's the best PS4 game almost. I mean, maybe not exactly that work out that way, but it's a 51-49 deal. For me, this is Uncharted, but I am but one man. And we have 3 for Ghost. Dang. I would pick Uncharted, so I'll allow some time. Gilly doubling down on Uncharted, but still 3-1. I can appreciate Ghost, and I probably should give it another shot at some point, but Uncharted 4's multiplayer wasn't the greatest, but I mean, you don't buy the game for that reason. I think it's going to be Ghost here. I won't stall any longer. Shame. Didn't play out. Okay, that's fair. All right, how much do you guys love RE7? I would recommend. I mean, they're both probably good, but I would recommend Uncharted 4. Granted, I would buy the Uncharted collection of 1 through 3 first. When I joined PlayStation, kind of mid-ish cycle, that's one of the games I got in my purchase too. This hurts. Yeah, I mean, Uncharted 4 almost made my top 10, so. All right. Oh, we got 3-1. I think, Gil, you're the only Destiny supporter here. The question is, what is more hours? The entire rest of chat's Resident Evil 7 hours or Gilly's Destiny hours? I agree with you, Copes. It's definitely RE7 for me. I mean, this brought the franchise back. It was like the traditional horror stuff. I played it on stream, so that already tells you how much I liked it. I bought it again even after playing it years ago. Yeah, it still holds up, I felt like, when I played it recently. Alright, it's RE7. Sorry, Gilly. This one I'm a little afraid of, I gotta be honest. Like, for me, it's clearly Bloodborne, but I'm a little afraid about the Spider-Man impact. Madhouse run. I'm not saying that's a good idea, but Destiny was your WoW. That makes sense. Uh-oh, I am afraid of the Spider-Man. We do still have 2 here. Oh, and I'm no longer afraid. It's 3-1. There seems to be one person being outnumbered for these last few. 3-1, considering I would pick Bloodborne, that feels like that's a 3-vote lead. I think we can shut it down. Spider-Man, very good game though. Very fun just to traverse. Very easy game to get all of the trophies for, and the different costumes were kind of fun too. So the boss fight's kind of the letdown version of that, whereas Bloodborne may be the best boss fights of any game of all time, in my biased opinion. Like Spider-Man's boss fights, it was like at the end you fought like 2 of them back to back. I don't know. But it definitely mastered the whole like Arkham combat system. All right, guys. Breath of the Wild or Ghost? You guys have to... This is one of those situations where I assume from my perspective, this feels like your guys' is like finals, which we have an entire right side of the bracket still. Yes, here's where the rubber meets the road. 2 Zeldas. Uh-oh, Rusty, well, it sounds like you're conflicted too. So maybe if Ghost loses, you won't be so sad. Okay, even you're saying Zelda. 2 games that are highly respected and I barely touched. Although I own Zelda, so that one I could play more of. It seems like Zelda. It's up 3-0. Okay. That's fair. If it was like influence, you felt like. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now we got the 2 darkish vibes. I wouldn't really call Bloodborne like a horror game, but similar moods to both of them. Uh-oh. Here's where my game dies. Okay, 2-1 for a Resident Evil. Uh-oh, 3-1. Ruh-roh. I mean, you can kind of... Bloodborne's not horror, but I mean, you're fighting like monsters and stuff, and you literally have like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde with Father Gascoigne. Honestly, I've never played it in VR, but I would probably get sick. That's probably what would be my nightmare. It wouldn't be like the terrifying stuff. I would probably just be like, ugh. I would be down for it for like the scared aspect of it, but I think I would just get sick because I get kind of motion sick these days. Yeah, Gil, you and I are in agreement, so I can sympathize. I don't hate Resident Evil 7 though, but it's no Bloodborne. Yeah, you guys clearly picked RE7. Well, what do you like more though, RE7 or Zelda now? Now you're in a blender. You thought me and Gilly were in a blender. Yeah, the opening. Honestly, everything through like Jack's stuff, I feel like was scary. Although the Margaret boss fight was scary. Dang, you guys are loving RE7. I mean, I guess this is like a semi-horror community. I do horror stuff on the channel frequently, so it makes sense. I also connected with you, Cope, through Robert's Resident Evil stream, and I'm assuming your squad is probably a similar mindset on Resident Evil, so is it 2-1? Resident Evil versus Zelda. This is hard because Resident Evil definitely higher my favorites, but then the Zelda is probably the best if I was being objective. But I guess I would lean towards Resident Evil because it's my favorite. You're conflicted. Only streams indie horror games. I talked about this previously, but I kind of want to stream Darkwood at some point. I've never played it, but I've always wanted to. But I don't really like crafting things. But maybe I'll grab it on the fall sale and consider streaming it. But it would be a first playthrough, so maybe like a nightmare experience. Okay, nice to have you, King Matthew. Appreciate you hopping back. Yeah, Darkwood I like, and also the devs. I think they're... I may be mistaken. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game, but I thought they're from like Ukraine also. So it felt like I wanted to kind of support them still doing that stuff. I think Darkwood was the ones. I know the people that made Bigfoot, I believe, are from Ukraine. Also, King Matthew came in like Brock Lesnar, and I don't know what he did in the fight tonight, but we'll just say like body slammed Resident Evil 7 on top of Zelda. Which seems like a move that Jack Baker would do. We had like what, like 3 to 4 Resident Evil 7s over Zelda. I think Rusty, you were the sole Zelda. Interesting. Resident Evil 7. Let's see. That is true. It did bring the franchise back. Okay. I was going to step away and let you guys vote, but this feels like an easy one. So I will do it on the next one. God of War 2018, Warframe. I appreciate that Warframe is a free-to-play game. Granted, you have to have an account, which I always hate that crap, but yeah, all right. God of War this is gonna be an easy one. We don't even mess around. Brought the God of War franchise back. If we're gonna do the same comment there. All right, Cyberpunk. We'll say modern, unless you want to. You can criticize the launch if you want, versus DMC5. Here I will step away. We'll mute this time. we back. What are you guys saying about this one? Let's see. Cyberpunk, DMC5. Wow. Is it 3-2? 3-2 for Devil May Cry. I'm surprised. I know it had an awful launch, but I feel like Cyberpunk is like one of people's favorites. I mean, did you play like The Witcher? It's like that type of gameplay, but in a, I don't want to say cyberpunk world, but like a more of a gun, city, neon lights, fast cars world. It's kind of like Grand Theft Auto-esque. You get to decide what size your genitals are, if that helps make your decision. There's a lot of customization in that game. I think there's like a streaming mode that turns off some of like the copyrighted music and also makes it a little bit more PG. You like The Witcher? I may have liked it more when it launched, but The Witcher 3 for the longest time was probably my favorite game. Cyberpunk, does that mean it's 3-3? Let's see. 1-1, 1-2, 2-2, 3-2. Yeah, I think it's tied 3-3 here. Do we have to do a poll or have me vote or have the coin decide? We'll run a poll, see how that goes. It could just wind up being a tie 3-3 again, which again, I mean, it's gonna happen pretty periodically unless there's like a clear juggernaut choice. Fave game. There's also the Cyberpunk TV show or anime on Netflix. That's a good way to kind of get exposed to that world if you want to do it in like a shorter amount of time. They sound the same, but yeah. Like a voting poll. I would probably pick Cyberpunk. I mean, Cyberpunk has Keanu Reeves in it. There's that. The DLC has Idris Elba in it. So you got some big names. I remember actually that was another like a clip I was going to use for a super chat maybe. Was when Keanu Reeves was at I don't think it was the Game Awards. I think it was the Summer Games Fest. Maybe it was Game Awards. He came out on stage and he was like talking about Cyberpunk, and one of the fans in the audience just yells, "You're breathtaking," and he yells back at them, like, "You're breathtaking." So I like that be kind of a funny one too. Yeah, you're breathtaking. I feel like when the game launched, I imagine he wanted to like hide under a rock because he was like the face of the game. And it had a really rough launch. Like, it's funny watching videos of, especially on like older consoles. If you tried to play on PS4, it was like running so awfully. That is fair. King Matthew, you did wind up watching Matrix 4. He does have some dud movies. I'm kind of surprised. I forget the name of it. The movie with him and is Ana de Armas in it, where he like stops to help the two girls and then they like terrorize him. I've seen a lot of people like super love that movie, but I'm like, it kind of sucked. I thought it's kind of a horror movie, I guess. If I don't correct him, Halloween, that's fair. Good teaching moment. Doing some vocab during some bracket fights. All right, let's end the poll, I think. Oh. Okay, I think that was just my browser. I thought my internet dropped. because my browser is like not responding. Let's end the poll. I think we should still be good. DMC 5, 6-4. That is enough. Surprising. I kind of would have thought Cyberpunk. That's one you wanted? What was the name of that movie now? I'm thinking of it. I have two browsers now, so I can do this while we're... Oh yeah, we have Final Fantasy VII Remake or DC Universe Online. Movies. Knock Knock, that's what I was thinking of. Kind of weird movie, and I didn't think it was that great, but I think a lot of people strangely are into it. All right, so yeah, DC Universe Online or Final Fantasy VII Remake. I don't think I ever played DC Universe Online. I kind of remember what it was about. It was like almost like an MMO, right? Like a World of Warcraft for DC characters. Final Fantasy VII. All right, you guys are slam dunking that pick at this point. Animal Crossing or Kingdom Hearts 3? Free-to-play game is pretty fun. Interesting choices here. We have like the pandemic go-to game for people versus, as I mentioned, great franchise, kind of let down of a game. You do have Big Hero 6, which was cool. Toy Story, Pirates, Monster, Kingdom Hearts. I didn't hate it, but I kind of expected it to be like up to the same level as the first couple, which I didn't feel like it was. All right, so you guys are just passing on the Animal Crossing. I mean, this was definitely, I never played it, but this was like a moment in time where everybody was at home playing Animal Crossing. Yeah, it does feel like a chill kind of experience. I think 3 of you guys said Kingdom Hearts, so we'll rock that one. We do have Ratchet here. We didn't have it earlier on the PS2 games, but it is represented here. I dug this one. I never played the Bayonetta games. It obviously appeals to a certain audience, but probably would be Ratchet for me. Bayonetta. I thought Ratchet was a solid, like, return to doing the franchise. Then they had, what is that, Rift Apart that came out on PS5. I started that one, did not wind up finishing it. It's the first game you played, so you're picking that one. All right. So 1-1 between these two. I would, as I said, pick Ratchet and Clank, but I'm open to feedback. Ratchet and Clank probably wouldn't get like super far for me in this bracket, but it would win a round or two. But I never played the Bayonetta games, so keeping that in mind. I guess I can do a poll here to see. OMG. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. Unless you have a selection here, then I do not have to do a poll. They're very button mashy. I could see that. You're picking Bayonetta? All right, no need for a poll. Let's do it. Bay. Ooh, I mentioned Odyssey was probably on this side. We got Cuphead. I hate when these pictures do this, though. I know this is Cuphead, but a lot of times these games won't tell you what the thing is. So if it's picking like a character, I'm like, I don't know who that is. But Cuphead versus Odyssey. Oh, you said Ratchet, Gilly? I think that still was 3-2. Cuphead. Oh, you guys are going heavy on the Cuphead. Surprising. Odyssey was pretty solid. I never finished it, but it was like a modernized Mario 64. Cuphead I didn't own ever, but I played it. Definitely challenging. Is it okay, 4-1? This is clearly, I don't think it's even a chance to come back at this point. I would have picked Odyssey, but you guys heavy on the Cuphead. It's Cuphead and what? Mugman is the other guy. He is Luigi to Cuphead's Mario. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order or Detroit Become Human. I would probably pick Detroit. I like the idea of Fallen Order. It was kind of like Dark Souls gameplay with Star Wars. Detroit, and there's not much gameplay. It's kind of like a walking sim, dark pictures type of game. It's got Clancy Brown in it though, Mr. Krabs, or for your Dexter fans, Kurt Caldwell. I guess the other two people are kind of like semi-famous, but definitely Clancy Brown's like the face in it. Cuphead and Mugs, yeah. Russ, you said Mario 2. I think they was still Cuphead like 3-2. I would have picked Mario for sure. Star Wars. One Girl, Two Cups. That was quite the video for its time. From Shawshank, that's also a good one. Nobody picked Detroit, so I heavily outvoted here. I mean, they kind of did what, talking about Alien Earth, Detroit Become Human kind of did the same thing where it's like, what makes you human? If you're like emotional and you're all that kind of stuff, even though you're an android, does that... So, you guys are heavy on the Jedi Fallen Order, though. This feels like a no-brainer to me. But maybe not. I feel like Sunset Overdrive was like a console launch, wasn't it? I think it was frequently bundled in with Xbox. I mean, Red Dead, I think I had it like number 9 on my all-time. Something like that. It's literally Grand Theft Auto for the West, so... Red Dead. Yeah, we never had Red Dead Revolver in that other matchup, but it probably wouldn't be a top PlayStation game anyway. Yeah, coming for the finale too. I'm hoping they close out a lot of stuff and it's not just like left over for season 2. But there's a lot of plot lines that need to close out. Yeah, Red Dead was awesome. The I guess epilogue was kind of long, but it was fine. The whole like Marston stuff. Let's go with Red Dead. Mass Effect Andromeda or Nier Automata. Easy pick for me. I feel like Andromeda got really bad like feedback at launch. Nier Automata was a fun game. It may not be played by a lot of people that don't like that kind of game, but this is easy picking the right here. Fingers crossed that Boy Genius lives or I takes him out. I'd be okay with that too. For some reason, I do feel like it's going to be the Xenomorph that takes him out. They could have him live too. I'm still unsure who I think the eye will go towards. Curly is probably still my choice because that in my opinion, is a logical pick that Cavalier intended it for. But it also, just because Cavalier wants it for someone doesn't mean necessarily it's going to wind up there. If anything, it actually could be somewhere he did not anticipate, like himself. I hope you're wrong. I wouldn't mind seeing more of him in season 2. It would be fitting having the eye take him over, considering he wants to talk to someone smart. Gil, you're saying Mass Effect? Really? Did people aren't even like Mass Effect fans not into Andromeda? Dang, 2-0 on Mass Effect. You guys, did you guys play Nier Automata? Did you just not like it? With 2B, I feel like this is frequently like a cosplay costume. I think it's 2-zip on Mass Effect now, though, but I'm holding out hope that we can get 2 Nier votes. Okay, we are going backwards. We are getting 3 Mass Effect votes. It seems to be Mass Effect. Let's go with it. That's fair. I mean, it's easy to go with the option that you're like, because next round you're not like picking blind for a second time, which is ironic to say considering they wear blindfolds. Huge franchise fan, that's fair. Yeah, if you sometimes even if it's not great, you're like supporter of it. Interesting. These are like 2 launches for their consoles, right? Like Dragon Age wasn't this Game of the Year in 2014? It was like the first Game of the Year Game Awards winner. Then Infamous Second Son. I never played Inquisition. I wanted to, but I feel like I was like too late and didn't think it would have held up. I did play Infamous Second Son. It was fine. I mean, you're kind of just running around the city with these powers. Infamous, I think so too. I mean, this may have been a good, like, at the time RPG. But I think I was checking it out after, like, playing The Witcher, and that probably would have been a big, like, letdown. Also, wasn't the recent Dragon Age game Veilguard? It was, like, not the greatest, but obviously not tied to this game. Dragon Age is overrated. Yeah, there may not have been a lot great that came out that year. I'm trying to think 2014, what else would have come out that year? Because that would have been a launch game or like a console launch, or at least around then. So maybe there wasn't too many great options. I think you got into his Origins. All right, sounds like Infamous is the choice here. 3-zip. Another shot at Hitman. We got Hitman 2 versus Dishonored 2. Oh, you picked Inquisition. So 3-1. Hitman 2, Dishonored 2. I think I would pick Dishonored 2. Dishonored 1 was probably I liked more than 2, but they're both decent. Dishonored. Yeah, just the gameplay cycle of Hitman gets a little bit redundant for me. Also, I feel like an old man saying this, but their menu system is so confusing. Every time I've like booted it up when you get like a free version of the game, there's like all the games are in like one menu, but then like there's the levels and like the episodes or whatever are broken down, and it's just somebody, at least in my opinion, somebody needs to tell them like, hey, change your like user design because it is so confusing on like what you own and what you don't own. Yeah, I probably agree, King Matthew, that it wasn't as good, but I think I would still pick it here. So it's 3-1. Yeah, that would take 3 to have Hitman, so we'll take Dishonored. At the bottom here. No, we still have, actually, we have quite a few left. Okay, interesting. We have NBA 2K16 or the show 20. Honestly, the show was the reason I bought a PS4. The show 16. I think I have. I don't have a lot of physical games these days, but this is one of the few. But for me, it's a show because that franchise is better than 2K. 2K is like a casino these days. You agree the menu sucks with Hitman? Yeah, it's. I don't. I have to wonder at times if it was just me because I'm like, people play these games, right? So like, but it is so like all over the place. Kind of weird these are on here. Are these viewed as being like the best sports games of this generation? That's the only reason I could think that's the case, because they have to represent it. Honestly, NBA 2K11 and 2K13, I liked both of those. But 16, we're at the point of like bad. It would be clearly the show for me. Pretty solid baseball simulator. But what are you guys saying? Basketball, MLB. That is true. This is this Javi Baez from the Cubs? Cubs are probably my least favorite baseball team, but I would still pick MLB The Show. NBA, is that 2-1 then? MLB, I have a PSN bias. So 2-2. 2K hasn't been good since 2K17. I mean, Madden, 2K, it's just like, let's charge you another $70 and then we'll charge you another $100 for Ultimate Team. I think sports games should be free at this point because they're just roster updates. I mean, there's marginal changes, marginal graphic updates. Beyond that, they just like add modes that they took out in the last game and they claim it's like a new feature. So I have long since stopped buying the annual sports game releases. Also, I feel like they were, speaking of NBA, I feel like all the NBA games became like PS Plus monthly games when the NBA Finals came around that following year. I believe it was 2-2. I don't mind being a tiebreaker here and saying baseball. But like if someone had another like 10 seconds, if they strongly adore Steph Curry, like Cope has demonstrated here. Interesting photo they chose for him on the left side. It's just, is that him at Davidson, looks like? And him and his dad. Baseball. Let's go with the show. Moving on to Mario, you decided that she hasn't seen Lord of the Rings. I mean, like all of them. That was very ironic too, because we have Shadow of Mordor here. Because if you're watching like the extended editions and The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings is definitely better. That's like all day. Like if you start now, you'll be done 24 hours from now. But maybe you'll just start. I would lean towards starting with, even though like chronologically they come after. Yeah, I would give like The Fellowship be like the first movie. I would start with Lord of the Rings because they are higher quality than The Hobbit. Even if you like The Hobbit, I'm pretty neutral on it. I don't think anybody would argue it's better than Lord of the Rings. So in hopes of having your wife not fall off, I would say start with Lord of the Rings. We're gonna watch the films one day. Oh, one a day. Gotcha. But we have Shadow of Mordor and Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I never got into the Xenoblade Chronicles franchise, so easy pick for me, despite their BS patent on the Nemesis system. We have 2 votes for Lord of the Rings here, Middle-earth and Mordor. I don't hate the Hobbit movies, though. They're just not nearly as good. Like, I would never consider them as a top Didn't another shadow vote? So we have Legolas, Orlando Bloom's in the movies. I'm pretty sure he wasn't in the Hobbit books, like his character, Legolas. I think they just added him into those movies because they're like, people really like Legolas, Orlando Bloom's character, so let's find a role for him. If I remember correctly, like he's not actually in the Hobbit, I don't think. All right, Shadow is definitely taking this one. Okay, I love when they do these like matchups. I guess we had the sports one just a second ago. Neo versus Sekiro. Not even an option for me. I beat Neo. It was fine. It, as a Souls-like, was okay. It does not live up to Sekiro, but it's got a sequel, so maybe people liked it more. I was surprised. Sekiro won Game of the Year, but like, I didn't expect it to. I was very happy it did because it would have been my pick, but I think a lot of people got mad. They thought the game was hard, and there wasn't. Unlike other FromSoft games, you can like typically grind and get like more powerful than you should be against certain bosses, but Sekiro didn't let you really do that. I guess you could get like the seeds and stuff, but if you didn't learn how to parry, you had a miserable time with Sekiro. Like I think it was the Genichiro fight is like the very much like the first fight that if you don't know how to parry, you're not going to continue further. Yeah, Sekiro is all. I mean, you have like kind of a fun mechanic that they included was you can kind of see it here, but his left arm is a prosthetic. So he kind of does like a little bit of a Spider-Man like swing around the arena. But it's not the easiest game, so I will say that. But if you've never played it, I would recommend it. If you like FromSoft games, if you don't, then it's probably not going to work for you. You could get into it. That's fair. I definitely know people, even people I know that like FromSoft games, like didn't wind up finishing it. So, is it 2-2 here? So we have King Matthew and Rusty for Sekiro, and Cope and Gilly for Neo. I didn't feel like Neo did anything like unique. It was just kind of a Souls-like. But need a tiebreaker. I mean, one was on my top 10 list and one would not be even on my top 100 list. So if I was breaking the tie, I know which one I'd pick. But I'm down to just pick a Sekiro and be the tiebreaker on this one. Like a lot of times I'm like, I don't really care, but it's very obvious to me. Yeah, I kind of agree with you, King Matthew. I have similar thoughts. As my cursor slides over to Sekiro without me even touching it. I think that was giving me a sign. We're picking Sekiro. Okay, so since it is not, I guess what that'd be 9th gen if we're saying this is 10th gen. Doesn't appear we have Last of Us Remastered. We have Last of Us Part 2, and we have Rise of the Tomb Raider. Even somebody who didn't really care for The Last of Us 2, I think this is pretty clearly that one, but Ghosts, yeah. They decided they were the tiebreaker. Okay, so we got 3 versus 1 for The Last of Us. As I said, I didn't care for the story in The Last of Us 2. I know a lot of people did like it. Pick anything else, you're wrong. But Rise of the Tomb Raider, to me, honestly, that whole franchise was fine. But in a lot of ways, it felt like it was like just a worse version of Uncharted. Is your pick. Last of Us 2 had a terrible story, but combat and the kills were fun. Yeah, that's kind of how I felt. I didn't love the story, but the like gameplay was an improvement over the first game. Or what do we have? 1 to 3, and then 2 to 3, and then 2 to 4. Okay, so it's Last of Us. Oh, this next one I'm not a fan of. This isn't fair. I mean, it's still The Witcher to me, but Dark Souls 3 was a good game. Second FromSoft game that I played. I don't know, I really dug Dark Souls 3, but it's The Witcher for me here. Yeah, Cope. I know a lot of people, I never had like a big polarizing. Typically, if you said you didn't like the story, you were like lumped into this group of people, but also we had the leaks take place with Last of Us 2, which probably didn't help. But I didn't like it as much. I feel like we were trying to be kind of edgy for the sake of doing it, but that doesn't mean it's good, in my opinion. Witcher, Dark Souls 3. Darksiders 1 and 2, I guess they're similar. They're not made by like FromSoft at least, so they're not Souls games per se, but I can see how the gameplay is similar to Darksiders. There's a few more puzzles in Darksiders, right? At least like the second one I think had a lot of them, like opening doors. Yeah, I agree, Gilly. Like The Witcher was one that I picked up at launch, and it was, even if you didn't like video games or RPGs, I feel like you had a good time with it. Has the best in-game minigame of all time with Gwent. I feel like that got me kind of interested in like card games. Great story, great side quest, great characters. I guess if you want to argue, the gameplay is very basic, like as far as the swinging the sword. Although you got to use like signs as well and stuff like that. But the combat is kind of pretty basic. That'd be the only thing I would say. Looking forward to the next one with Ciri. I heart Gwent. Yeah, it's solid. Skyrim is a good choice too for best RPG. I will say that. I started with Witcher 3. I had never played the first two. I've kind of since then gone back and watched a little bit of it, but I don't know if it holds up super well. All right, we're back at the top again. God of War 2018 versus DMC 5. I think God of War takes this one. Yeah, that's true. You can be easy as technology you want, especially if you change like the difficulty. Okay, 3-1. Cope, I think you may be getting outvoted on this one. It sounds like that's a personal favorite to you, but God of War is tough to deny as being like a great game. I didn't have it on my top 10, but I could see it easily being on a lot of people's. That's fair, King Matthew. Yeah, we can establish that. Is this your favorite game? I mean, we've seen them all at this point, but of this generation. Although we had RE7 also, so I think God of War's taking this though. Okay, we have Final Fantasy or half of Final Fantasy. You choose. Final Fantasy or Final Fantasy plus Disney. Oh, Bendy said Devil May Cry 2. I think that was still God of War taking that one. That's true, Gil. You can probably add a lot. I mean, doing a lot of the potion or the like alchemy stuff too. You guys are going heavy on the Final Fantasy. I understand that. This is probably a lot of people's in their favorite games. I don't think Kingdom Hearts is anybody's favorite game. This is a weird matchup. Okay. We got Bayonetta or Cuphead. You guys really loved Cuphead. That fact that beat Mario Odyssey, I would be surprised if it doesn't win here. Like, Odyssey is probably my, well, I like Odyssey more than Breath of the Wild. It's potentially my favorite Switch game. I did like Luigi's Mansion. I do like Smash. Link to the Past. I like Link to the Past more than Breath of the Wild. That may be weird to say. Oh, actually, we have Bayonetta squads coming out hot. We have one. Oh my, we have 4-1 Bayonetta. Really? How did you guys must hate Mario? Because Cuphead stomped the shit out of Mario, and then Bayonetta came out of nowhere, and just she's like shooting Cuphead right there with that. Yeah, Link to the Past. I prefer kind of, well, I say that Ocarina of Time was amazing. I like the 2D Zeldas. I guess Bayonetta, you guys are all right. It is a hard game, that's for sure. For me, this one's easy, but you guys seem to really like Jedi Fallen Order. But I mean, Red Dead, come on, right? Come on. This was, you just talked about The Witcher kind of being an iconic console-defining game. Red Dead, also one I picked up at launch. I'm surprised Elden Ring's not on here. Maybe this poll got created prior to that coming out, but I just noticed that's not on here, and that feels like a big miss. Pretty surprised they don't have it. It may have been before that game came out, but kind of weird it's not on here. Bayonetta greater than Cuphead, greater than Mario. All right, we got a Red Dead, 2 Jedi, and 3 Red Dead. Wait, yeah, 2 Jedi, 3 Red Dead. With that in mind, I'm heavily picking Red Dead, so we'd have to get 2 more Jedis. So that may be too far to overcome. Darn. Oh, you like Red Dead 1 more than 2? I really like 2. Like the cinematics, when you have like the squad rolling up to the like big mansion and stuff like that. I don't know. Well, let's go with some Red Dead 2. Okay, honestly, I feel like Red Dead's better than both these games, but Mass Effect Andromeda or Infamous Second Son? I wouldn't mind that. Part of me, if they do a Red Dead 3, going with a different group of characters, I would probably prefer, because we've kind of stretched out. We already did Marston twice, so I would still probably enjoy it regardless, but I would maybe prefer a new cast of characters. All right, looks like a 2-2. Mass Effect, Infamous, Mass Effect. I don't really love either of these. I think I beat Infamous though, so that one I would lean towards. Mass Effect I feel like was such a letdown. It was like pitching it being so great. I feel like the NPCs were kind of lifeless when you had like dialogue with them. They would glitch out a whole lot. Whereas this was kind of just a basic game, but it didn't feel like it really... This didn't live up to hype for me. This felt like this met about where I would expect it to be. The Infamous first one was so good. I guess that's true. Yeah, you can, because I don't fully remember the first game, but is he alive at the end? John Marston, right? Or is Jack John's kid? I barely remember Red Dead 1, if I'm being honest. Yeah, Mass Effect did have a lot of bugs, that's for sure. Is this a tie? Is it 2-2? I would pick Second Son, but I don't feel as passionately about it, so I'm not like overly concerned either way. Should we break a poll out for this one? Jack is Johnson. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I remember playing, I mean, I guess spoilers for Red Dead 2. I remember like playing as Arthur. I'm like, I don't think Arthur's a character in Red Dead 1. So it's kind of telling me where this is going. One more day till the start to fall. I am ready for, I mean, it's been definitely a little cooler, but I'm ready for cold weather. All right. Wait, this is Q&A. It's not what I meant to go to. Poll. Better game. Somehow that has yielded different results sometimes, so wouldn't mind another sequel to Mass Effect. It does feel like there's untapped potential with that franchise. Mass Effect, I guess. You may have been the tiebreaker then, Bendy. I'll let the poll run. We'll see how that goes. But I assume verbally you were probably the tiebreaker. I guess writtenly. We'll let that run for like 30 seconds. But I think you were probably the influencing vote there. Matthew, how'd your Gators wind up? We were at 5 votes. That would be what I expected it to be. So let's end the poll. You lost. I mean, Miami was number 4, so it's probably not a bad loss. It's probably some of their other losses weren't the greatest. LSU is kind of a okay loss, but the what was it? USF loss, probably not a great one. All right, so you did have the power. It is Mass Effect. Okay, based off how well the sports conversation went, I'm assuming this is going to be a sweep of Dishonored. But you never know. Yeah, I'm going to be surprised if anybody says MLB The Show. I wouldn't be against it, but I would be surprised. Yeah, it feels like we're going heavy Dishonored squad here. All right, yeah, let's call it there. It feels like we know where that's headed. This one's a tough one. Did Shadow of Mordor come out in 2014? Was that the same year as Dragon Age? Or was that 2015? Yeah, I agree, King Matthew. For me, this is Sekiro, but I could see it losing to Mordor here. Given the Lord of the Rings supporters. Apparently, Shadow of Mordor's taking this one. 3-0 already. The Neo fans get the revenge on, what's his name? Wolf, right? They're supposedly making a Sekiro anime. I'm a little bit unsure. I feel like, I can't remember what it was. People were not big fans of the studio. I think maybe they did some like AI stuff, but all right, Shadow. Yeah, it's 4-0. Dang. Sweep. Ooh. Not for me personally, but I imagine this could be somebody's like final 2. It's easy, like Witcher for me, but The Last of Us, I expect to get a good amount of support here. So do you like open world RPGs or linear heavy narrative storytelling gameplay? You're 1 and 2. Yeah, I assume some people probably feel the same way. Like high regard for both of them. All right, Rusty's going with Witcher. I co-sign that. You're gonna ask me to walk through the mortar, but the Shire is burning. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Stranger Things 5 for sure. It's fitting we're finally getting an ending, though. It feels like they have stretched out that franchise for some time. It's fair, King Matthew. It definitely, the way they chose to go about it wouldn't have been my choice for a story, but Chris coming in with Witcher 3 also. Oh, Eddie says that the group doesn't starts hopping up and down. That quote you gave. The D&D squad. Witcher's taking this, it seems. God of War 2018, Final Fantasy Remake. Gilly said Witcher also. Oh, Cope, you said The Last of Us, actually. I think you were the only one that picked Last of Us, though. I think everyone else said Witcher. That is true, King Matthew. I know people have mentioned that they were pretty trusting of the group they were into. 3 and 4. This is your next couple. I mean, it's fitting. These are like what, at the quarterfinals at this point. WTF. Final Fantasy, God of War, Final Fantasy. So we got a 2-1 situation here. I would probably say God of War, but I'm not the big Final Fantasy fan. It was fun to play as Cloud, though. Oh, we got a 2-2 split. Oh, 3-2 now. The comeback. Three to 2 God of War, with me favoring God of War. That may be just enough to give God of War the win. God damn. For Final Fantasy fans, do you like this more than the OG, or do you like the remake, or do you like the original more than the remake? I know the remake, they kind of stretched out the story into multiple games, but I think it's got a war here, though. Yes, I don't know which question I asked first. You feel like remake or OG? I don't know why that made me think of my friend who used to work at a sub place, and his least favorite thing is when he would ask somebody white or wheat, and they would say yes. He'd be like, God damn it. Remake is close to perfect. Nice. Did you like the, what is it, Retrograde? Is that the other one? This is easy Red Dead for me, but you guys are Bayonetta squad, it seems. Red Dead, Bayonetta, Red Dead, Bayonetta, Red Dead. Was that 5-2? That's enough for a win for me. Because I'm picking Red Dead 2, so it's pretty much 6-2. It's Red Dead. Meanwhile, over here, you got these like dud picks. No offense, but Mass Effect, which should not be here in my opinion, and Dishonored's like a decent game, but you liked Retrograde? I think, is there a third one? I have not followed the rest of the story. Red Dead Revolver is in the same world, I believe, but it's not necessarily like totally connected. I would assume so, Chris. I mean, Rockstar is pretty heavy on the Grand Theft Auto 6, so I don't think they're working on Red Dead 3 anytime soon. But if we're saying like working on it means it's coming out in like 2035, then I would say yes. But I think they're pretty much locked down with Grand Theft Auto. Part 3 should be out next year for Red Dead. Am I totally off base? They have 2 teams maybe? I don't know if I'm curious now that you say that. Out of Red Dead 3. It's anticipated release with some speculation around 2030 or later, possibly for next gen consoles. That is what Google is telling me, at least. Took 10 years to make Red Dead 2. Yeah, I thought it would be a while. You guys are slam dunking this Mass Effect. Do you guys really like Mass Effect, or are they getting like an easy matchup? Because I thought this game flopped. Maybe not, though. Ooh. I mean, it's The Witcher, but like very, very similar looking cover arts even. I mean, do you like yellow eyes or blue eyes? Do you like some red dust or more bluish dust? Do you like broken sword or sword coming out of hilt or whatever that is? Cape or no cape? Cape or iron? I don't know what he's wearing there. Steel? You enjoyed Mass Effect? It seemed like you guys dug it. Witcher, Shadow, Witcher, throw the ring in. See, but Shadow of Mordor doesn't follow. I mean, it's correlated, but it's not like telling a Lord of the Rings story. Like Gollum's in it. Is that the only tie-in to the Lord of the Rings? You have the obviously like Sauron One Ring stuff, but not a whole lot of tie into the movie. All right, what'd you guys say? 1, 2, 2, 3. Oh, you guys are. Oh my, is Witcher going down? I know. Yeah. You can mind control orcs. I do agree. But actually, no. You can. I mean, they're not orcs, but Witcher, one of his signs is to turn one of the bad guys to be on your team. So you kind of can mind control orcs. I forgot which one that is, like maybe Erdin. I like remember the names, but you can make them fight for you. But you guys, I think, picked Shadow of Mordor, which is insane to me. When I did my top list the other day, this was number 2. But you guys also killed Bloodborne to Resident Evil, so I don't know. In fairness, I haven't done any really videos on Lord of the Rings, but I was saying the channel I've talked about Lord of the Rings and played Resident Evil, so Axie's the sign, okay. I'd like to stall, but it's Shadow of Mordor. All right. I saw you say that, King Matthew, on the Discord. It wouldn't be the first time somebody bought Warner, but we'll see how it goes if that winds up being the case. It's fitting they have similar. I mean, Netflix needs probably more stuff in their catalog. Because, I mean, Cobra Kai is over with. Stranger Things is about to end. They're kind of light on original IPs, so it could be a strategy to get some more. Do I do a YouTube channel for movies? I mean, I have movie reviews on this channel. If that's what you're asking, Chris, I don't know if you have a different question, but movie hunting on Tuesday, nice. I don't do like movie hunts like out in the wild or anything like that, but I will do reviews. You guys literally went back to back. God of War, Red Dead. Yeah, that's the other thing. They cancel shows pretty. I mean, I don't know how well supported that one was, so I can't speak to like the numbers. I imagine they ran them, but they cut stuff off pretty quick. I'm generally of the mindset of like bounce around to sub services. Like if you haven't had one in a while, re-up it for a month or two and then binge the stuff you like and then drop it for another one. You're gonna say Red Dead 2 is your choice. Oh, you like Ragnarok more than 2018? So is that 3-2? To watch The Walking Dead and Supernatural. Yeah, I feel like back in the day, people would subscribe to Netflix like permanently just to watch The Office, but like stuff like that is gone because everybody wanted to claim their IPs and make their own streaming services. 3-2, I would pick Red Dead over God of War, so that's enough for a win for me. Okay. How much longer can Mass Effect survive? Shadow of Mordor, right? Given this matchup. All right, heavy consensus on Shadow so far. Yeah, Chris, I mean, you don't have to be familiar with the first one to play the second one, especially because it is technically a prequel. It dies here. Yeah, that's a pretty big statement for Mordor. All right, Red Dead Redemption 2 or Shadow of Mordor. Let's not get crazy, guys. Big time, I mean, I guess the Warner Brothers game too, but like big time Rockstar game versus... Dang, you guys love Shadow of Mordor. It's a good game. But would you be saying this if this was the Gollum game? Dang, you guys are really crazy about the Shadow of Mordor. I think that was recently. I'm not like super familiar with like the Humble Bundle stuff, but I think there was like a Warner Brothers one recently that had like the Injustice games and Shadow of Mordor and the Arkham games, maybe. Maybe it wasn't the Injustice games. Maybe it was Arkham and Shadow. Speaking of which, kind of surprised you don't see a Batman game on here. But we also, as I said, didn't see Elden Ring. I think I prefer Mordor over War, but War is definitely a progression, so it's like more modernized and updated, but I think I liked the first one more. Yeah, I would definitely play them through. They're pretty... I mean, the combat is very much like Batman also, so... But more open world, I guess. Red Dead. So was that 2 Red Deads? King Matthew and Rusty. And then it was 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's going to be Shadow here. It's made it quite a long journey. So we're thinking the best 2 games of the generation was either Resident Evil 7 or Shadow of Mordor. Which is funny because I assume nobody would necessarily pick these as like their favorite, but the consensus, like once you combine everybody's thoughts, you get to like some middle ground. My word, the Resident Evil love is going wild. Yeah, Chris, I haven't played all of them, but I've played a good number of them. They're okay to me. I'm not a big fan of them, but they're fun here and there. All right, it's like a Resident Evil sweep at this point. I don't even think we have to. Yeah, I don't think we have to even think about it. It appears. There's our complete bracket. Resident Evil 7, according to chat, given the population, because as I said, Elden Ring and other stuff wasn't on here, but Resident Evil 7, best game from the Switch, PS4, and Xbox One era. I think it's a great game too. I would never put it as my favorite, but it would be up there. Yeah, King Matthew, we were talking about that earlier. I think I would just get sick playing it in VR. I heard some people had that happen, so I imagine I would be in that population. All right, well, that's surprisingly only the second bracket fight we did tonight. I am somewhat flexible to your guys' feedback on if you'd like to do another bracket. I did have on like the agenda for today was to jump into Slay the Spire and then guess the game. But I'm realizing, like, if I'm being aware, I'm assuming most people aren't like major Spire fans. It's kind of like my personal enjoyment. So I am willing to take feedback here at this point. I know we talked about doing a console. I think that got second place for a bracket fight. Hey, take it easy, Rusty. Thanks for hopping in. Thank you so much for the super chats throughout the evening. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Chris, I have played the Batman Arkham games. What Batman game is my favorite game? I mean, it's one of the trilogy, the Arkham trilogy. I mean, the third one's the most modernized, but I feel like they kind of heavily went into the Batmobile, which I didn't love. King Matthew, I just had guessed the game for today since it was like themed towards that. All right, we can hop to that. Maybe I'll end things with Slay the Spire, depending on if folks are actually interested in that one. But that's kind of an easy one for if like chat's not overly active. But yeah, let's switch over to some guess the game. I guess I'll probably do full screen for this one. I need to pull it up also. Yeah, I appreciate you guys giving your input on the bracket stuff. As it definitely it's more fun, but it also takes a lot. Like we only did 2 brackets. It was just PS2 games and greatest 10th gen games. Yeah, King Matthew, it's the exact same. Although one, it's kind of harder because games I feel like are harder to predict. But the one positive is, if we get the correct franchise, it tells us that we are in the right franchise. So that if you say like Kingdom Hearts, it'll tell you like, hey, it's one of the Kingdom Hearts games. Let's see. I love the RE7 one. I wish Silent Hill won the bracket prior. I mean, it got pretty dang close. Okay, I did this for shorts a while ago. So in the event that we get to the same ones I only did like 8 of them. I'll let you guys know that I already know the answer, but I don't think we'll get that far. I'll probably grab the rest of my coffee down, but let me pull up the first picture to share with you guys. Let's see. Let's move it up a little bit, maybe. Problem is, I think normally the first one does not wind up looking the same as the rest of them. Yeah, I will. I'll leave this for you guys to. Are you guessing the right answer already? So, I mean, the art style does say Wind Waker. Since you did say it before I even left, I'm down with trying that. It looks a little bit too cartoony for Raft. Wind Waker, I could see the art style for. As I said, similar to the other game, or guess the movie. If we've guessed it before and it's been right, I don't think they repeat. But I've only done this like 8 times, so I don't have a good understanding of what we've had before. So they will be mostly open season for guesses. Also, there's 1,200 of these, so Let's go with Wind Waker. All right, it's not. Well, in that case, I will leave this for you and step away now. All right, we are back. I guess I should slide over here. This format seems to be the easiest to like do. I guess I don't need to have my face be so massive here. I could just make the picture take up the whole screen, but let us see. So what are you guys saying? Maybe Pokemon. Oh, let me turn the music back on. Yeah, score's 81%, so pretty solid. Animal Crossing? You think? I don't know if... I mean, I guess this could be somebody's like island, but... I don't know. I think the score's too high, but it was kind of giving me like Human Fall Flat impression. I don't mind trying Animal Crossing though if you want me to send it on it. I'm probably gonna be dreadful. I am not as good either. Honestly, I think I'm probably much better at the movie. I think when I did shorts on this, I only got like half of them right. I mean, the hard part is if you've never played the game, that's harder to guess. Whereas movies, if I haven't seen the movie, I can still kind of pick up on it because you've seen like trailers or whatever. Whereas games, if you didn't play the game, you're kind of screwed. I'm down to try some Animal Crossing. I guess we'll say New Horizons. No. Okay, it's on a lot of games or a lot of consoles. Is this like Little Nightmares or something? Like what's going on with the... Well, let's look at these first few. No, it looks too like happy. This part like kind of looks like one of those games where it's like a 2D walking though. Like Inside and Limbo, those kind of styles. What about Prince of Persia? I'm trying to think of something where I'm like moving to the right. It is on everything. It is on everything 10th gen as the terminology I just learned. Yeah, it does feel like it's that type of game. But which one had... Honestly, I was going to say like Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze when I saw like this, but it's on all these consoles, so it's not that. Yeah, that's true. I guess the one positive is we know it's not like a console exclusive type of game. We're in like a factory here. This is very bright and vibrant. I don't think it's DBZ. Like which DBZ game? Because those are pretty much just like fighting games. This looks like a level. This looks like a, as I mentioned, like a Little Nightmares type of game where you're just like moving right and you're unlocking pathways. I'm getting no vibes. This feels like one we could get. I'm feeling though. This like factory stuff though, I'm not sure I'm picking up on. I think just to learn more information, we'll just set it on like a Little Nightmares. I don't think that's right, but genre, turn-based tactics. Okay, that's not the impression I was getting from any of these things we've seen. Is this like Final Fantasy Tactics or something? Like, what is this even? This is like a turn-based game. Honestly, just write tactics. Turn-based. I mean, turn-based I can get, but turn-based indie style game on every platform. Metal Slug Tactics? That okay, we switched over. They must have updated. It's past midnight apparently. What about Metal Slug Tactics? I'm not familiar with that game, but this, honestly, the rest of this kind of gives me, it could be Metal Slug. I talked about being a progressing, which that game kind of is. Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. That's new. Oh, Metal Slug Tactics is, so it wouldn't be on these consoles, you're saying? It is on the PS5. Came out a few months ago. I think it could, I mean, this, Guess the Game came out on September 20th, you see at the top here, but it doesn't mean that the game's new, but it has the potential for still being right. Let me unless someone has a stronger guess, I'm gonna throw that out there, honestly. Yeah, just hit 1 a.m. Let's try it. Nope. Ooh, 2024 though, so it is newish. These, What are you guys from? I got nothing. This, as I said, the downside of the game versus the movies is like these characters I'm not recognizing. But I imagine if I did, it would be like, oh yeah, clearly. Global Defense Force Tactics. Is that Lord of the Rings Tactics? I don't even think this is like a Final Fantasy Tactics, which was like my only other thing. This got an 81%, huh? It may not even be like a tactics title. That's just maybe the genre defining description. Oh, I guess the other realization. So this, they had Metal Slug Tactics as an option in here. So that proves that it had been uploaded, because if it's not in here, then I can't select it. Warhammer 40K. These are like cartoony guys. I don't see Warhammer. I mean, Warhammer's turn-based. I'll give you that. I don't have any other guesses though, so I don't mind just like Hail Marying something. But 40K was a... I mean, there's like a bunch of them, but the one that just came out. I think SteamWorld's a good guess. Honestly. It's like that, I mean, steampunk. Ooh. It's not Dig. Is there a Tactics? Or is it just a Heist? Build. I think I have SteamWorld Dig on Steam, and that's not that. So maybe SteamWorld Heist 2? Send it. That was all you, Gilly. I was not getting that no matter what. Let's watch the last one's normally a clip of the game. It kind of reminds me of like Worms. Huh. 81%. That's a respectable score, so I was not getting that. Actually, let's do the one for today. Yeah, I was not going to guess that, so you crushed that one. You bought it on sale and not played it yet. What do we have here? This is like giving me Mario. Yeah, well done on that one. This is giving me Mario. Mega Man? That works. There's like 10 billion of that. But the good news is, as I said, if we get that right, we know it's in the right. Is there a dash between Mega and Man? Oh, there's a space. And that is also true. Yeah, there's a lot. I did think it kind of looked like a Mario level. But as I said, the positive is if it is Mega Man, we know it's the right franchise normally. It'll tell us, but there's like 10 billion to guess, so... Is there a popular one? This looks older. So one of the earlier Mega Mans? Mega Man 2? All right, let's try Mega Man 2. I don't think it's a Mega Man franchise because it, from my understanding, the game would tell me if it was the correct franchise. It wouldn't have an X, it would have like a yellow thing there. Honestly, this looks like a Joe and Mac. This is giving me retro SNES. What are these? Yeah, I'm getting stumped on this so far. It's Nintendo, by the way. Animation looks. I'm down to send it. As I said, I think if we get it in the right franchise, Castlevania. I did not really. There are so many Castlevania games. My word. Duck Hunt? What was the first picture again? This doesn't scream Duck Hunt though. There's too many Castlevanias. What do you normally stream, Gilly? Out of curiosity, it sounds like you, from what Ghosts mentioned, you may stream. We'll just set it on the first one. Okay, it's not in the Castlevania franchise. Game Boy Color. Ruh-roh. My Game Boy knowledge, very light. 74%, so very average. Probably for... Because game scores, I don't feel like get that as bad as movies. So 70 is like more average. This is telling me like Mario again with like a cannon coming out here, maybe? I don't know about this one though. Yeah, Game Boy is rough, I agree. A lot of PlayStation stuff. I wonder if you like, if it's any Mario game, if it's gonna pop up as being like, yes. It's a Game Boy Mario game. Honestly, I don't know if I really can think of any. I got nothing. There's Mario Party Advance, but it's not, no. Is there any that just have like Game Boy in the name? It may not even be a Mario game, if I'm being real. Because I'm curious if it'll still count as being the right property. I know this is not right, but let's see. Donkey Kong's your guess? Metroidvania. Adventure action platform. Problem is, this is not like a Metroid game, so the Metroidvania aspect of it doesn't help me. Game Boy platformer. This is a disaster. I couldn't even tell you which Metroid games are on Game Boy. Probably just send on one of those and see. I don't think it's this franchise anyway, so. Okay, O2. I assume this character either does or does not look familiar. Kind of looks like she's got like Aladdin style pants on. I have no idea what this property is though, so I think we're in trouble. Jungle Book. I mean, I don't know if her outfit matches a Jungle Book. Is she crying? That one looks like it's an earring, but that one looks like a tear. I have no idea. So honestly, you know what? Sure. Okay, this is... I've never seen this ever, so... I mean, it definitely mostly resembles Aladdin, but I don't know who this chick is. She's using her hair to whip people. Also, that's like the exact same. Like, we didn't learn anything. Like, this clip combined this picture with this picture. So... Oh, you think you know it? If you're telling me if that's a thing. Is it this one you're saying? The Pirate's Curse? I mean, there's a pirate boat here. You did mention she kind of like Aladdin, half Genie Heroes, one of the games. God, there's 5 games in this franchise. Risky's Revenge, the regular one, half Genie Hero, the 7 Sirens, and the Pirate's Curse. Is she always like near boats? Because I lean towards Pirate's Curse, but this may be a normal backdrop. Give me one. I'm assuming it's Shantae, given you said Shanty, and then Gilly came in with Shantae. Problem is there's a few of them, and Pirate's Curse is the only one that to me says pirate boat, but maybe not. But I will give you a moment, Ghost, if you need a moment. This is the best guess I got at this point. You think is it just a Shantae without any of the extra text? Because that was an option. Give you a second. Like, there's just Shantae. Oh, as details, Way Forward's the dev. It came out in 2002. I don't know if that helps your recollection. On Game Boy Color 2002. This was not a helpful picture. You think it's the OG? You know what? We have the franchise, it sounds like, which is more than I was hoping, so I'm down to send it on just the straight up one. All right, let's do it. You got it. Well done. Yeah, just Shantae, it appears. Don't know that franchise? No shot I was getting that. So from the first 2, I was not getting either of them. Okay, this feels like more of a console game that I have a chance of getting. Yeah, well done on that one. I will say I do know one of the ones that was one of the 8 that I did before. One of them was The Evil Within. I don't know how you remember because I did not. I had no idea. What is this? Looks Silent Hill-y. I mean, Resident Evil 1, Silent Hill, those are both thematically similar. It does look like slightly older graphics. I don't think PT's on here because that wasn't like a full game, right? Like, I doubt PT is in here because that was technically just a demo. A very, very highly regarded demo, but I don't mind trying like Silent Hill or something. If we send it on that, are we thinking the first one? Or does it not look that old? Also, red, is that color of a wall that would be in Silent Hill? Trying to see what this is. Is this like a monitor or like a vent? I think it's a vent. Could be Little Nightmares. For some reason, this feels like the graphics look a little dated for... Like, this looks at the very latest, like 360. Which I guess Little Nightmares came out. I'm trying to think when that came out. Let's just send on Silent Hill, I think. We can get some more details. Silent Hill, this is not... Okay, we will not send on Silent Hill. Dead Rising. Isn't that mostly in like a mall though? I feel like this is like in a... some other like type of building other than a mall. Like, it kind of feels like I'm in a hospital or like some more bleak location. It sounds like you think you know this one. Do you think like Left 4 Dead 1? I'm way I got all the time. You can try Left 4 Dead 1. Let's go for it. Does not. 79%, so pretty good. What is happening here? This is blood. Yeah, this looks old, as I was saying. This looks older than Left 4 Dead even. What is happening? Do we like cut ourselves shaving? I don't know what is going on. Happy Wheels, the blood trail kind of looks like it. Dead Island. It's not a bad guess. This looks like old though. Yeah, the quality looks a little bit more aged than Left 4 Dead. Need another? All right, let's throw out like Dead Island just to get another guess. Okay, well, I was saying 360 was the latest. Apparently that's exactly when. What is this? Is this like a payphone? This is making me think like Condemned or something, but the first two pictures I did not think that. Yeah, I am blanking as well. This is a payphone, right? That's what this looks like at least. Zombie, maybe? It feels liminal. Half-Life, not a bad guess. 360, what was Half-Life 2? Yeah, I was gonna say. I could see that. Let's try it. It's not a Half-Life 2 prop. No, it's not Nintendo. That's true. That's actually that's a good kind of like process of elimination. If a game was also on Nintendo, you can say no. Half-Life 2 was on PC. Orange Box, that's a good guess. Oh, on PS3 you're saying? Let's try Orange Box, sure. I mean, it's the same assets, I would guess, as you're kind of running through the Valve gamma, aren't you here? Team Fortress 2. I think we just need probably another shot. We'll click submit on this one. Definitely not getting any like first image magic, it feels like thus far. Ooh. Action adventure. Zombrex. Dead Rising. Is that what King Matthew said earlier? I'm trying to look back. You said that King Matthew said Dead Rising right from the rip. And I feel like I was like, nah, this isn't a mall. So if it is, that's you guys are impressed. Like I'm impressed with that. Which one's the question? Since I ignored you the first time, King Matthew, I'm gonna send it on your guess this time and say Dead Rising 2. I mean, maybe we would have guessed the first game in the franchise in the first picture, but you literally from the first picture, I'm pretty sure said Dead Rising, and I like shot that down ASAP because I expected this as the backdrop, and I was like, what is happening here? So I think you deserve a first image win for that. Like this is what I was thinking the background would be. What's the point of throwing that? Yeah, well done. That you guys figured that one out. Oh God, okay. I don't know. Medieval? Like what is this? It kind of looks like similar to that. Dead Rising is an amazing game. I never really got into the games. They kind of felt like just a fun way to like blow off steam. Zelda-y type of game? Maybe. I think the trees were making me think medieval for some reason. Like they were looking Halloween-ish. Yeah, it looks like it's at least trying to go for like a horror aesthetic. Maybe not actually be scary, but... yeah, maybe I'll try that one. Pumpkin Jack, that is also true. Let's try this. No. Maybe you're right. It's not rated. Uh-oh. I'm going to go with your guess. Not rated means it's probably just on like... it either in the past has meant it was like an arcade game, but maybe it's on like just Steam. Let's try it. Nope. PS1. This looks like I'm like at the beginning of Mario Party and I'm deciding how many rounds we're gonna go. I don't think Tomb Raider because it's not rated, which it means it's a pretty obscure game, I would think, or it's like old enough before ratings were a thing. That's kind of the other possibility. Yeah, I don't... It still kind of looks like a horror game for some reason to me. We've had some pretty like obscure selections. That's kind of why the game is a little harder than movie. Yeah, PS1. So we have that context. Which, as I said, maybe that's why it's not rated because it's so old. This picture kind of didn't do much for me. Like, are we at like the top of an elevator or something? Like, what is the angle here? Fear effect? I've never heard of that. I'm down to send it. That sounds like a game that would not be rated. I was never getting that. I've never heard of that franchise. Action adventure. Okay. This looks like an Indiana Jones or like Saw 5 ending where I'm getting like trapped in the walls. Okay. This looks like a bad GoldenEye port. Is there not even a... Okay, I was gonna say, is there not even a clip? Okay, we're shooting these like... This looks like Hellraiser. Kind of RE. I could see that. I mean, the fixed camera with the walking around with a gun. I was gonna say, I knew this wasn't RE based off the score, but like this kind of looked like an RE like puzzle. Yeah, I agree with like the in the video, like we're fixed camera back here in the room, and when we like go to another room, you have to like change how you're walking. Although in fairness, stuff like Man of Medan kind of had that problem too, where it's like once you entered a new room, you had to like recalibrate your direction. 5 discs, I would give that a not rated also. That is absurd. I guess that would make sense. All right, how about we do, let's do 10 more correct answers. Then maybe, I know audience may not be interested. Maybe we'll wrap up with a Slay the Spire run. The camera was a game, yeah. Let's see if I can finally get one of these, actually. In fairness, I will say this. This may have an impact, and maybe we should start at the beginning. This is game 1222. So they've done 1200 games that were chosen for these pictures. So I don't know if they like left some good ones or if we're just like in the deep cut era at this point. Maybe we'll do this one and then we'll go back to the beginning and then we'll do getting 10 right at that point, because I imagine earlier on they're picking like Mario Odyssey, Zelda, whereas now they're like, this is a Fatal Frame 2 Furry's Revenge. Like, I could see that a little bit. The graphics look a little worse than RE4, right? You have a big PS1 collection. I never, I was on the Nintendo train during that time. I was N64. Although I neglected your answer previously, King Matthew, so I'm gonna not make that same mistake. We'll send it on 4. Let's see if we get something with that. It's not 68%. Another middle of the road game. We got some barrels. Okay, so I'm getting medieval-ish because we have castle. We have like this looks like some kind of like cellar almost. Honestly, this also looks like I have a fixed camera. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a PS1 game, maybe PS2. Is this just a fire? It looks like there's like a person standing, but I think it's just a little fire. Diablo game, maybe? I mean, it could be like a cutscene from a Diablo game, but I feel like Diablo is more like top-down, right? A dungeon in the second picture. Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption. If this was RE8, this is where we're interacting with Heisenberg. Yeah, I'm not getting much here either. Can I just type the word like dungeon and see if we get something fun? Wait, was there something that was called Dun Dun Dungeon? If there... No, there's not. Dun to damn dungeons and damn. Diablo's not bad. You know what? We'll say in that case we get the right franchise. Did not tell me, so I don't think so. PS4? Huh. This looks older than that. Okay, we got a little health bar. This looks like that Robin Hood game, maybe. You guys remember that kind of bad? What was that? Was it just called Hood? Baldur's Gate? The score would have been higher, right? Yeah, PS4, PC, and Xbox One. These graphics suck, though. I don't even think that game, the graphics were that bad. I feel like I'm on like PS2 at best here. Maybe I'll just send it on this to get more details. Action RPG. All right, we get a little bit of a sample size here. We got our health bar, probably our stamina. Honestly, this makes me think. Also, that game, did I have the right title? Skyrim? I think it'd be higher than 68% though. Like that game, maybe not, but it feels like that's a pretty well regarded game. Oh, you know what this is making me think of? Was that a separate game? No, I don't. That may not be this. I think it was Ghost of Tsushima that had like a separate multiplayer game. But the rest of these don't look that great. Also, Castle. There's some other like multiplayer game that was similar to this too. I've never heard of Steel Rising. If you want to send all that, I would say to answer your question, way it's Steel Rising. Is it? I don't know, but way it is. That's a possibility. Well, I'm done with trying it. It looks like this is like a summoning location, and that may be mistaken, but I thought this was a bad guy at first, but I think this is like... All right, King Matthew, appreciate you coming back and hang out even longer. Take it easy, man. I'm down to try that. 2014. Okay, we got a sword. This looks like a fun game. 2014's a tough. So it was almost like a console launched. PS4, PC, Xbox One in 2014. Dungeons and Dragons. Was there a video game of that? I mean, there is Tactics, but I don't think that is Dungeons and Degenerate Gamblers. Chronicles of Mystara. Dark Alliance. Heroes, Eye of the Beholder. There's a lot of Dungeons and Dragons games. I mean, it could be any of them. I mean, this combat looks kind of fun. What does this dude look like? He's just got a big face. Yeah, I was gonna say, honestly, this reminds me of Dark Souls 3, where you're fighting the dude in front of or inside of the like church or whatever, but like with much worse graphics. All right, Deck 13 CI games. Honestly, this looks like a bad Souls game. Oh, this isn't Lords of the Fallen, is it? Maybe it is. I think that was a launch game, I'm pretty sure. You guys think Lords of the Fallen has a chance of being right? That would be like bad Souls game. Dude, there's so many weird video game names. That's my leading candidate, but I'll give you guys like a minute or two to like chime in and say, no, dummy, that's not right. Go with it. It's seeming similar because I never played the recent one, but I did play the original one, and I didn't think it was as bad as everybody said it was. But it's been a long time. It looks like a clunky Souls game, which is Lords of the Fallen. I'm not familiar with which dev made that game, but I'll give you guys like 10 more seconds, then I'm just gonna send it, I think, on this. I may be wrong, but there's enough hints towards it that make me think it's possible. All right, let's run it, I think. Nice. I finally contributed. I didn't totally suck. I said I didn't mind it, but I clearly didn't remember it well enough, but I eventually got there. All right, let's yeah, we got that one finally. Let's do, how do I, the dev is right, yeah. Out of curiosity, we'll start at the beginning, and I said we'll do 10 correct answers. Well, okay, this is like a Mass Effect, right? Okay, this is way easier when you start from the beginning. This is a Mass Effect game, I'm pretty sure. Like Mass Effect 2? Character. It could be a Star Wars game, I guess, but it's very sci-fi. It could be like a KOTOR, but I think this is Mass Effect 2. Do you think it's the OG? The graphics do look kind of old. Also, I think my sample size has already been proven that the beginning they had much more popular choices, whereas towards the end, the ones we were just doing were much harder to pick. Okay, sounds like you're thinking ME1. I replayed on PS Plus. 2 is very orange. Wolfenstein, really? I was getting major. I mean, I guess there was some sci-fi elements to Wolfenstein, but this is making me think Mass Effect. Let's send it. Ooh, was I right? We're in the right trilogy, but it's not Mass Effect 1. Ooh, I may have been. It may be Mass Effect 2. After all the Mass Effect love we had earlier in the polls, if I'm gonna be right with it being Mass Effect 2, I'm gonna do a little gloating. Okay, it's not even 2. This is Mass Effect 3. That's 3. Okay, you did get there. I jumped the gun a little bit saying it was 2. Hubris kind of took over there. But it was nice that it, as I said, it told us we were the right franchise. So that was helpful. Got that first try. Yeah, we knew it was Mass Effect. It was just from there. It's kind of cool visual. 2012. What is this very cheesy? I feel like I'm in some like really bad action movie here. This may be before they had clips. This is just like a picture at the end. Ship gave it. Yeah, that's true. Oh, in this picture, it did look pretty. The graphics look pretty solid. That's Shamra's daughter. This chick you're saying? The power of friendship will prevail. Okay, well, we technically got that one on 3, but we really got on the first one. So that kind of proves probably these are going to be easier. Okay, this is Zelda, right? This is Ocarina of Time. This game is significantly different of an experience when starting from the beginning. Like, I mean, this could be other stuff, but yeah, I am 100% getting 1 was blurry, 2 was orange, 3 was pretty. Yeah, kind of. I mean, it makes sense that they run out of big names. All right, we got one on the first picture. Feel good about that one. Is this the Golem area? I haven't played the game in a long time. Okay, out in the desert. This is when we're riding like Epona. There is Zelda. There is Link. I mean, you mentioned the graphics do look like they hold up. It's a matter of does the camera and stuff like that hold up. I think the big problem is the N64 controllers don't really hold up. Is he doing I forgot the name of the song. The one's like great game. Maybe we'll replay at some point. 3DS port is awesome. Best fight. This one, you're saying? The ending was kind of a little underwhelming with the Ganon fight. Then you have to like run down the freaking thing, if I remember. You have to go like opposite of Mario 64 and just go down everything instead of going up. Dark Link fight. I don't know if I remember that. The whole time travel element was fun. All right, well, we kind of dominated these first two, so I expect that to continue. Oh, this is Outer Wilds, right? I'll wait on you guys, but I'm pretty sure it's Outer Wilds. 3DS port has HD graphics. That would make it a little easier to play. You guys can correct me if I am mistaken here. I didn't really like Outer Wilds. I liked the idea of it, but I also didn't really ever get into like Subnautica, and it's kind of like space Subnautica. Camera wheel feels wonderful. That is helpful. I assume you agree this is Outer Wilds. If I should have done guess the game with my shorts starting from the beginning, I would have felt like so much smarter being like knowing these. Okay, another. Maybe I'm better at this in movies. We just have better options earlier on. Because I think the movies are only at like, I don't know, they're in the hundreds, whereas this is in the thousands at this point. Yeah, as I said, I never totally vibed with this game, but I liked the idea. All right. Ooh. Is this like a, what are those games called? Like Red Desert or whatever? I know more movies and games. I don't know if for sure. I mean, it's easier for me to guess a movie if I haven't seen it. Like I'm familiar with all three of these first games, whereas the earlier games we were doing, I've never seen in my life. What's going on in the background here? Red Faction. I think that's what I was thinking of the name of. I think you're right. This looks like kind of some technology stuff in the back. I don't mind that guess. I was thinking of something. Maybe that's what I was thinking of, but there's also a few in the franchise, so tis not. Ooh. I mean, this looks like a God of War or like Horizon, but who's that in the background? But there's a desert here, and then suddenly we're in the winter. Someone's like flying over here. 89% also, so kind of a banger. This isn't like a Red Dead also. It kind of made me think Red Dead because we're in desert, but then also like wintertime. These kind of look like, maybe this is off base, but like the pink petals make me think like Japanese. Kind of a few options, although it's weird to balance between like this picture and then this one. I think Horizon. This picture was definitely giving me Horizon, but then I'm like, when I don't remember them being in like Arizona. Was there a desert portion of Horizon? We got up here. Which is why I thought maybe like a Red Dead, but I think these are maybe just rock structures in the back. I don't mind trying Horizon though. We can send it. Ghost, the second picture is making me think Ghost, but is there a desert part in Ghost? Like, as I said, the petals and stuff made me think like Japanese, and it's the middle of the map area near the capital. I'll try Horizon. Nailed it. I don't remember the desert portion though. All right, this mountain ridge would have been a giveaway. Also, we have big robotic dinosaur. It appears in the background. Here's the thing walking to. You can kind of see it. And there's Aloy. All right, you nailed that one. If it was just the second picture, I would have probably guessed it, but I did not remember this. All right, what do we got? Ooh. 2/3 in. Okay. Okay, so kind of pixelated. Is this I'm gonna blank on the name of it. I'm blanking on the name. The game that's still around today that's like super popular that you can like have an entire like world in. I don't know if that is this, but it's not your type of game. Stardew Valley. That's what I was thinking of. Is this like a Stardew Valley, maybe? I don't know if there's like a Starry Night scene per se. Also, we have like a castle wall, so I don't know if that would apply. Maybe I'll try something like that though. This almost looks like it's like a Game Boy game where this is like just a cutscene. Peter Pan game. It's not bad, I guess. I'm assuming we're still going into like the big names since it's been that way kind of thus far. I take back everything. Metacritic did not exist yet, but probably 100% Winky Face. I don't think this is Peter Pan anymore because we have like dudes getting like totally rolled up on by this girl, and then we're like passed out, puking everywhere. This looks like a scene out of Red Dead, honestly. Yeah, I've never seen this in my life. It does kind of, as I said, the first picture kind of looked Game Boy-ish. I thought it was a little bit more PG than the second picture of like everybody drunk. This is giving like Conker's Bad Fur Day if it was a Game Boy game. It's definitely old because Metacritic does not exist. We may be pirates. Yeah, I mean, dude's got kind of pirate hat going on, so I think so. Also, how did you get up there? He has eye patch. Yeah, I think we are pirates. It's kind of weird we're wearing green and blue, though. We're very fashionista pirates. I guess this guy's kind of standing out with his striped shirt. This over here, though, this looks like a FNAF head to put on. Maybe it's just this guy's... I think it's just the guy's arm. I was thinking it was a mask at first. Monkey Island. I never played those, but I do see the potential in that pick. Okay, there's like 10 billion. LeChuck's Revenge, Return, The Secret of Monkey Island, The Curse of Monkey Island, Tales of Monkey Island, Escape. LucasArts. I'm assuming it's either The Secret or The Curse. Those strike me as like first ones. Whereas Return and 2 seem like sequels, and Escape. Maybe. Tales? We got Secret, Curse, Tales, Escape. What is this on the right? I'm just not realizing. This looks like some kind of like portal to hell. This is the Event Horizon portal. I don't know which Monkey Island was the first one. So... Eeny, meeny... Or cloth. Yeah. We'll say The Curse. It's the right franchise. Deep in the Caribbean. I almost said the one on top of The Curse, which was The Secret. It was. Should have stuck with my gut. Never played these though. I'm not big into point and click stuff. I can appreciate them. I don't really like modern stuff that's point and click. I'm trying to think of the franchise that was kind of popular, kind of like Monkey Island. As somebody stretched this out so much. Yeah, you crushed that one. I don't think I would have gotten to it, honestly. I know the franchise, but maybe when I saw point and click. Okay. All right, 5 more. Is this like Grand Theft Auto? Woody's? Goosebumps had a great game. Return to Horror Island. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the ones that I know that I don't really care for. Like, I feel like Grim is in the title or something. The main character is like a Grim Reaper, so maybe that's why I'm thinking that. Sam and Max Fandigo? Is that what you're saying this is? Or are you saying another game style? You may be saying a different game. This looks like Grand Theft Auto, right? Oh, I think to your point, I think it was Fandango is the one I was thinking of. This is like Grand Theft Auto 3, right? Woody's. That text is a little bit odd though for GTA. Sure, guess it. I mean, it doesn't look like the greatest graphics. You guys mentioned earlier that 2 was also top down, so that's why I'm leaning towards GTA 3. I think we send it. Got it. Nice. 93%. Pretty nice. Graphics don't look as great as I remember, but that's to be expected. All right, we're picking her up. Pause. What's up with like the text being stretched out in a lot of these older games? Even up here, it looks kind of stretched out. I mean, the whole screen kind of looks that way, though. Yeah, we got kind of... I mean, context clues gave me the answer to that one, but... All right, what do we got next? All right, just a shoe. This looks like a Resident Evil cutscene almost. Like when you see like the door open or whatever. We should have a shoe here. Although it looks like a boot, this looks like kind of... more of like a Red Dead boot. But it could be like an RE foot. Hmm. 43 aspect, yeah. Oh, we think Metal Gear Solid? You guys would know that more than I would. If it is, I'm assuming it's an early one. Like 1 through 3. Need a better pick. We'll send it on 2. It's not Metal Gear. 96%. All right, we're sniping a chicken at night. Crazy high score. I mean, it wasn't a bad guess. 96% though, pretty crazy high. 1 is top down. It seems to be a trend with a lot of these classic franchises. What is happening here? Sniper Elite 1. I don't know. There's another chicken, it appears. I do not know. We're mad at our farmer neighbor. I don't know what we're doing here. That's a good guess, actually. RE4, yeah. I have yet to play, but yeah. Yeah, as soon as you said it, I was like, I agree. I did say Resident Evil for this first picture. I will take partial credit for that. This would have been a giveaway. Okay, also giveaway. Yeah, these were pretty straightforward afterwards. Yeah, GameCube. 3 more. Partial credit given, thank you. We're in an office. This looks kind of like Heavy Rain or something. Although the graphics look kind of worse than Heavy Rain. Would this be like a Metal Gear? Does look familiar. Bunch of chairs at desks. Couldn't tell if this looked like a precinct. We have like these little boxes with papers on the ground. Chairs just off to the side. Could this be like a Silent Hill also? Control. Heavy Rain, Detroit. The problem with Control is the graphics look a little bit bad. Like this looks kind of pixelated. Like this looks kind of even older than Heavy Rain, but I don't mind trying. I don't think Detroit. I think the graphics will be much better. But we can try Heavy Rain maybe. Isabel, whenever I think of Heavy Rain, me and a friend used to joke like at the beginning of the movie where he's looking for his kid in the mall, he's just walking around being like, Jason! Like he just yells that over and over again. Super annoying. Okay, it's not Heavy Rain. Yeah, it did look old. It does look old gen. Like the graphics look quite old. 95%. These early ones are definitely high reviewed. I mean, this isn't like a Metal Gear. That's kind of out of my wheelhouse, but this wouldn't be like a Max Payne, would it? Kind of feels like we're out in the elements in this picture. I thought maybe Silent Hill at one point. Silent Hill, yeah. This first one, it looked kind of eerie. I think so too. Let's send it on that. No, not even the same franchise. Oh, this is Inside, right? Yeah, 100%. I feel I'm gonna send it. I don't think I even need. I could like feel dumb here, but okay, I feel dumb. I should have listened to you guys. This looked like I was walking through Inside. Gotta be honest. I felt, although would that platform have made sense? Huh. It's not a bad guess. I sent it with a lot of confidence. Max Payne 3. I think that would, yeah. Let's try some Max Payne. Saying 3, you think? Puzzle. That's a good point. That's definitely not Max Payne. That's like shooting and all kinds of stuff. Could it be Portal? Like a high score, those consoles puzzle game? Oh, it's a PC, PS3, and 360. 95%. Only a puzzle game. Not a shooter. Not any kind of action. Not any kind of horror. Puzzle. Very odd. Which is why I went like Portal. Yeah, it's a little odd. EA game. I'm impressed you can like dissect that. Does EA make any like puzzle games though? Parkour, what, like Mirror's Edge? You're thinking? I can't think of the name. Is it Mirror's Edge you were thinking of? I don't know if they got a 95% though. Also, would it be puzzle game? The only parkour games I can think of are like Mirror's Edge and like Dying Light. It's possible. We can try it. I don't know if it qualifies as being puzzle. It is not. 2011. Yikes. This so had me thinking Inside. Don't believe there's combat in the first one. Yeah, apparently. Also, this says Aperture Science Innovators. Aperture Science Innovators. Portal. Yeah, the puzzle element made me think Portal for sure. 2011, is that Portal 1? Uh-oh, it's probably Portal 2. I did say Portal. It's got to be Portal 2. Do I feel confident enough just to send it? Because we have the right franchise. You can see that it's yellow. I mean, these literally are the portals. I mainly said Portal because of the puzzle and the extremely high score. And I know people love... Honestly, I thought about picking these up. I need to probably buy them. Let's send it on Portal 2. Nice. I've played like bits and pieces, but I've never played them like entirely, so I'll probably grab them at some point. I know they're like heavily beloved. If somebody says like, what's a game you should play on Steam, that's normally the answer. All right, 2 more of these suckers. This looks like Shadow of the Colossus. What do you guys think? You don't like them? I like kind of thinking games. I mean, you can kind of get drained from them. This is 100. I can, you know what? I'm not even gonna. I'm gonna be overly confident and say Shadow here. The structures, like the stone structures, then I saw this with like the moss on it. I'm like, yep, definitely. Yeah, sorry I jumped the gun with that one, but I was like, you know what? I feel pretty good. Solid game for sure. I was expecting to see the like the flying stingray thing. Yeah, that was a pretty, as I said, this is a way different experience on the front end of this. I think the hardest one we had was Portal that we just had, but even that one, I think we mentioned it partially through the pictures. All right, last one, and then I'll probably, I know you guys may have varying amounts of interest, but I'll probably do a quick Spire run to close things out. This looks like Mario Golf, right? I mean, she's got a polo on. She's playing some golf. Is that a golf club in her hand? There's an insane amount of these, but I'm just going to say it's the first one. I will let you guys chime in, though. Hot Shots Golf. Oh, that's actually probably a better guess. See, it's a good thing I paused. Hot Shots Golf. I assume the first one. Geez, there's like insane amount of those. Holy. I never really played these, but this very much gave off like old school golf. Yeah, I'm going to assume maybe the first one, because guessing the rest of them could be a challenge. I think we I would say so, but she's holding like a golf club, right? Unless it's like, let's send it. Okay, there is a golf. This is golf. 91%. It was giving a little Harvest Moon. I mean, is this Mario Golf? Because it's not in the Hot Shots Golf franchise, apparently. Thankfully, we get some context there. Well, I'm going to try it. Mario Golf. Nice. I gotta be honest. I know this is an old game, N64. His swing is not reaching that ball. Like, this angle is hitting like something right there, and the ball is like way out there. No shot. He's barely even looking at it. He's like definitely looking also right here. Okay, Yoshi's literally on the ball. And there too. Yeah, I definitely, Mario Tennis is solid. Golf, I feel like my problem with golf games is I take like the first hole seriously, and then by a few holes I just start like whacking it and just am like done with it. I'm like, can we switch it to 9 holes instead of 18? Like, I'm ready to move on. So I feel like my score gradually will decline because I lose patience. So I am right there with you. All right, well, cool. I thought we did a pretty good job on that, honestly, especially when we jumped to the front. We easily got all of these 10. I don't know if we got any wrong, honestly. I think you guys, I guess I can check. I did not get any of the ones later on, but yeah, you guys got them all because we got 5 on the back end and then nailed this front end of games. There's a putt-putt game in Discord, actually. Like, it's a little different. I do like the more like arcadey ones, like ones you play on your phone, where you're just like pulling the thing back, and it's like to your point, a putt-putt course instead of like a golf course. Those are easier to jump in and play. You're talking about the first RE, because technically we had 4 on here, right? We had, what was it? Is it this one? Yeah, we did have RE4, but I'm sure there is the first one somewhere. As mentioned, like way down the road, I did get Evil Within, so I expect probably the entire Resident Evil franchise is options on there. Yeah, the chickens. I didn't pick up on that, but as soon as it was said, I was like, yeah, this is one of those like outside in the livestock area. New school. I think on the Evil Within, I think I got it on the second guess. On the first guess, I guessed like RE7 because it looked kind of that grimy morgue vibe. All right, let's I 100% understand if it's not your guys' vibe, but technically I did have it on the agenda, so I figured why not. We'll do one run of Spire. And probably call after that. RE2 remake, 3 remake, 4 remake, 7, 8. I know a lot of people don't like 3's remake. I know I watched Moist Critical Charlie do his ranking of Resident Evil games because he played all of them. And I think his favorite was 3, but like the remake for 3 was like pretty low. Play the game you want to play. That's fair. I mean, but I also could do it like off stream. I don't have to like play something that people aren't overly into. But if I play it, and have you ever played Slay the Spire? I can maybe make it pitched as an interesting game. Yeah, I think people felt like it was just like RE2 remakes DLC because it was kind of a like shortened version of things. Yeah, it's a roguelike card game. I think it's the first game I played on stream. I could probably keep the music on because I think in the game I turned off music, but I kept on animation noises. All right, let me switch over also. Only card game you play is Rummy. It's fair. Honestly, I think that even people that don't like card games would be into Slay the Spire. Hey, we got some. We can update the number. That's always a nice feeling. I will switch over. Got a couple subs throughout the day. Appreciate you sharing the stream info with your folks. I know like quite a few people that hopped in, I think, are from your Discord, so appreciate that. It's nice to see when I'm like doing stuff that I'm interested in and like growing subs, because I think I mentioned this before. One time I went live to play Slay the Spire, and I think I like lost five subs right away. I was like, well, cool. Or Uno or Blazing Eights. Is that like Crazy Eights? Is that like a edgier version of? Is that the R-rated Crazy Eights? Yeah, appreciate that. Let me switch over to Slay the Spire. This game weirdly has a delay a lot of times when I pop it up compared to other things on Steam. All right, let me look at the daily climb. All right, looks like it's showing up now. So, depending if you care, you may be like, you know what, just play and that's good enough. Let's do Gwent. I would play. I think Gwent's free, right? Like the separate game, the non-part of Witcher version. Discord's version of Uno. Okay. But as I was saying, I don't know if you care to have, like, if you want me to explain it so it makes sense or just breeze through things. There's a daily climb, which kind of makes it so it's like a reoccurring new experience in which it gives you a character and then 3 modifiers that are not normally part of the main game. Start with 5 colors cards. Red cards appear in your reward shop. And you start each combat with +3 strength, and all enemies start with +3 strength. Interesting. I believe I have the card sets of Gwent. I don't know shit about this game. Yeah, debate doing. So there's 4 characters in the game. The Ironclad. Pretty much the point of characters, they have different abilities. So this guy, after each fight, he gains health. He's kind of the easiest one to understand. This person's ability, they get 2 extra cards. And there's different play styles for each character. This person gets lightning, which is like a separate damaging effect. And the Watcher's probably the most confusing for newer players, where it's like she's doing like changing stances to do different amounts of damage. But I'm debating doing the daily. It's maybe not the best like learning experience. I mean, this also depends what colorless cards I get, because if it's garbage, then it's not gonna be the greatest. Yeah, I guess we can try the daily. It doesn't appear anybody cheated today. A lot of times if I jump in here, it's like the number 1 person has like a 10-digit score, and then the second person's like a normal number. Whatever you want to do, it's fair. That's fair. I will like half talk like I'm explaining it, but we'll go at a regular pace. Technically, you get a higher score if you play faster, but I don't really care. Card combat game. You're asking about what Slay the Spire is? Yeah, it's a turn-based card combat game, more or less. So very much in a good learning mindset. We'll do the daily, just to show off something unique. This is going to be a challenging thing to deal with, because it's nice to be stronger, but I need to kill them fast because they're also stronger. But let's run it. I like the silent. They're a fun character. So over this character. And this is, why am I blanking on your name? It's the big whale. You start off the game with talking to them. Okay, honestly, not the worst group of... So one of my modifiers was starting with 5 colorless cards, and these are the 5 they have designated me with. And pretty much how these cards work is top left corner is like the cost to play it. So of the 5 they gave me, this is the only one that costs anything. And then obviously the cards effects are what happens when I play them. I should call him Ishmael the Whale. I'm blanking on his name. Now I feel like embarrassed not to know this. We can call him Ishmael though if you want. That makes sense for a whale. Neow, that's what it is. Neow. But Ishmael also is fine. I think also my camera should be fine there. I guess I can move it kind of up to get it just enough out of the way. Maybe I'll make myself a little smaller. Call me Ishmael is the first line from Moby Dick. That's a fitting Hand of Greed. Yeah, there's some funny, actually, there's a lot of good mods for this game that you can play with, but there's also beta art that's like alternate versions of the art, which a lot of them are pretty funny. Matilda, I was not a fan of that movie. My wife really likes it, but I am not a Matilda fan. All right, so let's run it. We're probably not we won't try to go for a high score because I will try to explain it because Gilly, you may like it. It sounds like you kind of like card games. But keeping in mind this is a daily climb, so some of these, like, I have 5 colorless cards I'm starting with, which is not normal. So there's cards that are character specific. This is allowing me to get characters or cards for the first character, that Ironclad that I showed. And then this one's just going to make it so I kill them and also they kill me much faster. So pretty much there's 3 acts in the normal game, and we go up the spire on this mapping system, and I can pick which pathing I want to take based on what I want to like hit. So like rest stops are places to like replenish your health and upgrade cards. Regular enemies are just normal fights. Elites are like tough fights with relic rewards. Treasures get you relics there too. Merchants, where you can spend your money, which I have 99 gold to start here to buy things. And unknowns can be any combination of any of those. It's similar to Balatro. I would probably more, if you played like Monster Train, probably more similar to that. But there's the card game roguelike element is Balatro. We're talking 90s movie, right? Not the music. Yeah, the movie with the little girl. I actually couldn't really get into Balatro. I thought I really would, and I played it when it got added to PS Plus, and it seemed right up my alley. I just couldn't jive with it. I do think it's BS that they were being pitched as like a gambling game. I'm like, dude, this, like, you can't put real money in the game. Chill. So, all right, let's just start kind of here. So here's kind of how a fight would go. So as I said, we have a lot of damage. So pretty much we're drawing cards randomly from our hand. And then we have 3 energy to use. So I mentioned the top left corner is the amount of energy that we can play. I'm going to play this one first because it costs 0. So whenever I play a debuff to somebody, they're going to take damage. Same. Yeah, I was not overly into Balatro. All right, they're not attacking me. So above their head tells me what they're doing. They're just increasing their own strength. So there's no reason for me to defend at all. So because of that, I'm going to hit him for 9 and then 23. And that's his health. So, and you see like the modifiers below me. Like we both have +3 strength. I just applied that power card that gave him damage when I give him a debuff. We're going to take damage here, unfortunately, because he's... Oh, well, yeah, we're going to, unfortunately. So we're going to take 4 damage. He's hitting me for 9. I am blocked for 5. Math. And he's dead. So we get some gold, and we can add a card if we want. I want any of these. Shrug it off, I'm tempted by. So you can see the kind of the things that these cards do, and you typically want to build towards some synergy, but sometimes you don't know what they're going to offer you, so you have to make some guesses. Yes, math. I'll take shrug it off. Some block doesn't hurt. Sometimes you want to like not pick anything up. We'll hit the question mark. Okay, another fight. Panache I pretty much always want to play first because from then on, if I play 5 cards on turn, I deal damage, but with the energy we have, it's probably not going to happen often. I think we'll take 1 damage here. Oh, that's so close to killing him and getting some gold. Should be dead next turn, hopefully. There we go. So we got a potion, so I can apply vulnerable with this potion, which makes my attacks, you see there, does another 50% damage. I don't think I want any of these, so as I said, you can skip, which I'm gonna do this time. Do another panache. Ooh, I could. It's 32. I think I'm gonna hit you with that and then get some gold now. So because we killed him, we got that extra 20 gold. All right. Pretty easy fights early on here, especially because I do have the extra strength. They do too, but if I kill them faster than they kill me, then it's generally a benefit. Okay, panache. So this guy is gonna like roll up into a ball when I hit him once. I guess I could just kill him. Yeah, we'll just take him out. Just a couple strikes. I think next turn we should get the gold card to get some more gold then. We did. I guess I can play these. Nice. So we got some more gold that time. I don't really care for any of these either. Bane is okay, but I'm not currently using poison. I think we'll skip. Go this way. Keep getting fights. Let's do that. I could kill him and waste 2 strikes and then only take... Well, let me kill this guy actually instead. If you don't use your cards, they just go to the discard pile. There are cards that exhaust. They'll say if they exhaust. Power cards, like this one says power, this one says attack, this one says skill. Power cards are one-time use always. So once I play that, that does not go to my discard. But this one says exhaust, for example. So if I play it, it just goes away now. This is maybe the right choice, but I want the gold. I should probably hit that guy because we haven't broken him yet. We'll just block here. I could just throw this. You know what? We'll do that. So I used a potion to deal damage. Partially because you only have 3 potion slots, so it makes sense to use them. To quote 40-year-old virgin, is it true if you don't use it, you lose it? But yeah, they go in the discard and you recycle through. So generally, depending on your style, keeping a smaller amount of cards in your deck is advisable because you're getting the ones you want more frequently. God, these all suck again. Well, so we went to a rest stop here. I'm gonna upgrade something because we don't really need to heal. And the greed's not a bad choice. Better chance to get gold. Let's hit up the elite. Well, so this guy's an elite, so he's gonna be a bit of a harder enemy. Not an ideal person because he gets strength whenever I play skill cards, and he already starting with 3 strength because of the modifier. So I'll just play some. Don't like that I drew that early, but we have. That's our best play at this point. I could hit him with that. That may be a good idea at this point. So now my attacks are going to deal an extra 50%. So instead of dealing 28, it's going to deal 42. Like that. So I'm going to block here. He's going to die actually because of my panache. That power card that's going to trigger because I played 5 cards this turn. But he gets stronger when I play a skill, but it's still a net benefit for me to do that because he dies there. So these are relics. The starting one for this character is you get the 2 extra cards, but then you get other relics throughout the game, which are, they're kind of like potions, but they're like permanent effects instead of like a one-time use. So this one, whenever I climb a floor, I get 12 gold. But if I spend any gold, it goes away. So you pretty much want to like not buy anything for a while and then cash in. These all kind of suck again. I don't hate Iron Wave, I guess, but I think we'll skip. Another rest stop here. We'll do panache. Generally helpful if you can play a lot of cards. Okay, so another relic here. If I get a curse, I get more max health. So I'm at 70 right now. If I drew a curse, that would be giving me more health. So it's kind of a positive to having a negative event. Since I don't want to spend money at the shop, let's go this way and hit up another elite. You know, I could do this and double down, because normally I would pick max health increase. But with this relic, I would get another relic and 6 max health. Problem is I hate this curse, so I'm going to have to deal with that. But I think it's worthwhile. So this curse, whenever I have it in my hand, I lose health by the number of cards in my hand. Granted, I'm playing most cards in my hand every turn, so I think that's okay for now. There's one that you take damage every time you play a card. That one is a nightmare. Alright, so panache. You can play most things here. 37, not enough to kill him, so I think we choose to block here. Take a little damage. Oh, I made that an easy choice. I mean, this, I don't normally ever pick this card up, but I do have the modifier to have +3 strength, which means I would be dealing 10 damage X times. And X, if there's an X card, it means however much energy you have, it uses all of it. So if you played it first, it would deal 10 damage 3 times. I do like Phantasmal Killer though, so double damage on my next turn. Let's grab that. And I think we'll upgrade it too to make it free. Okay, another elite here. This guy's kind of interesting where you don't have to... He's asleep right now, so I have a couple turns I don't have to wake him up yet. I'm a little on the fence if I do here. I think I do, because I'll get the benefit of panache, and then... Yeah, let's do it. Gilly just told me this game, he's like addicted. I like it because it's an easy comeback to game. So like a lot of times I'll be playing a game as like a main story game, but this is almost like a sports game where you can just jump in and like play a run. But yeah, it could probably get addicting. All right, we kill him with that. Maybe we should have gotten poison. So this next relic, whenever we apply poison, it applies as second poison. And poison pretty much works as probably how you would expect. It like gradually builds up. So if you applied 5 poison to somebody, they will lose 5 health. And then next turn, they will lose 4 health. So it like wears off over time, but it can do numbers. I mean, we do have poison stab here now. Oh, but twin strike, kind of nice with our modifier, because this would do 8 damage twice. Yeah, we'll grab you. Yeah, you can get kind of, I mean, I won't say like addicted playing it, but it's a very easy playthrough. That's for sure. Oh, just one off. Although we played Panache, right? And which one did we play? We played the higher one, so everyone's gonna take 14 damage when I play 3 more cards. So you'd be at 33. It's not enough to kill you, but that plus that is. I think we'll do that. Oh, I forgot about the extra from that too. Actually, we don't need to hit him again. I think we just block here. Oh, the hand of greed's not going to kill him though, because it's going to be the panache is going to be what kills him. Unfortunate. It's okay. Yeah, it's an easy game to like just jump into and play. Honestly, when I first bought it on PlayStation, I got it because I heard it was like amazing, and I didn't fully click with it right away, but I kept playing it because I bought it, and I was like, eventually it hit for me for sure. There's like combos you can get with like certain characters that make it fun too. We'll do twin strike, like you. It's definitely my favorite card game. So this guy, he's kind of a weird character. He will like curl up into a ball, in which when he's in that form, I don't want to really attack him because he'll like hit me like a spike attack. So it's like you're better off not attacking him. So next turn you can see he's got these 3 that's sharp hide. So whenever I attack him, he's gonna hurt me back, which is not great. Although this is massive. I think I'll just accept some damage here. We'll block a couple times, and then we'll hit him with that. Yeah, we'll play you. We'll just get that overhand. So he's in this phase for 2 turns here. I think we just block twice, honestly. We'll take a few damage from that, and then that as well. So him having that extra 3 strength is kind of bad, because sometimes instead of doing 1 number, they'll do like multiplier attacks, which if this didn't have the strength, it would be 20, because he's normally at 5 times 40 or 5 times 4. But because it is a multiplier, it makes the first number stronger. So instead of being at like 23, he's at 32 because we upped the first number. If that made any sense. That probably made no sense, but all that to say is when you have like a multiplying thing, kind of like what I mentioned with that 7 times X, it makes it like that much stronger. I mean, like this 10 times 2 is better than if we added 3 to 7 times 2. I mean, we could just... How aggressive do you want to be here? Actually, I think we can break him. So I have to deal 29 damage to put him in that defensive stance, which I want to do at this point. Which we are doing actually exactly 29 damage, so perfect. You lost me at math. It's fair. It makes, like, it's probably not easiest to explain, or I'm not the best at explaining it, but all that to say, if, like, this modifier of giving them +3 strength is way more powerful for them, or for anybody, when they have a times attack instead of just, like, a straight number. Let me cut this close. So I didn't use my last energy there because I didn't want to damage myself. Are we gonna be able to finish you off here? 56. That's just there. So maybe we play. If I play that, maybe I play it afterwards. $25. No, we could play it now. Ooh, that was close. I forgot about him breaking there. I'm so just weird. I mean, the game makes more sense when you've played it. It feels like you gotta have to like play around with it to. So I'm probably gonna pick this one. Typically a fan of this. I get block. So whenever I play this, going forward that combat, if I play a card, I get a free block. So kind of a nice, especially when you're playing like low value cards, it's like free block building up. So after beating that Act 1 boss, I get to pick a relic. I don't like this one. You don't get to see the enemy's attacks, but you get more energy. This one you get energy, but you can't smith anymore, which means you can't upgrade cards at rest sites. I may pick this one. It's going to transfer 3, then upgrade them. I don't get to pick what it transforms to, but... And I don't want to pick a curse because it's going to stay within that curse group. So I'm going to pick you. And then I think we'll choose to transform... One, two, three. What do we get? Okay, a block, a choke, which means I want to play this first and then play other cards because it deals more damage of cards I play afterwards. And then Warcry is just kind of a cycling. So there were 3 acts in the main game. There's like extra stuff if you're playing not the daily climb, but since we're not, it's just going to be 3 acts. So we're doing what we just did 2 more times. Okay, so I'm going to cycle some things. I'm going to get rid of you. Yikes. So I mentioned the multipliers. These guys are dealing a lot of damage. Don't love that. But if I break their like stance or whatever, if I hit him 3 times, they will fall down and not be attacking me. So you'll see that with this guy. I think we'll just block again though. Panache could be amazing here. Let's play you. Guess we'll grab you. Weaken this guy. All right, 2 more cards and they all get hit with 14. So since they're flying, my damage is not as strong. I'll do that probably to get the gold. Do that. Could be worse. I don't hate cleave here. I kind of wish it was a whirlwind, which is like an X times attack, but given the options, it's not the worst. Let's grab it. I'm debating actually spending money. We will no longer get the benefit of this, but it's probably worthwhile at this point. Heavy blade might be smart. So this is the shop. I realize we have not gone here yet. You can buy cards, you can buy relics or potions, or you can sell a card. So honestly, let's sell our curse. I'll buy this relic where I gain my max health by 7. So you'll see this will jump up to 83. Not bad. This one I get extra energy when I play 10 attacks. I don't really ever pick up this one. You can get like exhaust cards back. Now I'm tempted to pick up one of these. Heavy Blade. Strength, we have 3 strength right off the rip, so. But then this one's actually maybe better. We're gonna skip, honestly. We'll save the money. Let's go with the question mark. Oh, should we take the curse again? When's the next shop? Ooh, not for a long time. So we're gonna be stuck with that curse. Where's the next rest? Okay, let's pick the middle one. Less risky. Okay, so whenever we enter a rest site, the following combat, we start with more energy. Okay, I can either get gold or get this card, which is not a bad card, but I don't think we need it for our build, so we'll just take the gold. It's probably smart to heal. We'll heal. All right, which way do you want to go? Let's do another elite. So the elites on the higher acts are going to be tougher, so this guy's going to be harder than the ones we faced. And these guys are little minions here too. Panache could come in clutch here. I don't think we need to deflect this turn, honestly. I think they're gonna die from just panache. At least one of them is. Yeah. Okay. So it's kind of nice when you have like the AoE hit everybody stuff. So whenever I play 5 cards, I deal 24 damage to everybody. Play you. It's the first time we've played that, right? So now whenever I play cards, I'm getting block. So you see I get 1 block. I mean, I'm getting block plus the block for playing a card. Oh, I should have played that first. That was a mistake. Let's just play a block here. Let's pop you. Pop you. So this fight, he summons people over and over, so when you kill him, you win the fight. So let's finish him off. Yeah, we got some more gold. This is kind of a fun relic. Whenever we hit question mark, it's no longer fights. So I know they're going to be either events or treasures. I don't hate uppercut here. So it applies status effects to him, which I do have that one card that does 5 damage with status effects. So let's grab it. Do some smithing. Honestly, let's do cleave. Why not? Okay, so cheaper selling cards going forward. Do appreciate that. I mean, it did say no fights, but technically this is an event fight, so that's why we had this here. I don't love that happened, though. Play everything. Maybe I should have gone further down the left because I'm gonna deal. Actually, we're fine. So after this fight, actually, there's a second phase to it. Let's do it. We'll fight the harder boss now here. So these are 2 Act 1 bosses, both in one fight, which is kind of challenging. Grab you. Okay, taking no damage. I'm not playing 5 cards this turn anyways, so let's just start with After Image. Did I ever watch the movie Gamer? Has Dexter in it? Yes. Honestly, when you just said Gamer, that didn't click for me, but I should have played that first. I realized the one you were talking about, where they're like, think they're playing like a fun party game, and then it turns out people are actually like dying and stuff. I did watch that one. That was okay. It was interesting having him be like bad at the end for sure. Probably a mostly average film for me, maybe slightly above average. It was fun. I'm assuming that is the one that I'm thinking of, right? As I said, the name alone did not ring a bell, but when you said that, I was like, oh, yes. The dance part towards the end with them dancing around. He was doing his best Claudette staying alive. Sometimes it's like super easy to figure out what to do because you just literally play every card. Virtual reality world. I didn't get my gold one, unfortunately. Well, maybe we'll draw into it here. We did not. Gerard Butler's a main game. Maybe I'm not thinking of the same movie. Is it him? Is it a comedy? This turn is not going to be ideal. Not a comedy? I'm thinking of something else. It was like Murder Mystery Party is the one I'm thinking of. Maybe I have not seen Gamer then. I'm thinking of the one where they're like having... Dang it, I should have done that again first. They're having like a fun time and then somebody actually dies. Not blocking at all, but could be worse. Action Sci-Fi 2009. I don't think I've seen that one. Okay, so the pillow's nice. Get more health when we rest. We'll just take this. It's kind of a free attack. Do we need to heal or can we be bold? I think we probably heal because they do have that multiplying strength. Let's play it safe-ish. But no, I don't think I've seen it then. You. Pretty much just play those blocks at the end to get the panache to activate. Okay, I can kill one of these tiny guys. Fortunately, I can't kill the other one. I may have like heavily overcommitted on the amount of health that we needed. So we probably would have been okay without doing so. Alright, I'll definitely check it out then. Alright, let's not make this mistake again. Well, let's flop that first. Yeah, we did not need to heal for this fight. I was a little bit intimidated by it, but... yeah, this guy's dead. So he just like made us weaker and more vulnerable, so his attacks deal more damage. I'll do that. Fortunately, I can't really do anything else. Play everything here, and he's dead. All right, so one more final act. I don't hate barricade. It's kind of expensive. Would there be a value in picking it up? Sure. So if I play block, or if I gain block during a turn, it rolls over if I don't have it get destroyed by somebody attacking me. Just kind of an expensive card. Although we do have the gain energy for boss and elites. All right, final act here. I'm gonna take a quick 30-second break for the final stretch, and then we'll close things out. BRB. All right, we back. Last day of summer, I'm gonna watch the director's cut of Midsommar to celebrate. Be fitting. Isn't that kind of like thematically when that takes place? All right, let's switch back over. Okay, what path do we want to take? Let me go left here. Maybe this way up and then left. Maybe I should have kept that actually. Dang, these guys are doing a lot of damage. Let's take this and 34. Oh, that's not great. Fortunately, that's not going to be enough to kill one of them. If I even bother to attack, yeah, let's still do it. Gonna take some damage here. It's not a movie rewatch. I've seen it many times. It does. I've never seen it, but as we talked about, it does seem like it's kind of a heavy movie. So I could see that being kind of a one-time and done. Took a lot of damage this fight. These guys. So I didn't really explain this. These guys are kind of like that one boss I played earlier. When you hit him, I'm getting 5 damage back. So I have to have block if I don't want to be hit. Director's Cut's 30 minutes longer than the regular. It's better. Sword Boomerang is not bad. Who's our final boss? So you can always tell, like, oh, this is Donu Deku. It's a giant donut, so that's kind of fun. There's a trophy or achievement for killing him with a card called Feed, so it's kind of a fun little play on words. Sword Boomerang, if it's upgraded, it's worth it. Sure. I think we're going to pick this because we're going to get health and max health because of that relic. Yeah, Kind of a win-win, except we have a curse in our hand now. Barricade may have been overzealous to pick up. That may, since we don't have extra energy, may be challenging to ever get a chance to play that. We'll do cleave. These guys are annoying. If you don't kill them quickly, they respawn. So you can't like kill one too fast because the other one becomes a problem. Although I don't want to take damage here, so I am going to kill that guy. Cerebral, slow burn, violent, weird, artsy, intense. That, I mean, that sounds about what I understood it as. It's an A24, right? Let's see if I can, how much damage we can do. 2 still, so yeah, I think we're good actually. Nice. Ooh, we'll take flex, so we get strength, but it's only for the turn. Oh, skewer is upgraded though. Yeah, we'll take flex. Do I want to go all the way left or just up the middle? Because there's 2 elites all the way left, which is kind of precarious. A24. Yeah. Ari Aster. I don't mind his stuff for the most part. It's probably not all hits for me, but I've had these 2 potions like the entire game, it feels like. We'll do that. I should have played that first. So he's about to put this status effect on me to where next turn I'll take an extra 10 damage on top of whatever he's doing. So I'm taking 29 damage, 19 from him, and then 10 from this. So I would like to kill him here. 25, 42, or 14, 25 plus 14, 39. Let's not risk it, I don't think. Let's play it a little bit safe. Bo's afraid. I did not see that one. Ooh, I'll take another after image. I'm not going to make this trade-off. I can give up all of my gold for 1 relic, but 827 is kind of a lot. I've not seen Eddington either. Yikes, you're hitting me for a lot, my guy. Can I play 5? I can, so there is that. So maybe we... This guy's kind of a pain because every other turn I only deal like a very small amount of damage, which will be next turn. So he has intangible now, so... Oh my god, you're hitting me for 48 also. So whenever I hit him with an attack this turn, it's only dealing 1 damage, so there's not really a point in overly hitting him with attacks this turn. And if I do, I'll do this because it'll be twice. Oh, even Panache was decreased to 1. Tempted to play one of these potions. I'll play one of them. Let's just grab you because I'm going to play uppercut instead. Taking a little bit of damage again. This guy's kind of being a pain. That doesn't really help me. That does though. Okay, let's try to kill him this turn. Do that. Do that. I think we can kill him here. Yeah. Okay, extra damage for strike cards, which we don't really have a lot of. I kind of hate this potion. It's a high risk reward. You draw 5 cards, but then all of your cards are randomly, like their costs are changed. You can get stuck with like everything being 3, which is a nightmare scenario. I mean, double block, should we grab that since we did grab barricade? This stuff costs so much that we don't really have the energy. We'll do it, but I don't love the idea. I have a ton of gold that feels like it's gonna go to waste if I go left. I could go that way, but we avoid the shop and, well, the rest stop, but we avoid the rest stop if we go. I think we go right because we can spend some gold. It's not as complicated once you play it a few times. This guy's interesting. He has like 1,000 health, but you decrease his attack when you hit him. So like he's dealing me 30 damage right now, but I'm about to hit him for 16, so it's now going to be 14. Or I'm about to hit him for 14, it'll be 0. So every turn you want to be hitting him because it decreases his attack, but his attack goes up every turn also, so. Let's do that. Probably you. Okay, we're good. That's what I thought. Graveyard Keepers. I have that, but I've not really played it a whole lot. Do you enjoy it? Ghosties kick ass at it. That's kind of like a spooky version of Stardew Valley, right? This turn's gonna suck. Honestly, I'm debating playing the Snecko oil here. As mentioned, high risk, high reward, but I think it's probably worth it here. Not the worst. I mean, that panache is expensive as hell, so I'm not really going to be playing that, but maybe you. Okay, we are fully blocked. Next turn, we'll see though. I was terrible at it, yeah, basically. Can you be terrible at that game? It felt like it was kind of just a casual game, wasn't it? Taking a little damage. He only has one more attack. Oh, not the... Oh, we kind of turned that around a little bit. I was like, not the best starting draw. Okay. We survived this one. Yeah, I didn't think it was like overly a competitive game. I thought it was just like a kind of a cozy kind of game. I think there's like stressful elements to like managing a lot of stuff, but it seemed like it was kind of like at your own pace. Okay, not the best relics I've ever seen. Let's get rid of our curse. Maybe grab a couple of potions here. Nah, let's go with that. Well, I guess we can buy this last one. Why not? It's unlikely we hit another shop. Okay, got an upgrade there. This guy sucks. Every time you hit him, his attack number changes, so you have to be like semi-strategic about when you stop attacking him, but it's random, so you just kind of have to get lucky. I was afraid he was going to do that. Yeah, let's stop there. He He also can give you a curse, which is a major pain. 15 by 3, it's a lot. That is even more. Yikes. Well, we're almost dead. Honestly. And I can't attack him right now. Where are we after this? There is a rest, but we're not going to make it out of this fight, I think. I think we're made some kind of careless choices there. Forgot how strong this dude is. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do that. Oh, we died. Yeah. Yeah, we his attack got kind of wild. Kind of anticlimactic ending. So he's aiming for 39. Yeah, I hate this guy. Hey, what's up? We're doing the daily climb today, so I just figured I'd get some variety in with that. And he has an extra 3 strength, which made his multipliers kind of tough to deal with. I was more Taking Back Sunday. I mean, I don't mind either of them, but if I'm picking one of the two, it's Taking Back Sunday. Brandy was good too, though. Well, this is our demise. I mean, I can throw this at you just for fun, but we have died. So yeah, that is that's Slay the Spire for you. Favorite album? I don't know their album super well. I know what they look like. The one I'm thinking of is like the red background. Like the songs I liked from them were kind of their most popular, if I'm being honest, like Make Damn Sure or like Liar. I saw them once a long time ago. They were on tour with Linkin Park during their Project Revolution tour. Loud or Not, yeah, I think that's what it was. I'm not great with albums if I didn't like own the album or like know every song on it. I know I did top 10 albums the other day, but generally I'm better with just bands and songs. What's up though, Blairphonics? We are probably winding down. Actually spent a lot of time doing some of the other bracket and guess the game stuff. And just did one Slay the Spire run. For you joining though, let's do one more guess the game. We realized that if you start from the very beginning, it's much easier choices because they had every game to choose from, and then towards the back end when you're on like game 1200, not as many good options, so it's much easier to get them early on. Yeah, super winding down. We'll do one guess the game. Yeah, appreciate you hopping in. Sunday's not one of your stream days, right? How was IKEA? Did you guys wind up going? Did you get your donut lamp? But we'll do one guess the game. I think I still have it pulled up even. Let me see. I do. I'm a panel after this. Nice. Oh, we're going in a few hours. Are you excited for the meatballs? Where are we at here? Day 11. All right, let me pull this up on screen. Honestly, this looks like a Call of Duty. We have Soldier here. Is this just like Modern Warfare? Donut lamps and meatballs are on the menu. One of those sounds delicious. Oh, I looked at the donut lamps. They look kind of cool. Nice little like vibe lights. For some reason, I just want to say like COD Modern Warfare. Because we have military and it's like clearly modern. I feel like Modern Warfare 2 is the more popular one. I don't really remember these streets and like the speed limit, but there's so many Modern Warfares. Good Lord. It does feel like this was like really poorly designed by the dev. Like this also looks like it's like parking. I don't know if it's just like the angle, but these look like they're parking spots. But yeah, also very well kept up speed limit sign considering how like bleak everything else around looks. It's just like trash everywhere. I'm gonna guess one of the Modern Warfare games. Do I know which one? No. Dreadful design, yes. Somebody should have gotten a stern talking to. I give it 2 stars. I feel like Modern Warfare 2 is the more popular one, but it looks kind of old, right? Okay, we have the right franchise, so get ready for the Call of Duty Modern Warfare guessing. This kind of looks like we're in like Russia. Let's say Modern Warfare 2. Go with your gut. Okay, we should have gone with the sequel. It felt like I wanted to guess that, but I was like, eh. %, pretty good score. Nice. All right, we'll do one more. This is the legit final one, but that one was kind of quick. Granted, these all early ones may be quick. Okay, this is The Witness. I am going to be proud if this is right. That's a good way to end things. Pretty fun game. It's a puzzle game. I think I mentioned on stream the other day that, yeah, the layout, the design very much gave it away. As far as like hardest trophies of all time, it was probably either winning 5 Fall Guys games in a row or beating the ending of this game where you have to solve the puzzle in a certain amount of time and it's randomly generated and they're playing that damn, I forgot the name of that song where it's like and like it speeds up over and over again. It's extremely stressful and challenging. I remember when I played it, I like stayed up until like 4 a.m. because I was so like stubborn to complete it. But it like ramps up. It does like that slow beginning, like but then like it starts the fast pace of it. Clutch, appreciate it. Let's see what the other pictures are. Let's see if maybe they'll show that part. Interesting layout here. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. 87%, that's pretty solid. You pretty much just roam around and unlock the next part of the level by doing puzzles. It'd probably be a fun stream game, Blairphonics, as far as I feel like you like puzzles. Some of them are pretty hard. That song gives you anxiety. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They play that at the end to like psych you out, I feel like. Yeah, like these are one of like the door puzzles. Oh, they didn't show it. This is just, yeah, more of the puzzles you go through. It's a fun game, but it That last part is a nightmare. I love puzzle. The best album is Where You Want to Be. What's on that one? What is they sing, don't they sing Cute Without the E also? Which album's that on? All right, that was our return to guess the game. We have learned it is a million times easier to do the early selections there. Pretty much all the options for games are like 80% plus scores. That's Tell Your Friends album. A Decade Under the Influence. I know that one. Yeah. I wasn't like hardcore into them, but I liked some of their stuff. Make Damn Sure is probably the go-to. I think the lead singer would always do like the twirling around the microphone on stage. I think they were just touring with Coheed, actually. I kind of thought about going, but I was like, it's so far away, and I've seen Coheed like an endless number of times already, and I've also seen Take It Back Sunday, so. But yeah, they're a fun band. Very like old school emo. Appreciate Cope. I would say while Baleariphonics probably doesn't like Take It Back Sunday, I'm imagining his very prominent producer Liz, probably Taking Back Sunday fan. I think she's hitting up Warped Tour in Orlando, which sounds like a fun time. We taunted Baleariphonics a little bit into trying to make him go, but it sounds like it's just a Liz trip potentially. That would be Sunny Real Estate and Built to Spill. She'll be doing that alone. Yeah, I figured you felt that way. I don't know, when I watched the clips from the Warped Tour they had in DC, it looked like kind of a fun time. Some of the bands have not aged well. Like the red jumpsuit apparatus guy, I feel like he was an interesting character. I'm pretty sure they played Face Down twice, which good on them, I guess, but kind of points out how prominent that song was for them. But yeah, it seemed like a good like blend of older bands and newer stuff too. Yeah, I think they recognized that was like kind of what made them famous. But bold choice to like, they do it like earlier in the set than like to close out, I feel like. But he got like, I feel like his, when bands like talk to the crowd about not their songs, he did that quite a bit and he kind of rambled on. So I think a lot of people were turned off by it. I think also Asking Alexandria's singer, people were kind of pissed at how their quality was. So it was a bit hit and miss on which ones were great. Hawthorne Heights was cool, seeing them again. Did you like Hawthorne Heights at all? That is like Bullet singing that song twice. I had some Enter Shikari on my like iPod and iTunes, but I didn't really listen to them too much. All right, we can do a quick show and tell before wrapping up. That was the one of the other pictures I had on here somewhere where they. This is how many years ago? Probably at this point, like 14, 15 years ago. Here's me with a couple guys from Hawthorne Heights. Lead singer on the left here. I think guitar player and like current screamer. This is after they had already lost. Blanking on his name. But yeah, this was actually at the same venue that I had that Nothing More picture from. House for Lovers. They had some bangers. Honestly, I think my wife liked their first album more, but I like their second album. Like This Is Who We Are and Breathing in Sequence, Saying Sorry. I think those were all in there. Pens and Needles, which one was that on? I'll occasionally sing that. Nice. I think I like their second album a little bit more. Like the first one had Ohio's for Lovers, Nicky FM. They had some good ones, but I do like Silverstein. I talked about them in a couple videos I did this year on music stuff. I did my top 30 songs from this year, and they were one of them. I also randomly did a like underrated songs or like best songs or something from 2011, and I had them included there. Sorry, I mean, I dig that music. Matchbox Romance. I'm thinking Matchbox 20. I don't know if I know Matchbox Romance. I know Matchbox 20 and My Chemical Romance. We can just like merge those two. Yeah, I don't know if I know them then. And I can quickly scroll through my iTunes too. That's probably like the best example of the music I listen to because it's locked in time forever. Also, make sure I don't play anything accidentally because that would be a nightmare to deal with. I'm also thinking Matchbox 20. Let's do some quick reliving memories, and I'll throw out some bands here. AFI. Miss Murder was like the banger that was on MTV back in the day. I think that was always like #1 music video. I don't know what that means though. I remember seeing AFI. I was like one of the first bands I crowd surfed to. All American Rejects. The Almost, the guy from the Under Oath. Speaking of that, Under Oath. Anne Berlin. They were great. I almost considered them for top bands. Heavier stuff, but As I Lay Dying before they went downhill. Did you guys ever listen to Asher Roth? He had one like decent album. The Ataris, Atreyu, Audioslave. I was rambling down this list. I was mid on Avenged Sevenfold. Okay. I mean, I like that song too. Miss Murder was like my go-to by them. That and Love Like Winter was okay. The Missing Frame. Summer Shutter. I feel included now. I would like you to always feel included. But you can participate. You feel like you understand what's going on. I wrote like Black Veiled Bride. That's a little bit later on. I covered a lot of these the other day. I'm kind of flying by. I thought about it a little more. I think I would have The Poison by Bull for my Valentine on my top 10 albums. Chevelle. I've seen Amber and love them too. Not live though. I saw them live. There was a festival I would go to annually, and they were there for that. Actually, Feel Good Drag was my ringtone forever. I feel like my wife always thought of that when my phone rang. Asking Alexandria opinions. We just kind of mentioned that. Apparently, their singer kind of sucks live now. He got kind of chewed out at the recent Warped Tour in DC. I don't mind. A lot of people really like their older music and kind of got mad that they softened up in their later stuff, but I don't mind both versions. Bayside, I knew, but I didn't really listen to too much. Yeah, I love Feel Good Drag. Circus of I we talked about the other day. I'm kind of skipping ones that we already covered on my like lengthy conversation. Kind of sneaky good band, Confide. They broke up. but they have a really good cover of Such Great Heights by Postal Service. Listen. Although, kind of awesome. You guys saw him in chat the other day, but Jonathan Vigil, who was in chat, the lead singer from the Ghost Inside, they're going to be playing at Warped Tour in Orlando, so you'll get to see them if you check them out. Yeah, Amberlin definitely does the sad songs well. Breaking was another good one by them. You did see that, yeah. What else we got? Trying to find some deep cuts. What about like Dashboard? Some Dashboard Confessional. The Day to Remember I talked about. Death Cab for Cutie. That, if we want to talk emo, we'll get to see them. Dance Dance Chris something, can't remember. You're talking about Fall Out Boy Dance Dance? DMX, I'm just kind of going down through this. Dropkick Murphys. Dropping Daylight, I didn't have a lot of their songs, but they were kind of a good, like, lesser known band. Emery. Yeah, I have one Enter Shikari song on here. Mothership is the one I have. Escape the Fate. Obviously, there's Ronnie's new band too, or newer band. Evans Blue, they were solid. The Xyz, Fair to Midland. Yeah, Fall Out Boy. What else? Finger 11. Flyleaf. Flyleaf was solid. That's got the same different post service. Emery. You love Emery. I liked what was it by them? Probably the most. Ponytail Parade was decent. What's the one I'm thinking of? Walls. I think it was Walls that I liked the most by them. You were just listening to Flyleaf. She was cool. Lacey Stern. Foo Fighters, I was kind of okay on. Fort Minor. Framing Hanley. Franz Ferdinand. You're not going to know this one, but Glass Intrepid. I mainly know them because they like filled in for an opening band. Hidden Plain View, Bleed the Dream. Those Emery songs. Goo Goo Dolls. I've seen them a couple times. Actually, I have a picture with them too, but not the greatest picture. Good Charlotte. Green Day, obviously. We talked about Hawthorne. Him. When I saw Him, the lead singer was just like smoking a cigarette while singing. I'm like, I guess good on you. He was not really enthusiastic. Oh, bands. I don't think I know those. Hidden in Plain View and Bleed the Dream. Good Charlotte. Hollywood Undead. Hoobastank. Banger. Incubus. Remember Collide by Howie Day? Yeah, Vilval. Bam Margera was like obsessed with that band. Iron Maiden. Some Jane's Addiction. That was on Alien recently. Jack's Mannequin, Dark Blue. Remember that song? CKY. Yeah, 96 Quite Bitter Beings was a great song by them. What else we got? Jimmy Eat World. John Mayer. I'm just kind of just running down the list here. Kid Cudi. The Killers. Kill Hannah. That was a good one. I mean, I already talked to Kill Switch Engage. Something Corporate. That was a good one. Yeah. Jess Margera from CKY. Korn was okay. I wasn't as big into Korn. Lacuna Coil. Lamb of God. Lifehouse, like Moth to Flames. I would have at one point said Lost Prophets, but I can't listen to that band anymore, unfortunately. But at the time, I liked their songs. Medina Lake, that was a good one. May. I didn't really dig in that much, but Mars Volta, I feel like had a kind of a cult following. Mastodon, MGMT. As I think I'm the last person on Earth who has iTunes still. I'm just kind of scrolling down. Jack's Mannequin, something corporate, same guy. Okay. I know what you meant, yeah. Mindless Self-Indulgence. Remember those guys? When I saw them, it was kind of weird. The lead singer was like stripping on stage while he was singing. Miser, I mentioned them the other day. They have a zombie cover. Miss May I. Motion City Soundtrack. They're going to be at Warped Tour. Modest Mouse, we talked about. Mudvayne. Muse, they were a banger back then. Mushroom Head, My Chem. Mars Volta, like their other band, more at the drive-in. Yeah, I didn't mind Motion City's recent song. I feel like the songs I like by him are very weird titles. It's like, Let's Get Effed Up and Die, and Everything Is All Right. It's kind of polarizing thoughts. I talked Nothing More the other day. The Offspring, POD. Panic at the Disco, I was okay with. My wife liked them a little more. Papa Roach. Parkway Drive. Some Pearl Jam. Pendulum. Perfect Circle. Placebo, they were solid. Plain White Tees. Postal Service. Power Man 5000. Puddle of Mud, that guy kind of went crazy. One of the first album from Panic. Rage Against the Machine. Rammstein. Red was decent. Red Hot Chili Peppers, I was kind of mixed on. Red Jumpsuit Apparatus. Revelation Theory. Rise Against, they were a banger. I think I would agree, probably, for the most part. I like Perfect Circle more than Tool. But yeah, Rise Against I dug. Royal Bliss. I mean, not the same time frame, but Rush. Saliva, Seosin. Say Anything. They were great. They kind of had a short shelf life, but Scary Kids, Scaring Kids. Secondhand Serenade. Seether. Senses Fail. Seven Dust. Shine Down. Sick Puppies. Kind of, I feel like when bands are like only three people, like Sick Puppies, I think it's impressive. Or like Blink. Silverstein, we mentioned. Skillet, they were okay. Slipknot. Skylit Drive. Say Anything, yeah, they were funny. I saw them once at one of those festivals too. Smashing Pumpkins. Snow Patrol, forgot about them. Soilwork. Something Corporate, you talked about. Sonic Syndicate. Sparta. Spilled Canvas. Stabbing Westward. Stained. Starset. The Starting Line. Stone Sour. Story of the Year. Hopefully you're enjoying me just rambling on band names. Yeah, Snow Patrol and the Bravery. Sum 41, System of a Down, Taking Back Sunday. Yeah, here you go. Spilled Canvas, Story of the Year. One that you're probably not going to know because they were kind of localized, but These Green Eyes, I really dug. Third Eye Blind, 3 Days Grace, 3 Doors Down, 3 Inches of Blood, which is like medieval metal. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Thrice, Thursday, Times of Grace, Tool you mentioned. Trapped, that singer kind of went a little weird too. Trivium, Under Oath, The Used, The Vanished, The Veer Union, Vertical Horizon, Velvet Revolver, Verve Pipe, pretty much just a freshman there. or the Verve. We Came as Romans, Weezer, White Stripes, 30 Seconds to Mars, 311. That's about it. I kind of glanced over just ones where I had big chunks of songs. Three Arizona was your first concert. Sweet 16, nice. It's hard to say because when I was younger, I went to concerts with my parents of like bands that they liked. So if I'm saying like first band I saw that like I chose to go to and I was there not with my parents was Coheed. Actually, I posted in the music Discord server today that apparently Good Apollo have their like 20-year anniversary. It was around then when I went to go see them. But that venue is not even, they closed at this point. It was kind of funny. I couldn't drive, so I don't know if my parents were like out of town or something, but I went with my friend and his dad because his dad kind of liked Coheed because I showed it to my friend and he played it around his dad. And I remember his dad only accepting like the invite to go if I could like follow up the lyrics to one of the songs, which thankfully he probably would have gone anyway, but I got it right. Sublime, solid. I mean, Sublime kind of 311, Cottonmouth Kings, like that kind of chill vibe. Is that a NASCAR race? I could see that. Hopefully, I've seen him on social media. I think I mentioned this before. I've seen him on social media. I think he's going through like cancer and definitely sucks. But such is life, unfortunately. I probably like 311 more than Sublime. Like Amber and stuff like that. Sublime had what, like Santeria? I mean, they're both like probably in similar positions for me. Sugar Ray, not too much for me there. All right, we should probably wrap things up. I feel like I start these streams and then we get rolling and then I run it pretty late. We started at 7. So we're almost 8 hours. Is that right? 5 plus 3, almost. Pretty lengthy. Honestly, I thought the bracket fight stuff went well. I surprised people. That seemed like a good time. So we'll maybe do more of that in the future then. Good job. Thank you. Appreciate it. But yeah, I'll probably do more bracket fights because it seemed like people were into those, and maybe I don't need to look up as many as I do. Granted, I gave people options, so that was helpful. I kind of stumbled across that like 10th generation one because I don't know. Oh, I will keep delaying this conclusion. So we did I don't think I have them pulled up anymore. I have one pulled up from last time, so I can share this one just for context. It is, when I first did it, I did it with like my own thoughts because there weren't a lot of people in stream, so I just was kind of sharing my interests. But let's see, I'll do it over here. Pretty much we voted on people's like competing things here. So we didn't do this one today, but this is from a while ago. Like best horror game was this, and chat had decided that Resident Evil was the winner. I don't pick the participants, so this is like a pre-populated list of nominees. But it would pretty much be like, all right, guys, finals, Alan Wake versus Resident Evil. Which one you like more? And then people would give their feedback. So kind of an engaging like opportunity for chat to share their opinion. Today we did, what we do, best PS2 game, which they had some games that probably were left off. And then we did best 10th generation game, which I'd never heard that term, but it was pretty much the PS4, Xbox One, Switch generation. Yeah, it was very much chat enrichment. That plus Guess the Game was heavy chat enrichment. Honestly, you saw me wrap up with Slay the Spire because that was supposed to be second, but everyone wanted to do Guess the Game, so we ended up doing that one second. Yeah, it's kind of fun. It's not like there's a right answer. It's just literally people's input. So Alan Wake should win anything in the future. Maybe at some point I'll play Alan Wake 2. Maybe I should actually finish 1 though. Yeah, Cope had someone first squad hop in, so that was a decent chunk of the audience. Also got to test out some my new super chat clip for today. Apparently I need to have more in the lineup than the 2 I have at this point, but that I appreciate. Cope, I know you were one of the people that donated, so thank you for that. And if by some miracle Rusty's watching at this point, appreciate him doing so as well. Yeah, it feels like it's a game that like has a strong following, but you have to be in that following to really appreciate it. Yeah, I thought it was... I like having like a combination. This is a thing I enjoy and hopefully other people do, but also like a fun scene where it's like saying thank you in a weird way. Like I bow to no one, and then also you're a Hall of Famer in my book. Yeah, he's definitely asleep. He's definitely I was saying in the off chance he was VOD squad, which I doubt anybody's watching VODs of like 9 hours of this, but yeah, I appreciate his support a whole lot. I mean, honestly, it's like awesome just engaging with everyone in the Discord too. I thought about at some point doing like hop into the voice chat and like just chill. Or I know you've talked about playing Vermintide 2 at some point, so. All right, well, we have exhausted all of our time for today. So I appreciate you guys still being here at this point. Blair Fox, hopefully you find some good stuff at IKEA. Congrats on the new place you're moving to. I don't wish the unfortunate act of moving on you, but you'll be happy once you're there. Appreciate it. I should join voice chat. Yeah, I feel like maybe I'll join for movies and stuff like that. I feel like in this weird area where it's like Discord's like the Wild West of like sharing and like streaming stuff. So I probably don't mind joining something though. But we talked about like LimeWire the other day. It feels like a little bit of like modern version of that. Fair. Just lurk. But all right, guys, I will let you go. We'll leave on the outro for a few minutes, but other than that, appreciate you guys hanging out. You mainly just type. Okay, so you're like in the Discord and like on one of the text channels then? That's probably easier to like talk without talking over the movie. Yeah, appreciate you hopping in. I don't know next plans. I will be doing Alien Earth episode 8 review. And then I usually do a season recap, which is typically shorter, so it's kind of next plans. I've put off doing the cooler Dragon Ball figure review, so I need to do that at some point if I'm gonna wind up doing it. And then we'll see on live stuff. I do need to start doing the movies though, so we shall see. Makes sense. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out, and I will catch you next time. I'll probably, whenever I stream next, I'll try to do a little bit of a heads up. It feels like it's easier to give some kind of notice if possible, so. Did the action you wanted. That's true. Yeah, we'll do some outro tunes. Thanks, guys, for hanging out, and I will catch you next time. Take it easy.